Welcome to another episode of Musically Zone Talks Boxing.
I tell them you can't get like me, oh man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D-I-E. Bang, bang, don't try me, that fire always be by me. You can't get like me, oh man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D-I-E. I'm gassed up, ignite me, my cash up, too lit, I be up. I'm a type of nigga that says shit straight. I never did hate, that's a bitch nigga trait. By any means, baby, I'ma get to the cake. I been a real nigga, so it ain't for debate. Beefing with me, get you hit with a stake. She left you for me, saying you the mistake. I can't be replaced. No. Saving what hoes? Do you see me with a cake? I hustle from sun up to sundown. If a hater run up, he get walked down. We be up in that stick on who talk down. Reaching for my shit, 5-5. I be putting in work, I don't clock out. Talking dirty, you niggas get mouthed out. Shout it like how I kick it like Kung Lao. Cause these niggas be chicken, compound. I ain't wanna do it, but have to. I'm the shit like I live in the bathroom. Pull up, eat it, and dip, she fast food. Girl, let me show you what this cash do. I'm going nuts like the cashews. My name in they mouth with a bad move. Not a brokey, I go with a cash move. I'ma set this shit off if I have to. Hey. Niggas ain't built like me, bionicles, but you self-made. It's ironic though, you original but you be copying. I'm by my coins, I got that sonic flow. Bruce Lee, Roy, bitch, I got the glow. Probably run a ticket up at Papa Do's. Call me Young Atomic cause I'm about to blow, nigga. Pause, no homo, no homo. You can't get like me, oh man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, you broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D-I-E. Bang, bang, don't try me, that fire always be by me. You can't get like me, yo man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, you broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D-I-E. I'm gassed up, ignite me, my cash up, too lit, I be up. You can't get like me. Pack strong, hit like me.
That's right.
We ride till we D-I-E.
D-I-E.
My cash up too lit, I be.
I be. Welcome to another episode of Musically Zone Talks Boxing. This episode comes to you by the way of H.W. Wicks Handcrafted Candles. Their motto is relax and enjoy. We also come to you by way of the Block Fam, which started on Marlowe's Corner. Of course, we got to keep it going. Also by the Track Titans, who provides us with our music. And with that being said, let's dive into it. This weekend, we saw, I think, some pretty good fights. Our boy Gary Antoine Russell made an appearance. And he looked good at 140 pounds. He got a stoppage. After being out of the ring for what? 2.5 years, I think? Almost 3. But I'm pretty sure 2 for sure. Because remember the last time we saw him, that I remember he had the shoulder injury and situation like that, which he had to go and get himself together. And he came back and made a great showing for himself. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's laid down in the path for Gary Russell and down the line. Speaking of Gary Russell, your boy Lamont Roach, you know, he jumped on Twitter and had some things saying about don't talk to me about this old dude or something like that, something to that nature. You know, kind of shooting down him, but you know, he also said it was a good body shot. I don't know, Roach, you think you want to do something with old Gary Russell, Mr. Gary Russell? Go ahead and call it out, make it something that we all would be interested in. You talking that talk. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, Mr. Gary Antoine Russell went out there and he pretty much showed a great difference between he and his opponent. Faster, quicker, he was on his defense, dropping punches when he wanted to, landing good combinations, the better of all the punches between the two gentlemen, in my opinion. He cruised. And when I say cruised, I mean he cruised like on a beach cruiser at the beach, just rolling and chilling, taking it how it came, laying it down on that man and making him have to respect Mr. Gary Antoine Russell. That's right. What can I say? That was a good look. I gotta say that Josh Taylor Gang, leaving the game. That's right. Taylor Gang is leaving the game. And I for one gotta say, I think I'm gonna miss old Taylor Gang, Josh Taylor. Great fighter. He went out there and did his thing for the years, entertained the people, whooped some ass, became undisputed. Did he come undisputed? I might be saying that wrong. But let me make sure I'm saying what I need to be saying right, because I don't want to say the wrong thing, especially when this man is leaving the game. Yeah, he was undisputed. Former undisputed Josh Taylor forced to retire with an eye injury. 140-pound champion Josh Taylor has had to retire from the sport with an eye injury. Man. He lost his final bout against Eastman in Glasgow earlier in the year. And he lost his other two fights as well, ending his run at 19-3 with 13 knockouts. Man. Olympian, Commonwealth champion, Commonwealth champion, decorated amateur. The list goes on for him. And I gotta say, I believe that he'll be missed. He will be missed out of the game. And I wish him well on his endeavors after boxing. I hope he get that injury, that eye situation taken care of. And life look good for him. Lala D is in the building. First of all, let me say salute to my brother Joseph Brown, who happened to be the first one to roll through the building and make his thing pop off. And JB Judge Joe Brown, the Honorable. I'm glad to see you in the building, man. It's been a minute. Lala D say, not Gary Antoine. Antoine is at 140. What did Gary Russell move up to? And salute to you too as well, sis. Salute to you. Josh Taylor was last undisputed champion at 140. Yeah, I know he was a former 140 pounder. I did say Gary Russell. I said he moved up to 140. He looked good. No, he wasn't at 140. Is it 130 that he moved up to? Whatever. What did he move up to? Whatever he moved up to, the weight on him, no homo, but the weight looked good on him. He looked like he looked like he grew up a little bit. I always looked at him as a little guy, like a little man. But he went out there and handled his business and did exactly what he needed to do. Thanks for the correction, Lala D. Not 140. I need to check out and find out what weight class that was in. And if you know, let me know, so I'll have the right information. You ready to go to the gym? Okay. This one? Don't talk to me right now. No, it's not. No, it's not. Get out. Leave me alone. Stop. Anyway, we waiting on Hyphy to show up. He said he was washing his truck or something, but he was challenged if I pressed the button tonight, because he told me I wasn't going to press the button. Well, here I am. We got to get him live because he got some push-ups to be giving us, because there wasn't no way I was going to be on here pushing up and down for nobody at all. Got a quick question for y'all. I want to know real quick. Layla Ali, Clarissa Shields, they still at it. They still going back and forth with each other. They still bumping at each other. He weighed in at 132, fought at 135 pounder, I think. Okay, that's what so he weighed in at 132. So yeah, that's pretty good. I guess he moving up. I think he'd be able to make some noise. He in the spot where he can talk to talk that talk with Tank a little better. Might can even roll something in. I don't know if we'll ever see that. It's just wishful thinking. Just wishful thinking. That's all. But anyway, salute to my boy Gary Russell for coming out there after such a long layoff. He's one of those ones that prove that he can have a layoff and still come back and handle his business. Correcto. He did just that. Lala D say, Joseph Brown, all rise for the honorable. Anyway, I guess the first thing I want to bring up, I got my brother, Eric R in the building. What's going on, my brother Eric R? My brother from another mother and father. Glad to see you in the building and salute to you. Oh, it's doing what it do. You know what I'm saying? Life goes on. Things got a little hard. Things have been a little hard, you know, but we are fighters and we fight through it. I want to know, I'm going to start from the bottom of the list. Ali, Layla, that is, and Claressa Shields. I did say, you know, they at it again, talking back and forth, that this and that. And Layla was on the panel talking, you know, calling the fights and everything. And the question came up about her and Claressa going at it, you know, and her answer was, you know, I said it's a rumor going on about them fight. She said, I think the rumor is if somebody has 15, 20 million, I'd have to think about that. Claressa pops up and say, bam, with her and her crew, we got 15 million, Layla, what's up? Now, some people saying that Layla started backtracking. I say, if the lady asked for a year to get herself together, give her the year. If y'all got the 15 million, go ahead and set it up. Now, my brother Hyphy, he said he don't think it's going to be enough people to garnish that. I don't know. I won't go against it and say that he don't have that they won't be able to pull it off. You know, a lot of things has happened bigger than that, surprisingly than that. So I won't push it down and say that it can't happen. I just have to say I'm gonna sit back in the wing and see if it will happen. Eric, salute. See the rings for our bro. Okay, now that ain't me. So with that being said, what do you guys think? Do you think that we'll stand a chance to see that fight, or do you think Hyphy might be right and say that this is just a pull your bluff type thing, and Claressa is pulling the bluff of Layla Ali? What if Claressa don't have the 15 million and she just bluffing? Does Layla Ali feel brave enough to say, let's do it? That's what I want to know. Hyphy say he don't think the money's there. I say, you know, I give him a chance. I think it could be a great possibility that the money is there. But we'll have to wait and see as time goes by, because everything works on time. Where the heck are... Oh, there we go. Everything works on time. So y'all let me know what y'all thinking about, what y'all think about the Claressa Shields and Layla Ali, because we can keep bringing that up. Pop out, bro, Joseph Brown. Like AJ. I know it's hard, but we got to do it again. What's that? Wing game. Okay. Y'all must be... What y'all talking about? Hockey? That's the only... Oh, baseball. Is this some red? No, the Red Wings hockey. I don't know nobody with a wing in baseball. I'm just in y'all business. I should be talking about what's popping off in boxing. Anyway. We know Josh Taylor's left the game. I spoke on that. But I want to know what y'all think about Layla Ali and Claressa Shields. Do y'all think that fight is going to manifest tonight? That would be the biggest fight in women's boxing, and the money will be there. Okay, my brother Joseph Brown says that he believes that the money will be there, and it will. You know, Joseph, I have to agree with you 100 full-heartedly. That will be the biggest fight in boxing for women. You know, saying that name, Layla Ali's name, if you kind of look at it, I guess you could say, you know, it'll be like a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson type deal. Except, you know, Layla is a true boxer, and I don't want to take that away from Jake Paul because he seems to be really trying to be a boxer. But with Layla and Claressa, you know, I'm just excited to see it. I would like to know how it would turn out. You know what I'm saying? Layla, you know, 5 years ago, she was saying that, you know, Claressa ain't strong enough to keep her from walking her down. She ain't got nothing for. She don't box well enough. She can come in and street fight. You know, Layla was talking that stuff about 5 years ago. But now, 5 years later, here we are. Claressa has climbed the ladder, still winning, beating everybody that she's been put in the ring with. Can't say that I've really actually seen a close fight yet with her and any of these ladies. She's fought everybody at her weight classes. Undisputed, got a lot of belts, a lot of belts, a lot of belts. I must have been listening to Donald Trump. A lot of belts, a lot of belts. Very big deal. Very big deal. Anyway, Clarissa Shields, now she's a heavyweight. She's cracking because we seen her get a knockout. And we seen what she did to, oh man, what's the old girl's name that she caught with the pullback and made her like just bow down with the way she clocked her ass. I'm thinking that this should be a hell of a fight. He said, this is Dynasty Talk, OG. You wouldn't know nothing about that. It's a bird thing. Okay, y'all talking about the Eagles. And before you try to tell me I don't know nothing about the Dynasty, let me break something down to you, player. You do know that I'm from up north. Gary, Indiana, backyard of the Chi. Chicago Bulls, dynasty. Not one dynasty. I can go ahead and have to say they had two dynasties going on in the midst of one dynasty. 3, chill, 3, hey. Who else did that? That's what I'm saying. So don't tell me I don't know nothing about no dynasty talk. Pimping, because I know about dynasties. Yes, I do. Now, put me out there like that. How dare you? Anyway, if the fight was to go out with Clarissa and Laila Ali, I would have to say my money is going on Clarissa. No disrespect to Laila, but what, isn't Laila in her 40s? Almost 50? If not, what her gas tank gonna look like? And don't nobody tell me, well, Manny Pacquiao came back, because we gonna get on Manny later. We talking about Laila right now. A lady that had children, been being a mom, you know, doing whatever she does in her spare time. 47. Okay, my boy Eric all say she's 47. That's 1 year older than my boy Manny. Damn. Well, she might be able to come back and, you know, have some pep in her step and everything like that. But do you think she can let her hands go rapidly enough and protect herself tightly enough against the onslaught that would be coming from Clarissa Shields? Because we do know that she likes to fire off shots in succession. She likes to shoot off rapid shots in succession. And now that she's learned how to sit on her punches, which I have to relate to my brother Hyphy, who said she had to wait till she turned into a heavyweight. Now she's just not turning over her punches. Well, before she became a heavyweight, she might have been turning over her punches like you wanted her to, but she was turning them over well enough to be whooping everybody else's ass. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying right now, today, that I think if Clarissa the Goat Shields goes up against Laila Ali, I don't even know what her nickname is. Does anybody know what Layla's nickname is? Anyway, the baby Ali going up against the Goat. I don't know. I think the Goat's going to take it. I think the Goat will take it and take it convincingly. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she'll take it up convincingly. My boy says Shields barking up that tree would be like Canelo calling Oscar out. Not a good look. Well, before you say that Clarissa is the one barking up that tree, remember her and Laila had been going at it some time back. And Laila had a lot of stuff to say. A lot of stuff to say. So I wouldn't say she's just barking up a tree. And I wouldn't compare it to Canelo and Oscar. Even though that would be horrible. Oscar's out of there. Oscar is out of there. So let's not even do that. He said Laila got a strong 6 rounds. But she's facing Shields in her prime. Shields hurting the bigger fighters. There you go. That's from the honorable one. Judge Joe Brown. You know, if a judge got something to say, he the judge in our crew. If a judge got something to say about something, then you should be listening. And I'm thinking and riding with what my boy Joseph Brown is saying. I give Laila 6 rounds. 6 is fair. 6 rounds is a fair amount of number. That's over half the fight. And I say 6.5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10. Hold up. You saying that she have a good strong 6 rounds, but you're not saying she'll win 6. I say she might win. I'll say she would win 3, possibly 4 before Clarissa gets gets on it. And then, we still have to see when they step out there how much, hate to see it, but how much ring rust will she have to shake off. But, ladies, women, young women, girls of today seem to be a little differently cut. And I'm thinking that, if Layla is seriously talking about coming back, because 15 million, if 15 million is on the table, hell, I'll put on some boxing gloves with this bad arm and go out there and try to do something for 15 million. Like she said, when you throw 15 million out there, you got to at least think about it. You got to. And 15 million is a lot to think about. That's a hell of a jump in your bank account. Hell of a jump. I don't know anybody that could say, you know what, I don't need 15 million. I don't even know rich people that would say, you know what, I don't want 15 million. But we have to see, like my boy said, I can't see it happen. Who gonna train her? I don't know who's going to train her, Eric R. But that's Laila Ali. I'm pretty sure that if she comes back and she puts the call out, I don't see too many trainers that wouldn't want to train her. Who do you think wouldn't want to train her? You know what I'm saying? Who do you think wouldn't want to train Laila Ali? You got a chance to get out here. Just think about this. This fight, if it was to materialize and come to fruition, this fight would be a spectacle, in my opinion, if they promoted it right. And these girls, these ladies are gonna be talking crazy to each other. They gonna promote it. They gonna have they back and forth banter like nobody's business, really. So I really think that it would be a fun fest. It would be fun to see the build up. It would be fun and exciting to see them finally get to the ring. And I believe people would be excited to see them actually fight. My boy Joseph Brown says 6 strong rounds means she would fade late. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't thinking that we was giving her 6 rounds. I just wanted to make sure that the 6 strong rounds were just that, strong rounds. And after that gas tank started coming on and the lighter started blinking. We know Claressa has a great gas tank, great stamina. She has heart. She got that dog in her. The only thing that makes me kind of draw back on it is Layla is 46 or 47. She is 47, and say that everything was to hit right now, and they say, hey, the fight is signed, we getting ready, or what have you. Do you think they're gonna give her a year? Do you think that Claressa would get a warm-up fight, stay busy until Layla's ready? Or do you think Claressa will chill? She can't chill because she got a fight coming up, matter of fact. Which I think she's going to put hands all over that girl. Can't think of the girl's name right now. Start with an L, but I'm pretty sure that Claressa going to put her hands on her. That's my state on it. That's my feel on it. That's my word. I feel like Claressa's going to make it happen against that girl and put her down. But back to, Layla, y'all give me some thought on how y'all feel about it. If it went to, Joseph Brown say, if it went the distance, which I don't think it will, that's coming off of the 6 strong rounds, meaning she would fade. If it went the distance, I don't think it will. You think Claressa could stop Layla? That's really what I wanted to get to. Do you guys think Claressa could stop Layla? Stop her. I think Layla might have that enough dog in it to be like, I ain't letting you stop me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let you put me down. Claressa, we done talked a lot, yada, yada, this and that. We done barked at each other. But I think Layla got enough of her daddy in it to not let herself be stopped. But, wait a minute. The flex would be Layla having Floyd Mayweather Jr. as her head trainer to stand in for Roger. That would be a flex. I like that, Eric R. I like that a lot. Floyd Mayweather standing there. Oh, hell no. That wouldn't work. Floyd was talking noise about her daddy. I don't think she gonna too much want to mess with Floyd. But $15 million, you trying to get the best that you can? I don't know. Maybe so. But it's a lot of trainers out there not named Floyd because, to be honest, who is Floyd trained that we actually googly over? That we like, oh, Floyd trained this person. This person is, he working with Cromell Moulton, but this is a very talented young man already. Worked with Tank, who is also a talented young man already. He could show us some tips, I guess, some things of that nature. But because of the way he handled his business and he spoke down on her dad, I don't know if that would be a good fit for Eric Carr. That's just my opinion. And my boy Joseph Brown says, yes, I think Shields can stop Laila Ali. It don't say Laila Ali on there, but I'm guessing that's what he meant. So I got Joseph Brown thinking that Claressa will stop Laila. Man, can you imagine? Can you imagine how happy that girl would be to say, not only did I fight Laila and stop her, I put those hands on that girl. Claressa was saying that she was looking at Laila's last part of her career opposed to her first part of her career, and she's like, there's no comparison. Now, I don't know how you guys look at that or how you would label their careers against each other. I would have to kind of lean toward Claressa a little bit for the simple reason, Laila at her time, to me, did not have a whole lot of true competition like today's melting pot of boxing. It's a lot of young ladies, a lot of girls that got hands, a lot of young ladies. If you open up your eyes and look, you will see that these women, there are some women that are starting to show up on the radar that have mad skills, that are really doing their thing. My boy Joseph Brown says Shields is 100% correct. It's not even close. Yeah, because one, the talent from back then to today, it's a big jump between the talent. These girls are training different, they're eating different, they're working out different. They got things that Laila and them didn't have back in the day. Now, true, Laila can mess with all this stuff now, but once you get to a certain age, you've stepped away from things. I don't know if she's been working out or she looks like she's in shape. She looked like she's in decent shape, but fighting shape, I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know. And it's been a long time, I'm thinking, since old Shield has been since old Laila has been punched. So what's a punch resistance gonna be like? Like Hyphy said, Claressa is a heavyweight now. She a big girl. And she punching hard now. She done figured out how to sit down on these punches and deliver them with bad intentions. And I think that would make a great difference, a very big difference when it comes to those two stepping in the ring. So I'll leave it open. If you guys have anything to say as the show goes on about Claressa and Laila, feel free to throw it out there for me, and we'll pick back up. Y'all want to speak on Dubois and Usyk, Fundora and Sue, or Pac and Barrio? Y'all let me know who we should touch down on first when it comes down to speaking about those three fights: Pac Barrio, Fundora Zoo, or Usyk Daniel. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, y'all give me a hot second. I know some of us don't like the music that I play, but hey, it's okay. I'm just doing what I can do with what I got. I'm going to hit y'all with Hydro Blow, and I'll be right back.
Shorty looking mad fly, had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulated conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene, know what I mean? Feel me? really. I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, passed the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said it's Otis, last name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese, do you get high? Then I'm your guy.
If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go.
Say what you want, just be blunt, I can stand the flames. Take a ride on the great airlines, I promise you'll be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach to blazing luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average throat. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving the feel of your lips, taking drags off this gas. Just puff and never pass, I'm your high value reaper.
I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling as she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back up on me and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so hungry. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walking to the table, she asking what I think. I like the way your lips poke, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turn around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her hands on his toes. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about double E. Yeah, you heard what she said.
If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go. If I got the high, you got control, you can make this track go.
Well, we are back, and that was Hydro Blow by the Track Titans, featuring Decay. Now, our big brother is in the house. Ernest Davis that fell into the building, a.k.a. Manny Draper in Texas Timbo, my favorite producer, Big E, my brother. What's going on, man? Glad to see you making it to the spot. Joseph Brown said, "Pack Barrio first." Okay, let's jump into it. Gil Coles has fallen into the building. What's up, Gil? Glad to see that Florida connection roll through. Hope my voice is reaching you in good health and everything is going well for you. And that goes for everyone that is listening. I hope everything is going well for you. Big bro, I know you're feeling under the weather, and I hope you get better. Y'all, Big E feeling a little down, but he still joined us. So that's love right there. So let's get into this. He say, "Bro, I thought I was seeing." No, that's him. That's Judge Joe Brown in the building. That's Judge Joe Brown in the building. So the next fight that we're gonna talk about, Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios, 147-pound fight for the WBC strap. Mario Barrios was the defending champion. He still is the champion, because the fight ended in a draw. Now, D-Lo 404 Boxing the voice of reason, the man who helps you think outside of the box, the man who gives you things to look at to help you get a better understanding of what it is that you think you might have seen or you've seen and what's going on with it. And that would be the fight with Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrios. D'Lo said, a draw. Well, just like I had Uncle Abel beating Barrios in the last fight, which also ended in a draw, I felt Manny beat him as well. Now, Manny is now boasting a record of 62, 8, and 3 draws with 39 knockouts. I'm going to open it up. You know, I really want to hear you guys. If y'all got something to say and you really want to speak, y'all know where the link at. Come on in here and speak your piece on the Mario Barrios and Manny Pacquiao fight. I feel like, and this is just what I was thinking, looking at the fight and the way Mario's fought, one, he was cautious enough to know Manny Pacquiao must still punch pretty hard. He also spoke the fact that Manny can still crack. But I did see Mario kind of pretty much, keeping Manny at bay when he needed to, when it was conducive. I also saw him land some pretty good shots that I felt like if he really wanted to put a little more on it, he could have. It is my opinion, watching the fight between Manny and Barrios, dare I say, was looking at a legend and didn't really want to beat this dude up the way we would have or people would have wanted. He respected the legend. Manny is a legend. Mario was wasn't even born when Manny first started, or was he like just born? And when Manny became champion, I think Mario had just turned 3. So imagine you growing up watching this man fight people like Banderas, Floyd, Oscar, Shane, whooping people, knocking them out, just, going at it, jumping up all these weight classes. What is it, 5 division champion or 8 division? I don't know. So many damn divisions that he won a championship in. You in the ring with, dare I say, maybe your idol. And it kind of put me in a situation to think that Manny could have did a lot, Barrios could have did a lot better. But I think he had too much respect for Manny. I don't think he really wanted to beat Manny up. Not like that. And to be honest, I'm gonna give my true thought. Manny had some spring in his step and he looked good for 46 years old and being out of the ring as long as he has. But ask yourself this. Do you think Manny is really ready to be coming back and mixing it up with these fighters at 147? I won't say champions. I'll say these fighters. It may be a few of them in the bunch that he can take out. But for the most part, I don't believe Manny is really set and ready to deal with what can come at him, what will come at him in his next upcoming fights. At some point, somebody's going to be like, I don't give a damn that you Manny Pacquiao or not. I'm about to knock your block off. Champ Ross in the building. Salute, fellas. Salute right back at ya. The family is sliding in real good tonight. But anyway, I'm thinking that Manny made a good jump in. He showed himself good. I think the judges, in my opinion, even felt, it just felt like we don't want to give Manny a loss. He didn't do enough to, in my opinion, to take the fight to take the belts from Mario. And I think the judges did a fair thing because I think Mario was kind of holding back. And they, you see Manny wasn't really just digging off in Mario. I don't care what nobody say, that was not happening. And I feel like they said, you know what? We're not going to take the belt from the champ, but we're not going to also give Manny a loss. Draw. That's how I feel about it. I ain't going to say a robbery or anything like that because it is my opinion, humble as it is. A lot of people, a lot of fans of boxing look at Mario Barrios at 147 pounds as the weakest champion there. I haven't subscribed to that yet. Yes, we've seen Mario Barrios be in some very hard fights, at least 2. At least. I know the one I remember for sure is when he was bruised, battered, and bloody. But he fought on, and he fought with heart and determination. Stuff champions are made of. I wasn't mad at the draw. Not at all. I wasn't mad at the draw at all. I actually had Mario winning like 8-4. That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. I'll give you 8-4. But they gave him a draw, and it is what it was. But I didn't see Manny go out there and he turned back the clock a couple of minutes. Barrios jab was most effective punch. Manny was the bruiser fighter. Man, it's jumping like a mug. I thought Manny legs would give on him in late rounds, and I believe Manny defense was better. He was parrying shots as well. You know, Joseph, I thought Manny was going to kind of gas out a little bit too. I am surprised that he was able to keep the fluidity of the way he was moving and bouncing within the ring. And you're right, he was parrying shots. He was blocking it. He did good. I saw him make a couple of come-in moves where he do that punching coming in and step to the side. You know, I peeped that. It just wasn't as fast as it used to be. You know, it looked like a hair slower. You know, and I'm not trying to dump on Manny, and I would never do that. I'm just saying that the way it looked to me, you could see that Manny Pacquiao has aged. He has aged. And once again, I bring the question, do you think Manny can make a lot of noise at 147 pounds at the age of 47 moving forward? That's one question I have to bring everybody. Champ Ross says, Barrios is the most average champion you'll ever see. That's a possibility. That is a possibility. But I think people looking at him as being not the best, they don't, to me, they, like I said, they look at him as being the weakest of the champions at 147. You say he look average. He'd be the most average fighter that we ever see. I'll take that. But you got to give a man the respect on the fact that the boy got hard. He does have hard, and in my opinion, he fights and he fights on. You know, he seems to be training like he's supposed to. Things might not look as good as you want them, but hey, he's getting the job done. And that's pretty much all you can ask. That's all any trainer would ask for. Hey, get the job done. Walk away with the win. Can we step away with the win? That's what I'm glad that, because the crowd was oohing when Packy was doing stuff and on, I could say that I'm glad it didn't affect the judges into the effect that it would make them give Pacquiao the fight. That part, I'm sure. He said, Manny was playing their old tricks you play with your kids, telling them to stop, knowing you got something up your sleeve, and Barrios kept falling for it. With that part, Champ Ross, that to me plays to the part of him respecting Manny. The fact that Manny is a legend. I spoke on the fact that, you know, Mario was a baby when Manny became champion the first time. When he turned pro, Mario was just being born. So this is a young man that has watched, you know, I'm sitting here in the ring with Manny Pacquiao, Pac-Man. I watched this man as a child growing up. I watched this man when I fell in love with boxing and started boxing myself, still doing his thing. I turned pro, become champion, and the boxing gods blessed me to be able to step in the ring with Manny Pacquiao. Just let that sink in. You know what I'm saying? This is a dream come true on so many levels. So once again, I in my opinion, I think Mario's was respecting Manny just a little tad bit too much. My boy Joseph Brown said, I think Manny won the fight. Losing the 12th round cost him the fight in the judge's eyes. Ooh. Well, I hear you, Judge. And this is the one time, I guess I'm the prosecutor today, and I didn't see Manny win. I really didn't see Manny win. I'll say that I saw Barrio do just enough to not lose. But I didn't think Manny did just enough to win. And one doing just enough to not lose, and the other doing as best he could as an old man, because I didn't see the Manny that I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see the Manny that I felt like people was expecting to see. I saw a good Manny, but I didn't see a dominating Manny. You know, Champ Ross even said, "Yeah, I thought Manny won also." Well, I didn't think he won, and I picked Mario to win, and he did. So I feel pretty good about that. But it was good for boxing. It was good for Mario because, hey, he got a scout on his mantle that a lot of other fighters can't claim. He has Manny Pacquiao. He has shared the ring with the legend Manny Pacquiao. And I'm getting that now, watching those two fight and say, okay, I get it when these guys be like, you know, I'm fighting a legend. Manny is a My bad, y'all. I pressed the button and kicked myself out the gym. But I'm back. He said it was a close. Champ Ross said it was close, but draw at best. For Barrios, Manny should have edged it out. You think? I don't think so. I'm satisfied with the fact that it was a draw. I'm not upset either way. I would have been a little surprised if they had gave it to Manny. I would have been surprised, no lie. I should try to get that Barrios fight to get the strap at 147. Keith? But Keith is at 154 now. He's already moved up. You know what I'm saying? He already moved up. So, what would be the purpose to go back down? You know, Keith, I think, you know, one thing, I think 154 is going to be a better fit for Keith at the moment. I don't know if he really want to keep trying to squeeze down to 147. If he can do it, great. You know, I don't know. Go for it, I guess. But for the most part, I think Keith is going to be at 154 for the duration and probably to the end. I take my hat off to Manny for putting on such a good showing. And, you know, he came out and said, I thought I won. Same words he said when he fought against Mayweather. I thought I won. I didn't think he won that fight, and I didn't think he won this one. I'm just saying. He say, did Manny look fat to you? That's a question from my big brother. I wouldn't say he looked fat, but at the same time, it wasn't a tight body what you would be used to seeing Manny as. But we got to give it to him. He's been chilling and doing politics and stuff for the last couple of years. And, you know, yeah, I guess you say he had a nice 47-year-old body that works out and putting in the work to handle his business and do what he needs to do. That's what I think. That's what I think. But I appreciate you guys to say y'all think Manny won. But me sitting here trying to just run it through my mind again, I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. I saw a decent fight. Like I said again, I'm gonna say it again. I saw a fighter, in my opinion, that looked like he was cautious, you know, because Manny could still hit. He didn't want to get. I don't think Marios was trying to let himself get knocked out and be embarrassed in front of the world, but he still wanted to tap on Manny so people wouldn't say, "Oh, this was a weak fight," because it wasn't a weak fight. It was a fairly entertaining fight for a 47-year-old Manny Pacquiao making the comeback, coming out of retirement. I appreciate the fact that Mario Barrios didn't go out there and just try to beat the hell out of him. I appreciate the fact that Mario Barrios, in my opinion, looked like he was trying to let it be a decent fight, do just enough to win, not embarrass himself, and not embarrass Manny. That's my take on it. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I already know Joseph Brown thinks that Manny won, Your Honor. I understand you're thinking, but you can't judge. You can't make a decision on this. like that, sir. You got to look at everything. If you feel like Manny won more rounds than Mario, I'll have to argue it. I would actually have to argue it, but I don't want to because you're the judge. But the other judges, the first judge when he gave it to Mario, I was like, okay. I instantly was like, Mario gonna win. But when he said, and the other two judges, I was like, oh, these motherfuckers scored the same thing. And then we get a majority draw. Hey, Champ Ross, I just want to know, do my MD stand for majority draw this time? Did you count it like that? Or did you count it as a majority decision? I'm just asking. You can't stop. You can't shoot me for trying. He say, Keith is going to wait. Keith not coming. Wait, Keith not becoming champion 154. You don't think Keith got it in him to be able to surprise somebody at 154? You don't think he can do it? You don't think Keith could go somewhere and get his concentration on, his meditation, pull that flute out, play something melodic to get his mind on the right vibrations, to get his body on the right vibrations, and go out there and surprise one of those boys at 154? I'm just curious. You saying Keith best chance is at 147. And if he could make the weight without having to kill himself, then yeah, I think he would stand a good chance. He had to deal with that Norman boy, and he'd have to deal with damn, I just drew a straight mind blank at 147. Norman, who else is it? Y'all help me out because I can't even remember nobody right now. Keith trying to get that Charlo fight. Ain't nobody trying to play with Pandora. Hey, the Tower Inferno, we gonna get to that. Yeah, you gonna have to deal because it ain't playing. And then he became a champion with what they say 30% better. That's all I'm saying. But first of all, let me give salute and shout out to Manny Pacquiao for one, having the guts to even come back at the age 47, step back in the ring, not with a tune-up fight. Unless y'all consider Mario Barrios champion a tune-up fight. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The man that could call a frog from a well, yes indeed. He'll have him standing in the freaking desert watching the fight, listening to him call it. Trey X in the building. What's up, my brother?
What's going down? Salute to everybody in the chat and shit. Excuse me if I'm talking slow, sounding crazy as a motherfucker, but once again, I was out all night last night, hemorrhaging money, playing poker and not playing it very well. And the cards didn't give me no help. I hit one flop all night last night. So yeah, it was terrible, but shit, I want to get my mind off of it and talk some boxing. What's going down?
Dude, it's all gravy and biscuits around here. This man said he was hemorrhaging money. Couldn't get the cards to help him out one time. The dealer just wasn't looking his way. That's when you know that it ain't going great.
Oh man, every time I'm supposed to zig, I zag. Every time I'm supposed to zag, I zig. I'm supposed to be more aggressive in some spots. I'm being too passive. I'm supposed to be more passive in some spots. I'm too aggressive. I just couldn't get my shit together last night. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I'm a realist. So I'm gonna look at it for what it is and make some adjustments and come back with something. But I see that you're talking about the Pacquiao fight.
Yes, sir.
Y'all were listening a little bit while I was trying to get my little setup together. I gotta agree with the people. The consensus seems to be that most people think Pacquiao won the fight. My partner that I told you about, he had went to some little function with his family. And his wife Mexican, and they love boxing and shit, so they watching the fights and want to bet on the fights. And he asking me who we should take. I say take Mario Barrios. I was really looking at it from a pure mathematical standpoint because he's supposed to lay 3-1 odds if you gonna take Barrios, and he getting a straight up bet 1-1. So I just said mathematically they can't beat you in the long run if you take them type of bets. So take Barrios. And plus Pacquiao ain't fought in 4 years, motherfucker, 46, 47. I think that's the best pick. And when the fight was going on, that motherfucker steady texting me. Man, this motherfucker Pacquiao out here standing on business. And you got me riding with this motherfucker Barrios and all that kind of shit. Man, my luck just bad, man. I can't even win a boxing match and all this type of shit. And then after the fight, he texted me talking about, well, my luck might be a little bit better. They just ruled it a draw. I ain't gonna lie though, I was thinking he probably got lucky to get that draw though. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought Pacquiao was winning that fight. I thought Barrios just being too goddamn nice. You know, Pacquiao want to touch gloves every round and all this kind of shit. Pacquiao trying to box and referee the fight at the same time. Keep your punches up. And Barrios step back and listen to him like he the motherfucking ref. I'm really getting frustrated. I heard you say that you glad Barrios just, went out there and moved around with him. Do enough not to lose, but don't go out there and beat the brakes off. Man, fuck that. You get your ass in this ring, you supposed to get your ass whooped. And you ain't doing your job if you ain't trying to whoop his ass. All that touching gloves, being all nice and shit, not letting your hands go, just stepping in with a single jab and just moving around with him. It looked like he was sparring. And then going into, I want to say, the championship rounds, the coach said, man, look, fuck all that touching gloves. I don't want to see you touch gloves no more tonight. I want you to go in there and let your hands go and put the hands on this motherfucker. And then for the first time all night, I see him throwing a few combinations. So I'm like, man, you telling on yourself. He could have been throwing combinations in this fight. This dude falling in with these shots and shit. And I know it's Pacquiao. He one of the greatest of all time for a reason. So he gonna mix him up a little bit on, you know what I'm saying? But he had enough to go out there and put them hands on Pacquiao. It almost made me think it's a conspiracy. Like the motherfuckers that came to him and told him, look, man, look here. Just move around with Pac-Man. You know what I'm saying? Make it a good fight. Let him do his thing a little bit. We ain't gonna put no loss on your record. You're gonna have a draw. But we're gonna take care of you on the back end, under the table type shit. You know what I'm saying? Just move around with him. Because the money is behind Pacquiao. So this fight here just showed that Pacquiao is at least a competent boxer still. And if he get in a big fight next, people gonna be interested to see what happens. So that's kind of what I'm thinking a little bit.
I feel you on that, which plays into the part that I was saying that I felt, the respect thing. That's why I keep saying Mario's was a baby when, he started seeing Pacquiao. He growing up, coming up through the rankings and everything and doing his thing. Manny Pacquiao, great legend, great fighter, and he getting a chance to face it. And I feel like the respect factor played a big part in the fight. Champ Ross saying PBC gonna have a senior circuit coming soon on Bounce TV.
Well, that's what they do though. They done that in the past, where they give the old schools a little chance to do a little something. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of their MO. Like when they brought back the Ghost Guerrero and all the motherfuckers, they done brought back Alfredo Angulo and let him get some different fighters. The motherfuckers be old past their prime. PBC let them get one more run. See what happens.
All right. I'm gonna jump down the chat just for a second, but I'm gonna come back up because Joseph Brown's comment fits. He said, I don't think Barrios was carrying Manny. Barrios was trying, but Manny had just enough angles and was throwing enough punches to keep Barrios' output in check. I'm gonna have to agree with Trey X where he was getting on, where his trainers was getting on him about not letting his hands go and so much. And when he came out and did start letting his hands go, I'm gonna say, just imagine if he had fought the whole fight like that, he probably would have put Manny down. I'm under the impression, I guess I'm gonna just stick with it, that Mario respected him too much, and I think that played a big part in it. I won't shy away from the idea that you said that they probably came to old Mario and say, man, let this man look good, don't beat him down, we hook you up later. I can follow that. I can follow that real good.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's true. That's just what came to my mind. Because I understand that Pacquiao stand on his feet and not taking a severe beating equals money. His next fight has value to it now. If he would have went out there and got his ass whooped by the younger man like he was supposed to, his next fight wouldn't have no value. And just like we always say, follow the money. So I'm not going to never take the money out the equation when I'm analyzing the fight. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I understand he using his angles and all that other type of shit. But I just find it very interesting that the moment that Barrios' corner tells him, fuck all of this respect and all this kind of stuff, he immediately goes out there and closes the fight strong. And that's what really got him to draw. Because if he would have lost them last 2 rounds, he would have lost. And he went out there, in my opinion, I thought he won the fight. That's when I started seeing him throwing more than one punch at a time. Like I saw him for the most part punching 1 or maybe 2 punches at a time all night. And then going into the championship round, that's when I started seeing him throwing more than 2 punches. So, hey, that just stood out to me.
Right. I was sitting here watching it with one of my sons, and I was telling him, I said, I think Mario, we both were saying the same thing, really. We thought Mario was going to open up a little. He was trying to let Pacquiao probably see if he was going to wear down. But as it started getting deeper in the fight, that's when I came to the conclusion Mario is having too much respect for old Pacquiao. Eric Champ Ross says, imagine if Barrios was Brian Norman. We might have seen an old man on a stretcher. That's a possibility because the Normans, they after Norman Sr. told Bill that he was gonna tell this boy to walk over his son when he knocked him out. But then again, I don't know. They might have had some respect for old Manny too. It's hard to call. We just have to see what happens and who, if Manny comes back, because he said you got to think about it. But we got to see who he'll be stepping in the ring with next if he decides to keep this going. Eric R. says, I think Barrio felt a little compassion for Manny after he hurt him a little. That's a possibility too, Eric R. That's a possibility too.
Yeah, I'm just tripping on the one shot at a time. Like he'll step in, hit that motherfucker with one jab. That's it. He don't come back with nothing. I'm anticipating the right hand behind it at least in the future, and start putting some shots together on Manny. And I just didn't see him put that type of effort out there. I was disappointed in old Barrios, man. L-ass Tepper, nigga, you supposed to go out there and go to war with this motherfucker. You done been around the block a few times. Don't fought good fighters. Man. You know what I'm saying? But well, look, this is my last thing. I was thinking about the common opponent that they have in Ugas. I forgot they also got a common opponent in Thurman. And Pacquiao beat Thurman, Barrios lost to Thurman. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be too surprised that at least for one night Pacquiao can go out there and put together a little something. I thought he did good for old man, especially if it was authentic. Like if Barrios was really doing his best and Pacquiao was just really befuddling him to where he couldn't get his feet set and get his punches off, if that's what was really taking place, I'd give him some credit on that, man.
That's a good thought. I know I was sitting here telling my daughter, my wife, my sons, I'm like, man, y'all need to be behind Mario. He represents San Antonio. That's where we at. We right here, right now, where the man at. Get behind your hometown person. Not hating on Manny. Love Manny. But I didn't want San Antonio to take a loss. Not to the Philippines. I'm sorry. That's just me. That's just me. Yeah, Joseph Brown says salute to you.
Salute. What's going
Big
down?
Bro say salute, little bro.
OG, what's up, man?
Oh, we got Champ Ross giving us something. He said, just heads up, for next week it's going to be early start Wednesday in Japan. Just giving early heads up, y'all.
That's good he did, because I thought the fight started on Friday. I didn't already turn my picks in and shit. I didn't even see no Wednesday fights. Or maybe he talking about it on the 20th.
The next one coming up.
Yeah. I think he talking about them fights on the 20th. Because I think Kenshiro Taraji, he fight that Ricardo Sandoval kid that come out of California and shit. We won one of our good bets early on when he had fought against Medellita, but he a good fighter though. He gonna go over there and give Taraji some smoke. And I like Taraji. That's the dude they call the Amazing Boy. And that motherfucker is worth getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch. But he going against this kid Sandoval. Is like I said, Sandoval has been out there with a few fighters. So this ain't gonna be his first time sharing the ring with somebody that's good. And he competitive. He gonna come fight. That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Champ Ross had to add on. He said, looks like week 10 fights next week. No, he said, looks like a slow week. 10 fights next week, but 3 early on Wednesday in Japan. Okay, so he just reiterated on that. Joseph Brown said, shoot craps or hit that roulette, and you would come up on something.
That's the worst idea. That's the worst idea anybody can give. That was absolutely terrible. Like there's literally a mathematical disadvantage built into the numbers in them games. All those games favor the house. See, the difference between something like poker and playing roulette or blackjack or any of that shit, even shooting craps, is that you're not going against the house. You're going against the other players. The way that the house makes their money is by either taking a rake from each pot, like they'll take a percentage, like 5%. They even be lower than that at the casino, actually. Or sometimes they'll make you pay for time. So like if you sit in the seat for a half an hour, you got to pay $5. And they'll have a little clock on the wall. So whenever that timer go down, they'll say, let me get 5 for time. I really don't like that shit though. That's how the poker room that I go to now, that's how they got their shit, where you pay for time. But that's being very
greedy.
It's getting popular though. But it's really advantages and disadvantages to the shit. Because like if you playing bigger games, because I don't play in a real big game, I play in a 1-3 game. If you play like let's say a 2-5-10 game or something like that, it doesn't affect you as much because the pots are much bigger. You know what I'm saying? But if the pots are small and like let's say you don't play a lot of hands, that shit add up over time. So like I sat and played last night for 6 hours. So I basically paid $60 to sit in that seat to play. So you're paying $10 an hour basically to sit in that seat. And it's hard to overcome that. Because like when I'm playing my best and I'm on point, I make about $35 an hour playing poker. So I'm automatically got to give 10 of my 35 an hour to the house. And if I get behind, that's just another obstacle that I got to overcome. So this is new for me. See, I like the rake structure because they only take a rake from the winning pot. So if you playing like a more solid type of game and you're not doing a bunch of splashing around and you playing like the top 12% of your hands, it doesn't affect you because you're not in the pots. You're only playing for the blinds. But if you paying for time, even if you have not played a hand, you are still giving money out your stack, paying for time. So I'm probably gonna have to just stick with the house games and shit where they rake and they ain't paying for time and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But
paying for time sound like it sucks.
Yeah, that shit do, man. Especially when you behind and here come this motherfucker. Next hand, 5 for time. Like, god damn. And then I swear, last night I sat down right at the shot clock, right? Like at the end of the shot clock. So as soon as I sit down, this woman talking about pay for let me get 5 for time. I say, do I gotta pay? Because I literally just sat down and did not play a hand. She told me, yeah, you paying for the seat. I'm like, god damn, I ain't even played the hand yet. And I'm paying for time. This shit crazy, but yeah, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, that made me say, what? But I ain't played a card yet. You talking about pay for? Hold up. You know, that's why because I'll be like trying to get some understanding. It wouldn't be. That boy Joseph Brown say Trey X. Barrio's trainer didn't get the memo about letting him make it. Barrio's trainer was like, man, forget that. He said that more than just at the championship round. He was pretty much getting on Barrios throughout the fight about not letting his hands go. And especially got on him when he said, he not the referee. Don't be listening to what he talking about. The referee will tell you if it's a low blow. The referee will tell you when to break. You don't listen to him. it was a lot going on to me. That's why I said I felt like Mario just had too much respect for Manny.
Yeah,
You know, I know I got to go out here and fight him, but at the same time, do I really want to brutalize Manny Pacquiao, the dude that I grew up watching? And when we say he grew up watching, I mean we really mean he grew up watching. You born when the man turned pro, and you only 3 when the man became champion. Whew. I can't think of nobody that I looked at that got such a wide gap on me except Ali. But I ain't in boxing, so that don't even count.
And look what happened to Ali when he fought against Larry Holmes.
Yeah, man.
He went out there and whooped his ass.
Yeah, but he cried after.
But look at Larry Holmes when he fought Mike Tyson.
Yeah, man.
Went out there and put what was that? He hit that motherfucker with that looping right hand and had that motherfucker looking like he just dropped out of a helicopter or something. He ain't playing with this dude.
Somebody snatched the rug away from up under his ass.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. But you right though. His coaches was on him, but it just stood out to me going into the championship rounds because that's when he said, "Stop all this touching gloves and shit." And that's what I was getting mad about. Like I was getting mad about the Manny trying to ref the fight and fight, but you're right. The coach addressed that, so I felt good to hear him address it. But all this touching gloves and being chums and we just moving around. No, fuck all that touching gloves. What we touching gloves for? Every round, or even in the midst of the round, he want to touch gloves. That's because he trying to get a breath. He trying to get a little rest real quick. That's what he doing this for. So stop allowing him to do this shit and don't allow it to disengage you. Motherfucker, go out there and hypnotize you with all this niceness and friendliness to where you don't want to hurt him and all that. Now, fuck all that. Yeah, we trying to get to the next level. So let's go out there and handle this business. Lock this motherfucker in the next week if you have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. And I had to touch on that because I remember you saying, I can't remember which fight it was. You said, motherfuckers being all friendly, touching gloves and stuff. Forget that. Go squabble. You can touch gloves after the fight.
After the fight. We can hug and touch gloves, go get a drink, sit down and talk and whatever you want to do. But after the fight.
Yeah, it was a hell of an overhand right you caught me with in the 3rd round there, champ. Yeah, I know. But you came back with something. You came back with something. I feel it.
Yeah.
Eric R say Manny versus Tank would probably be more competitive. Let me just think on that for a second.
You said Manny Pacquiao versus Tank Davis?
Yeah.
Tank could knock his ass out. It's Southpaw versus Southpaw. We done already seen Tank knock out Southpaw like Frank Martin and shit like that. So he's able to find them angles against the Southpaw to get his power punches in there. Pacquiao is older and slower. Reflexes ain't the same. This motherfucking Tank in his prime. They'll probably fight at a much higher weight than 135, I would expect. Yeah, Tank could probably go out there and knock Manny out in 5-6 rounds.
I was just thinking what the internet would be saying about Tank. They'd be saying that little sassy, purse carrying, silverback gorilla go out there and knock the hell out of Manny.
Yeah.
Because Manny, you could obviously, to me, you could see he was at least, I say a step slower. The combinations was, I was like, it's Manny, but it ain't Manny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was obvious to me. In my mind, I'm gonna stick with the fact that I think Mario's just couldn't pull the trick. Because I've heard you say plenty of times he seems to be a nice guy, and that hurts his persona and his look as a boxer. And I listened to a couple of I seen a couple of comments tonight. Champ Ross even said Mario's is the most damn it. Let me roll up, see if I can find it. The word that he said, the most
average champion you'll find.
You will find, and I think that might play that being kind of, as you say, a nice guy or kind of friendly. I think that might play a part in it. You don't really see dog come out of him because you like this dude is just like a well-mannered, calm, cool, collected, nice kid, nice kid that's fighting.
Yeah, exactly. He just a nice kid. That's why Pacquiao wife chose him. You think your wife that love you gonna go choose a killer? No, she went and found the nicest boxer in the world.
Oh man,
A motherfucker that wouldn't hurt a fly.
now
You're
that
a
part,
nice kid.
that part right there, when they said the Jinxie or Jinkies, what is her name? Jinx?
I don't know. I
Jinxie?
think Jinky or some shit.
Jinky or something like that, cause it reminded me of the girl Thelma and Scooby Doo, Jinky. You know when she used to say that. But when they said that she picked Mario, my own pride was like, "Oh hell no, we need to whoop his ass." Your wife told you to come out here and fuck with me, really? That but that ain't Mario. I'm sure if that would have been one of us that was fighting, I'd have been like, I know you didn't tell you who you say thought that he could whoop me. His wife. Oh, okay. I'm about to show him and her. They finna catch a plane back to the Philippines, both holding hands, crying like a motherfucker. Cause Manny finna be swole up.
Yeah.
Your wife picked you to come out here and fight. Really? I ain't never said nothing disrespectful to you or your wife. And she just jump up out of bed one day and say, you know what, baby? Since you thinking about going back, I think you can go back and whoop this boy right here. Right here, the one they call El Azteca. Go on out there and whoop his Azteca ass all around the ring. That must be what the conversation went like. Make Manny say, you know what, baby, you're right. Pack your bags, we going to America.
No, it's really, she really looking at him like he a manageable target. He ain't gonna take him too far. It's kind of like if you sent the girl a dick pic and then she texts you back somehow, yeah, I can handle that. Hold on, bitch. Don't think I'm manageable. You got me fucked up type shit.
Oh man, that was a hell of an analogy. But I feel because you put the right people in the combination. You send the girl there and she said, I can deal with that. That ain't shit.
Yeah.
Who the hell you think you talking to?
On the one hand, she telling you that you got some action, so it's going down. But that's manageable. I can handle that right there. Like, hold on, bitch, you got me fucked up. That's how I'd be like if I was Barrios. I ain't no manageable target, bitch. I'm a champion out here. Here you talking about? And put them hands on Pacquiao. At least show the desire. Show that El Azteca shit. He might need to change his name. He probably the weakest El Azteca that you can find. Because he just a nice guy. He ain't no Julio Cesar Chavez type motherfucker that's going to go out there and kill you. Look how he did Mildred Taylor. This Barrios will never do a motherfucker like that. Even though he did whoop the shit out of Ugas. I'll give him credit on that. You know what I'm saying? But overall, that motherfucker, he's just a nice guy. He go out there and fight you and fight hard. If you bringing it to him like that, like when he fought against Akhmedov on the undercard for Spence and Porter, that was a good fight. He went out there and scrapped. But overall, he a nice guy. Like you said, he ain't trying to beat up his elders and fighters that he looked up to and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, no shot at the nice guys. Let me go ahead and make this up real quick for y'all. Him being a nice guy, like you said, he went out there and whooped the snot out of Ugas. Now, I don't want the other fighters to anyway think y'all gonna go out there and just deal with my boy Mario like he's soft. Cause the boy ain't soft. Y'all, you got a one for with Manny, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy or that pretty for the next fight. The next person coming up in there. I'm going out on a limb and say that about my boy Mario. Mario gonna show the people nice can whoop ass too, and look happy about doing it.
Yeah, see, this is the thing though. Some fighters, they want to hurt their opponent no matter what. It don't matter if they disrespectful or they nice. Like I think it's a character flaw almost as a fighter if you gonna change your approach depending on how your opponent approaches you. Like if we look at the Charlo Harrison fights, for example, the first fight, Harrison was very respectful towards Charlo in a press conference in the build-up. And I feel like that diffused Charlo a little bit. He wasn't his normal killer self going out there in the first fight. Dude done been respectful. And then going into the rematch, that's when Harrison started with all that cornball shit and all this stuff he kept calling him and talking shit to him. And I think he kind of woke him up. And it seemed like Barrios might be that type of person. You know, if you come to him disrespectful, oh yeah, we can turn up the heat. But if you're gonna step to him and be Mr. Nice Guy and all that type of shit, you know, he might tone it down for you a little bit. Shit, you know, as a fighter, you should be able to knock Mr. Rogers into next week. Gandhi. Who I'm talking about, whatever nice person that you can think of. You know what I'm saying?
Thought about the two nicest motherfuckers you could pull out, Mr. Rogers and Gandhi. God, dang.
That was just the first two names that came to my mind. But whatever nice guy you can think of, you should be able to knock his ass in the next week, regardless.
This man said go out there and beat the shit out of Mr. Rogers and Gandhi. We ain't being nice to nobody. Every time the bell go ding, you start whooping ass. I don't care if it's Bert from Sesame Street. Go out there and beat the brakes off of them.
Absolutely.
Dang, we got Moody Trayweather in the building. Got to him kind of late. And I saw somebody. Oh, Rod X is in the building as well. He said, "What's up, my people?"
Salute.
Gil Coles asked the question, since we didn't did so much about Pac and Barrios. He said, "Who y'all got beating Fundora?"
We got to give Fundora his love for what he did this past weekend. I've still been sitting over here pissed off at myself for not taking the bet for the knockout or even the money line. I knew this was a different situation. This was not Fundora coming in on short notice, coming off a knockout loss and being out the ring for a year layoff. This was Fundora coming in as a champion, even though I think he don't have his belt no more, but he still got that championship attitude. The motherfucker coming off a knockout loss of Cordell Booker, and he not coming in off a layoff. This motherfucker Tim Tszyu had already been tamed by Murtalazev, whatever. Bakram Murtalazev, I think his name is.
Yeah,
he got stopped in about 3 rounds. So he ain't feeling like no indestructible motherfucker no more. This is not the same Tim Tszyu. I know he coming off the win against Joey Spencer and all that type of shit, but he ain't the same Tim Tszyu. And he going against an emergency type of fighter at 154. This big, tall, long motherfucker can't get away from him. He'll go out there and beat the hell out you like he did Erickson Lubin and shit like that. I knew this was gonna be bad for him. And I saw a similar situation in the Robeisy Ramirez when he had fought against Rafael Espinosa. The first fight, Espinosa beat her by majority decision, and then he came back and stopped Robeisy in like 6 rounds in the next fight. It's hard to go and fight them rematches against them emergency guys. And one thing about Fundora, he kind of turned back into the old Fundora for this fight. Wasn't no sitting back and working out the jab and shit out like he did in the first fight. That motherfucker stepped to him, put hard shots on that motherfucker. He took some hard shots too. He just put that emergency fighter game on it. And I knew if he did that shit, he was gonna stop Tim Tszyu. I took him by knockout in the Champ Ross. I took KO9. And the bad thing is I was going between KO7 and KO9. I took the KO9 like a damn fool. And he went out there and stopped that motherfucking 7 rounds. But Tim Tszyu he quit on his stool though, so he could have fought. Yeah, he could have fought longer. So I guess I can't be too mad at myself because the man did quit, basically. But yeah, man, it's gonna be hard to beat Fundora, but at the same time, it's not hard to hit him. You can't hit that motherfucker. He's not already been knocked out. He got knocked out by 2.5. So if he was to fight them upper echelon guys in the division, I think they got action.
Yeah, and Lubin made him take a knee.
But if he stepped to you and put that pressure on you and put that emergency fighter style on you, he can beat all of them.
Oh, yeah. Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz, and more has slid into the building, giving salutes. And he's saying, what? He said, salute music is on Talks Boxing. That was a different Tyson touring to homes. Barrio held back. Okay. Bruce Gas is riding with me on the Barrios held back. I felt like he was just nice. It was somebody else that said something. Champ Ross was saying, I love watching craps, but never play. So many ways to win.
Oh yeah, that's the best game that you can play. This is a small channel, so I give you some game. If you ever go to a dice game, don't never touch them. Just fade everybody. Just bet against them. Because you got more ways to win than they got ways to win. There's only 36 combinations that the dice can throw. And the math is in your favor. If they shoot at a 6 or an 8, you a 6-5 favorite. You supposed to be paying them odds. So like, let's say a motherfucker, if they bet 50, you supposed to pay them 60 if they hit their 6 or 8, but you don't. If they bet 50, you pay them 50, and that's how you beat them in the long run. If somebody shoot at a 5 or a 9, you're a 3-2 favorite. So if somebody bet 20, you're supposed to pay them 30. If they bet 40, you're supposed to pay them 50. 60, my bad. If they bet 50, you're supposed to pay them 75. You're supposed to give them odds. And then if they bet at a 10 or a 4, that you're a 2-1 favorite. So you're supposed to be paying them 2-1 odds, but you don't. You always just pay them a straight bet. And that's how you beat them over time. You know what I'm saying? And that's without knowing shit. Like, I was raised around this shit, so I know a lot about shooting craps that I wouldn't say online. But just basic math, you'll break up every dice game that you go to if you do what I just told you. Don't let them pressure you into shooting them. Just bet the motherfuckers. Call yourself the fade god or something. You know what I'm saying? You just come to fade niggas. You kind of got to dress it up a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, because they do get tired of you beating them all the time. And after a while, they will make the connection. Like, man, this nigga don't never shoot them, but he always win all the money. How's that happening? But at the same time, though, like if you keep your nice little bankroll or something, they'll see that and want to run through it. And that'll make them just want to shoot them anyway. Like, fuck it, man. If I get hot, I can run through all that money that nigga got in his pocket. But they never will. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Unless you got bad luck like Schlep Rock, then you show up and no matter what you bet, you lose.
If this the only way that you'll lose if they quit on you. Like if they win a few bets and then they quit, but you really don't want to even be in that situation. You want to be in there where they shoot to ain't no more shooting that can be done. And if you got enough bullets to hold them off, like with their hot streaks and all that type of shit, you gonna beat them motherfuckers every time. Like for real, you might beat her all day. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying something that's gonna take 30 minutes, hour. I'm talking about you might
dedication.
It's gonna take some time, nigga. Like when I was young and I used to be out there on all this shit, bro, I would be on the concrete so much that all the skin and shit on my knees is just all peeling off and looking fucked up because I'm on concrete all day long. We start off, it's early in the day, maybe 1 o'clock or something, nigga. We ain't done till midnight or something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but I'm walking away with all the money though, and I ain't touched the dice all night. And don't nobody know why I'm winning all the time. And they come search me out. They come looking for me. And then at the end of the day, I give them some walking money. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and go re-up and go do what you got to do and come on back. You got to be smart about it, man. They say that you can shear a sheep 1,000,000 times, but you can only skin him once. So don't skin your sheep. You shear them so they can reproduce and they can come back. So I always give you tricks some walking money. That make them feel good about you, that make them want to fuck with you, and then at the same time, like I said, you give them an ability to go reproduce and come back with more money.
Now when you come swinging it back around to the gambling, from gambling back to Tim Zoo and Sebastian Fundora. Dang, I can't believe I couldn't say his name just like that. I done lost myself in the thing. Um, by Sebastian having a full training camp, and I watched some of the stuff he did. I was like, okay, that's different. But he said he was ready, and he did say he was trying to stop Zoo. I saw the interview where he said he trying to get a knockout. He wasn't coming out there to play with this man or nothing. Tim had it in his mind, yeah, I'm gonna go out here because I did so well in the first fight, bust his nose open and all that good stuff. I'm gonna be able to get to him. But Sebastian wasn't having none of that at all. He used that jab, and when he caught Tim with that what was it, a hook that dropped him the first time, that dropped him.
I don't even remember.
But the look on Tim's face, the way he was looking, it was like, damn, this finna be. It just looked like he was like, damn. And when he got up, Sebastian just worked it all night, hooked him when he needed to, uppercutted him when he needed to. He just went on and let the stuff happen. But when Tim didn't come out the corner, I was like, hold up. Your daddy is a legend. You said you was gangster with it. You was hard. You had a hit list. Nobody was gonna stop you from accomplishing that hit list. And then when they ask you if you want to come back out, y'all say no. And when the man asks you what did he say at the corner, your answer is he's one tough motherfucker. That ain't what he asked you. He asked you why you didn't come out the corner. Well, I guess him being a tough motherfucker is the reason why.
Yeah.
He went out there and he disappointed me because I figured he was gonna fight better. I picked Fundora to win, but I thought Tim was gonna put up a good fight. This is your chance to show everybody it was just the elbow that threw you off in the game. But then my Tulazev, the guy you were saying, Buachok, however you say his name.
I said Murtalazev. I don't even know if that's right, but that's how I say it.
Yeah, it's Murtalazev. Matter of fact, Eric R said he think he'll beat Fundora. I'm gonna tell you this, Eric R. And I think Fundora still has one of the belts because remember he had became unified and they took one of the belts.
Oh, okay.
So I think he still holds the belt.
Well, he feeling like a champion walking in that bitch then for sure. And they say when you get your belt, you're 10% better. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, yeah. I think unless somebody figure out how to work their way on the inside, slip up under that jab, and be on point with their defense on the inside, that's the only way they're gonna get it in and beat him. Unless they catch him, like you said, he is easy to hit. We saw the guy that knocked him out. I just thinking about that knockout, how he kind of froze for a second, then fell. That can happen, but you would think he has learned a little bit. You didn't see it against Tim Zoo because he, like you said, we all saw he was still getting hit, and he come up with somebody that got some good pop. I don't think he can take a few of those, and especially if he don't see it coming, we end up seeing him get stuck again. But right now, I can't. One of the guys that's champions at 154. I don't know who finna go in there and just make him unass his belt. Not easily, anyway.
Oh yeah, he don't reach this goal and shit, so he gonna be tougher to beat right now for sure. But if you a fighter that got a good chin, like the dude that knocked him out, I can't think of his name right now. I never can. But he one of the toughest fighters in all of boxing. He got one of the best chins, and he got power. So he ain't scared to take a few shots to give one. So if you jump on him, he ain't scared to hang in there and be close to you, so you can catch you with that shot that he trying to catch you with. But if you one of them dudes that's trying to box and like fight a more tactical type of fight, I think that's gonna be hard to beat. And plus I done already seen it. Like I saw him go out there and beat the brakes off Lubin, for example. And Lubin had moments in that fight. He dropped that motherfucking everything, showed something. but just putting that type of pressure on him with them type of long arms and long legs and this daddy long leg looking motherfucker that just with boxing gloves on, just stepping to you and throwing punches from all these different angles and all that type of shit. That shit there broke down a multi-time national champion that have been around the block in Lubin. You know what I'm saying? So I just know that's gonna be tough. But like I said, if you want them dudes that don't mind to take 2 or 3 to give one, and you got a real solid chin and you got power, you can knock out Fundora. And then I don't even know if his eyesight that good. It seemed like I seen the motherfucker wearing glasses. I definitely seen his sister wearing glasses.
They both wear.
But they some killers though. They real killers. They ain't got to be rah and talking mean. They gonna get up there and be nice and smile and all that shit. But once you get in that ring, they got something.
It's over.
It's going down, nigga.
His sister is undisputed.
Yeah, she a bad woman. She in the Argentinian fight, I don't know her name. I know that she went out there and upset Marlon Esparza. I can't think of her name. I thought she was gonna come with something, man. She went out there and got her ass knocked the fuck out, fucking around with Gabriella Fundora.
Gabriella, that's right.
Yeah.
They look just alike.
Yeah.
With those glasses on, they got that. You know who they remind me of? And they remind me of Urkel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When you look at them, they sitting there and they in their interviews, the way they hold their heads, they look like a girl Urkel and a boy Urkel to me. I'm sorry, they just who they are, but they remind me of Urkel.
Yeah, they definitely look like some very nice young people. You know, always smiling, always respectful. Like you really can't dislike them. If you dislike the Fundoras, there's something wrong with you, I think, bro. Because it ain't too many nicer fighters out there than them. But when they get inside the ring, they some real killers, nigga, and they coming to put some hurt on you.
Yeah. That boy Joseph Brown said Tyson said he did it for Ali. I was gonna hit on that when he knocked out Larry Holmes. I remember him saying that he was doing it for Ali. He had to pay him back. You beat up my favorite fighter. Come here. Let me snatch that rug away from up under your ass.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely remember that. But at the same time, who did the young Tyson not get in there and try to destroy? That's just who he was, man. I think it would have been the same even if Ali didn't say nothing. We got a 38-year-old Larry Holmes going in there with how old was Tyson? About 20, 19? Some shit.
He was a little older than that. Like, I said about 23.
He was that old when he fought him? I don't know about that, bro.
You think he was younger than that? I don't know either. We had to look it up.
Yeah, we have to look that up. I don't think he was that old when he fought against Larry Holmes.
Eric, can you pop it up? Cause let me see. Moody Trayweather say below average in my opinion. I hope he's not talking about Mario. Mario ain't below average, man. Come on.
He talking about in terms of being a champion.
Oh.
And if you made a list, like let's say you take a list of all the current champions in boxing, where would you rank Barrios? Would you rank him at the top, in the middle, at the bottom?
With the 147 champions?
I'm talking about in all the boxing, period. All the champions.
Oh, shit.
Is he an upper echelon champion? Is he a mid-tier? Is he a lower tier?
I would say right now he would be chomping a bit, probably at mid.
He definitely a lower tier champion.
I wouldn't put him in lower because Rolly was champion. And everybody said Rolly was ass juice.
Rolly is a lower tier champion too, but I think Barrios is lower tier. Like if I look at his fights and shit, like the fight that he had against Abel Ramos, for example, that fight was a draw. A lot of people thought Ramos beat the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He'd have been stopped by Tank before. He'd been beat by Keith Thurman coming off a long layoff and all that type of shit. He already got character flaws, like he a nice kid and he, you know, that type of shit can rear his head with him. You
should go hang out with the Fundoras.
Yeah, definitely. It's a time and a place for everything. But I would say like Rolly would be pretty low, even though he just got a credible win. I gotta give that to him. But I still gotta put Barrios as a lower tier champion.
Okay, I won't argue with that. As long as he ain't lower than Rolly.
Yeah, champion that wouldn't be favored in hardly any of his big fights. Like, how the hell can I rank him high? And he wouldn't be favored over nobody that we match him up with. Like, what fighter besides the old ass Pacquiao that ain't fought in 4 years and he damn near 50? If we put him off in there with a young, active, viable champion, who would we favor Barrios to be? Like, even if he fought Conor Ben, who you got? I think Ben to go out there and get with him. And probably and most likely put hands on it. And he ain't even got no deep amateur background or nothing. But I just know how he is. If he was in there with Pacquiao, I think Ben would have tried to beat the brakes off of him. He just a killer like that. He done already went up to 160 and fought the Eubank guy and brought some smoke to Eubank too. I think he'll whoop Barrios. You know what I'm saying? He a champion, but where is Barrios even ranked in the division? Is he top 3? The division ain't that. The division ain't that deep, but I don't even think he probably ranked top 5 here.
Hold on. Too many people is just beating up on Mario right now. I got Eric R talking about Mario, the good kid, Barrios. Rudy Trey Weber talking about Rolly might beat Barrios. Hold on, man. Hold on. Gil Cole say Rolly and Barrios should be next.
Yeah, I was just about to say, well, you saying that, but if Barrios was to fight Rolly,
I feel like Mario gonna beat Rolly, man.
I mean, he should actually. You know, Barrios was a national champion, and Rolly, I can't get no confirmation on how many fights he had. I done seen 28 and 10, and I heard Mayweather say he only had 10 fights. So I don't know what the fuck his shit is, but he ain't no national champion or nothing like that. He should beat Rolly, but Rolly got some meanness to him. He got a mean spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll put some hurt on you. I done seen him go out there and fight Anthony Can You Diggy Idiot and jump on him and put all kind of hard shots on the motherfucker. But at the same time, I also have seen him go out there and get outboxed by I can't think of his name. My mind going kind of slow.
Paul.
Well, that's the one you could also say too. But I was thinking about this other guy. I can't think of his name, but he went out there and outboxed Rolly though, and they robbed him and gave it to Rolly. You know what I'm saying? So he done been on the plus side of some decisions that I think Jackson Marquez is his name. There you go, Jackson Marquez. But yeah, I guess now that I think about it, you probably would have to favor Barrios to beat Rolly. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Rolly beat him. And I think the odds should be close. I don't think it should be no 5-1 Barrios or nothing like that. I think it should be about minus 230 plus 150, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So relatively close.
Y'all gonna stop beating up on Barrios like that.
Man, you just thinking about that San Antonio connection, brother. That's all it is. That's why you ride so hard for him, because he's from San Antonio.
That boy say Mario got to take them Mr. T earrings off, messing up the church's money. Hey, that's part of the Al Azteca uniform. Let that go. He said Charlo, before he fought Canelo, would have been a good fight for against the Fundora.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you talking about the Fundora now or the Fundora earlier? Because the earlier Fundora, I believe Charlo would have probably beat him. But the Fundora now, I don't know. That's just my thought on it. I don't know the Fundora now. I think it'd be a harder task for Charlo to deal with. Because Charlo ain't known for moving his head off the line real regular. He's not known for that at all. So he will be there to get hit.
Charlo is gonna have problems with both versions of Fundora, in my opinion. I think one thing that helped Fundora in this fight against Tim Tszyu is because he got back to the old Fundora, the emergency fighter that stepped to you and put a lot of shots on your motherfucking ass and beat the hell out you. And Charlo was one of them dudes that'll retreat to the ropes and stay there for a while, like when he fought against Castaño, and had me just scratching my head, calling the fight, like, man, why the fuck this dude camped out on these ropes and shit, man? But if he do that against somebody like Fundora, and Fundora the type of guy that can push you back to the ropes and shit like that, we ain't go out there and beat the hell out of Charlo.
Oh, that would be horrible. That would be hard, especially when he did against what's the guy's name that he kept getting up against the ropes? Earl Spence was talking about he need to listen to coach.
Yeah, that's Castaño. That's what I just said.
Castaño. Okay.
Brian
okay,
Castaño.
Okay. Moody Trayweather say Fundora dropping shit. Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz, and more say Fundora gave up the WBO but kept the WBC. Okay, so that's what it was. When Tien hit Fundora with that Mendoza punch, he ate that shit like it was he done.
Yeah.
He bust his nose again. I was like, okay, maybe Tim, gonna try to do a little something, make this fight go a little longer. But Fundora wasn't trying to hit that or have that. But I got shit to do today. Tim straight sat in that corner and ordered his plane and told him, y'all gas that on up. We done. Y'all going, you don't want to come? No, where's my ticket at? I'm getting the fuck up out of here. This man here is punching me. He punching me retarded.
Yeah.
Straight up. Oh, man. Good reminder. Eric, he said R.I.P. to Malcolm Jamal Warner. 54 years old, this man drowned with his family. Like, wow. Theo, man. The Huxtable. Theo Huxtable, man. Bacon dog. What was it? A bacon chili dog burger? Him and his dad used to get, I can't remember what, a chili bacon dog burger, something like that. Rod X said Fundora using his reach is going to be hard to beat as long as he sticks to the formula and mix it up, uses reach some, and then put that emergency fighter on. If he can get you pinned up against the ropes, he could be champion for about 3-4 years because they don't fight that often.
Yeah, people always say that about the emergency fighters. They use your reach and stay on the outside. Man, if you in the ring with a fighter, and let's say he built like Fundora, that's what you want him to do. You want that motherfucker to stay on the outside and use his reach. If that motherfucker start coming to you and bringing pressure with that reach and shit, nigga, that's a totally different experience. That's why I always say, man, them emergency fighters, man, I don't give a damn what time period you go to. Nigga, if you get in there with them emergency guys that can bring pressure to you and don't let them have a good chin to go with it, they gonna whoop your motherfucking ass most of the time. You might get you one, like what's that motherfucking white dude named Willie Pep when he was Sandy Sadler? He fought him 4 times and got one. Well, man, Sandy Sadler, man, big, long, tough motherfucker, bringing pressure, stepping to you all night. Nigga, that's tough. And that motherfucker twice your size. Like, it take you 2 steps and it take him 1 step. Like, nigga, that's a totally different experience. Fundora, he is a much more dangerous fighter when he put that pressure on your ass. For real. And as an example, he had one fight where he used his reach against Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu got that cut on top of his head early and couldn't even see. But he went the distance. Because this motherfucker Fundora fought on the outside behind his jab and used his reach. And then when they fight again, he stepped to him, put that pressure on his motherfucking ass and got him out of there. That's an example right there.
That's a good example.
Man.
Your boy Eric all said, yeah, Fundora beat the lineage out of Tim. Dang. That's a hell of a whoop. He said Tim ain't want no part of Fundora dick pic. He didn't say no. He told his wife, you sit your ass down. Matter of fact, start packing our bags. Tell the bellhop we checking out the hotel right now. We ain't even going back to get our stuff. Tell him to send it to me. This man
Yeah.
quit. Straight up quit. He said, dude just got, I don't know what that, dude just got set. Oh, yeah, that's right. Fundora did get accepted into Harvard.
Yeah.
I did hear them say, so you going to Harvard and in your spare time to get your education up and what you're doing after is whooping ass. I wonder how hard it would feel to have one of the champions, up-to-date champions, enroll in their school right now.
And that's normally an indictment on the fighter when they get that higher education like that.
That boy said he gonna whoop ass and be a lawyer, the ass whooping lawyer.
It don't really work out like that most of the time. They start falling off when they got them type of opportunities. An athlete with a backup plan, most of the time they don't be the best athletes. Like I done seen that shit in football so many times, it's crazy. Then heard about it in boxing. As a matter of fact, I lost the goddamn betting on the motherfucker that was getting the education. He went out there and lost to a guy that's fighting this weekend, as a matter of fact. And went out there and lost. But like a Moby, a Corrier in football and shit, and all the motherfuckers trying to be doctors and shit, man, them motherfuckers don't be top level athletes and pursuing higher education. So when I saw that, I'm like, you know, he got accepted into Harvard. That is very good, great accomplishment. But at the same time, if you got a backup plan, how often do you want to keep getting punched upside your head? Are you gonna start thinking about your ability to perform in school? Because you literally getting your brain punched in your head. And if you care about your grades and shit, you might say fuck boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go be a lawyer, like you said. I don't have to take these punches and shit no more. I can still live good, get money, contribute to society, doing my thing. Ain't got to go through all this.
Oh yeah, I had looked it up, but we didn't got down to the part of the chat where everybody's saying that Mike was 21 when he fought Larry Holmes. So I was 2 years too far. You hit it on the head. You said like 19, 20, 21, somewhere around there.
No, I said 19, 20, so I was right below it.
Okay, yeah, he was 21, straight up. I asked Siri, she told me. He was 21 when he knocked the shit out of Larry Holmes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, so, hi. Turkey said Jerron wants a tune-up. How was he going to fight Terrence then? Philadelphia natives, hella scary. And with that, I'm going to put us on pause for a second unless you want to talk because I got to make a run to the back room real quick. And I'll be right back. So I can play a jam or you can talk to the people. And you let me know what you want to do.
I talk to the people, man.
All right, then. I'll be right back.
All right. Let me see if I can find the chat and shit, y'all, because I just been sitting up here talking. Damn, did I just play or hate this man out of playing some of his music? I didn't even think about that shit, man. I'm over here player hating a little bit. He might have him a new little tune or something that he's been working on. And I don't even see where he at off in the chat, so I probably should just let him play his music. I hate to just let me see. Dude just got accepted to Harvard. Bruce Gas said, and he says he's going. Yeah, I think that's an indictment as a fighter, though, but I wish him all the best. You know what I'm saying? He just might not want to get punched in the head no more. Moody Trayweather said, what y'all think about Ali versus Shields? I think Ali going to lose by UD. It might be a UD. Carissa, like everybody's saying, she turning them punches over a little bit better at heavyweight. I think she'll beat the brakes off Ali. I think Ali is for people that might be just coming in. I ain't talking about Muhammad Ali. I'm talking about Layla Ali. Layla Ali, I think, is overrated. That's just my opinion. I watched her fight versus Jackie Frazier not that long ago. And Jackie Frazier arguably beat that woman, and she was trash. She didn't have nothing. So what is she going to do with Carissa, man? Carissa going to go out there and piece that woman up. And at the same time, she been bumping her gums for a long time talking about Carissa. So I know Carissa got some pent-up aggression that she would not mind unleashing on that woman. I think she'll beat the hell out of Layla Ali. I won't be surprised if she stop her, especially if she don't get no tune-up fight, nothing like that.
Ooh, that's it. You where you at?
I'm where Moody Trayweather talking about what y'all think about Ali versus Shields.
Oh,
I ain't
I
even
was.
see Hyphy comment.
Well, it's up under Joseph Brown, where he's saying Mike was 21.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I don't remember.
Dang.
I don't remember you reading this comment that I just read though.
That was above us.
Yeah, when you talking about Shields versus Ali.
Yeah, I thought we did. Oh, we talked about it. He said, oh, well, he said it. Yeah, I looked at it and forgot to read it. That's what he was.
All right.
Let me, Lala, did you read Lala D's?
No.
A certain channel just said Bill Haney gave his son everything except punching power. Dang, people are a mess. That's messed up. Bottom. Tyson was like 21. Okay, so I did miss that. So I left on Turkey said Jerron wants a tune up. How is he gonna fight Crawford then? Right now, Boots just need to get his ass in the ring with somebody.
Yeah, and his move don't even need to be about Crawford. Crawford got his own thing going on right now. So he just trying to be controversial with his comment and shit. He might want to fight Crawford, but you understand Crawford got a fucking Canelo fight coming up. So he really needs to be establishing his own self at 154.
Yeah, true on that. I see that still got people going on my boy Mario. La say, I would say lower tier, no disrespect. Booty
Yeah.
Trayweather rolls in. Rolly is with him, lower tier.
Yeah.
Hey, that's why I say no excuses for Canelo. He was supposed to do what Mike did to Larry Holmes versus Mayweather Jr. But people treat Canelo like he was 16 going against Pretty Boy. Yeah, Canelo was in his 20s when he fought Floyd, right?
He was the same age that Ali was when he beat Sonny Liston. So shit, and tell me Sonny Liston wasn't a daunting task to go against back in them days. I know his probably his best era was the 50s, but he still was a wrecking ball hitting motherfucker and had a good jab and shit when he fought Ali. And Ali was young, man. He was 22. And he went out there and beat that dude. So, you know, it's just a different level of greatness. Canelo a good fighter. He had a good career, but he can't be mentioned with them type of guys if you're not gonna meet the the occasion. Look at El Radar. El Radar, the youngest champion in the history of boxing. He was 17 when he went out there and won his championship. I know Canelo was a champion and all that kind of stuff, but it's been young guys in the game that have done great things. So I'm not gonna look at a man that got 40 fights or some shit and he's 22 going against a 36-year-old man and think that I'm supposed to give him some kind of
excuse about him being underseasoned.
Exactly.
Every time I hit it, I get like, out of here with that. Because this motherfucker was a champion. He had already beat some people with names that you would know. And now you want to say, oh, he wasn't ready. If he wasn't ready, how was he a champion? How he beat old boy he had doing the stanky leg right there in what did he fight him in San Antonio? Trout. Yeah, Austin Trout. Had him doing the stanky leg. Did he beat up? I can't remember. My mind is kind of fuzzy. But did he beat Shane before he beat Paul Floyd?
I don't even remember. Austin Trout got with him though. He arguably beat Canelo. I know he got knocked down. That's what most people think about when they think about that fight. Go back and watch it again. That motherfucker Trout got with him.
It's just the fact that they try to use that. Oh, he was too young. I'm like that excuse is out of there. Stop using that excuse. Stop it. Like he said, Hyphy, I've been pulled Boots card, right? He really think he's a princess. Dang. Then she say she think being to be my boy Mario Barrios. Bruce Gas, 2 draws in a row for Barrios. Barrios, this is coming from the words of the great Keith Sweat. Nobody. Everybody over boy Mario. Senior told him his son hit like a girl and they don't do nothing. Junior said he will knock him out. Okay, that's a conversation I ain't in. Loyalty is relative. It doesn't mean he's horrible, considering the boxing pool right now. I feel you, you know. I'm just saying. I feel like Mario, he gonna surprise some people. And, you know, just before Trey said, yeah, I'm riding with him kind of hard because it's a San Antonio native, and that's where I am right now.
Oh, I already diagnosed that. I knew what time it was. It's all good.
Yeah, you know, I'm riding with the hometown right now. How you talking about the Normans, right? Well, shoot, the Normans say they gonna walk over there. Oh no, they talking about the other guy. I think he'd be like 55-45 for Fundora. I don't know who she's talking about on that. Now the family made it down. Shields would probably stop Layla. Layla would be sucking wind and looking for a good punch to fall on by the fourth. No, our brother Joseph Brown said that Layla would give a good fight for about 6 rounds before she started gassing out, slowing down. But I do think, like I came in on the tail end, Trey X, you were saying that you think Clarissa will beat her up. Give her something to go home
Breaks
to.
off her ass.
Oh, wow. Not the breaks.
The breaks. Square business. I'm talking about she ain't got nothing for Clarissa. At her best, she didn't have nothing for Clarissa. So now I'm supposed to think she coming in as an old woman that's been bumping her gums for years about this woman. And she about to just go in there and have a good fight and they just gonna move around. Man, Clarissa is gonna beat the hell out of Layla if she decides to get in that ring. She needs to just stay out the ring, be a legend, tend to your businesses or whatever the fuck you got going on. Do not get in that ring with Clarissa. All money ain't good money. She gonna get the hell beat out of her for that 15 million.
Yeah, hey, but that 15 million is what's gonna make her go get it. Go get that 15 million, girl. Go ahead and step in the ring with the GWO. Go ahead and show the world that you Ali's daughter and all that stuff you were saying you could do it. But that 15 million, I think that's gonna be the deciding factor. I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't mind to see them fight. I would like to see him go out there to be good for the sport, for the girls for sure.
I kind of don't. I mean, she an old woman and shit. What kind of credit is Clarissa gonna get for beating up on this geriatric fighter?
For Clarissa, it's gonna be the fact because she been running her mouth so long and she said everything she wanted to say. So this is my time to go ahead and put my hands on. I don't think she really care about what everybody else might think about it. I think Clarissa got a itch that she want to scratch.
Yeah, you might be right, and that is justification for the fight. But without that, and let's just say they just randomly said Layla Ali versus Clarissa, you probably wouldn't be excited about that fight. It's just the fact that she been bumping her gums.
And that's what pushed it to the forefront because the bickering between them for so long. And Layla still is like, you know, kind of smarting off at the mouth, but the time is about to be set. Or not. You know what I'm saying? Right now, Clarissa claims she got the 15. Let's see what Layla talk about. That boy Eric also say Fundora got that the Haslam jab from Street Fighter. Yoga Fire. Oh, the Bacon Burger Dog. That's the name I was trying to think of. Appreciate you, Rod X. I couldn't get that in my mind for nothing at all. I was calling bacon chili dirt. It's a Bacon Burger Dog. I'm going to have to try that. Just because. I know I had been saying I was going to do it, but I never have. But I'm going to try it. Just for the hell of it. Punch your ashy ass from across the street. He said, Fundora might be, this is Moody Trayweather, Fundora might be the king at 154. But I wonder how long he can maintain that weight. He seemed to have a super high metabolism. I don't think it's a force for him to maintain that weight. I think he's just a skinny dude. You look at his sister, you see it's a what's the word I'm looking for? Genetic. It's a genetic thing. You know what I'm saying? Him and his sister share that same thing because she is just as frail as he is. So I don't think he's having a problem with making weight. I think it's surprising as it might sound, he's fighting at his weight. I would guess.
That motherfucker weighed in at 151.2 pounds for a 154-pound fight. That's all you need to know. 151.2 is what he weighed in for this fight. Well beneath the 154 weight limit. He can stay there for a while, I guarantee you.
Dang. I didn't know he came in at he weighed in at 151.
Yeah.
Damn. Now just imagine being able to work out for fighting, and all you have to work on is your skills and everything, because that's helping you keep your weight down anyway. So your training camp has nothing to do with losing weight. That's insane. But that's what they should be.
Yeah, he the ultimate fucking ectomorph. It's hard for him to put on weight. You know what I'm saying? He got a great frame for boxing, man. And he a champion because of it.
Bruce Gans, Boxing Jazz and More says, I skipped over those rip currents are no joke. If you want to swim, go to a pool. I don't know what that has to do with anything. But he said Fundora likes to slug. You could see the smile on his face when he decked him with that long left. He left his feet. He jumped, you know, he do that little jump up and down thing when he drop you. He get excited when he get excited when he put somebody on his back, because I think pretty much almost every fight I've seen him have where he dropped somebody, knocked him down, he leave his feet. He do that little jump up and down move like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Lala D said, you guys, I was kind of scared Tim Tszyu was gonna die. But we haven't heard anything, so he's okay. Why would you? Why? What happened to make you think that? She said, Harvard gets so many prestigious people, they don't care. I'm just saying, you got a champ there. Somebody gonna be like, hey, you fight? Oh, okay. You know how it go. Remember schoolboy Darren Von Horn?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell he talking about. I remember Keith Van Horn used to hoop like a motherfucker, but I don't know what that is.
Schoolboy Darren Von Horn. Is that an old school fighter that we might not be knowing the name of? He said Juan Diaz was another one who was getting his education as a champion.
You talking about Baby Boy that went out there and got his ass towed up by Juan Manuel Lopez? I think that's Juan Diaz went out there and got his ass towed off the frame fucking around with Juan Manuel Marquez.
Oh yeah, R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne. He passed away at age 71. Yes, Lala D, he passed away. Oh, he was 76. My bad. What?
6 or 8.
76 or 78? Mm-hmm. Well, we got word of it today. We just screwing up how old he was. My daughter and I were talking about him earlier today. Trey said, I said something about Shield stopping her. Yeah. Me and Joseph Brown was talking about the fight, a fight of Layla and Clarissa earlier in the opening of the show. And we was going over the fact that Layla, at the most part, I give her a good 6 rounds. Going the distance, Joseph Brown said he didn't think that she would go the distance. He thinks she'd get stopped. Like you said, you think she'd get stopped. I have to bring the sentiments, because Layla would have to put up, first of all, Clarissa throw punches in bunches. And she a heavyweight now. She's learned how to sit on her punches, mess around and catch old Layla, and drop her legend of a father have himself.
And Layla ain't never had the best stamina. So she get tired coming down the stretch against lesser competition. Huh. So she getting off in there with the greatest women's boxer of all times. And she don't get tired. That's the motherfucking female Mayweather. man, she gonna go out there and whoop the shit out of Layla Ali. And she feeling like a puncher these days too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she gonna go out there and beat the brakes off Layla.
Yeah, my baby was just saying Clarissa only got like 3 knockouts and Layla got like 16. I had to let her know that the competition was a lot different back then than what it is now. All the girls know how to fight now. All the girls didn't know how to fight back then. Gil Coles is asking Bruce. He said, Bruce, wasn't Ozzy the one who bite heads off of birds? Or was that somebody else? No, that was Bruce. That was Ozzy. That was Ozzy. She said, Clarissa actually started this stuff talking 5 years ago. Clarissa thought Layla was sneak dissing her, and she started insulting Layla. I vaguely remember something like that. I remember I saw a clip not too long ago where Layla was saying that Clarissa didn't box well enough. She wasn't strong enough to keep her from pushing her back, and she would just street fight and beat up Clarissa. And if there was a time for her to do that, it probably would have been then. But even then, Clarissa was still shooting off shots in bunches. She wasn't just letting nobody walk up on her and everything. I would have to say I would lean with Clarissa if they had to fought earlier or now, for the simple fact of what Clarissa has had, who she's had to fight as throughout her career, the competition that she has to face, and what Layla had faced back in her time, to be honest. So I would have to ride with Clarissa all the way around.
Man, Layla ain't beating Savannah Marshall or none of them people, man. She might can beat Christina Hammer or something, I don't know. But Franchon, man, she's not beating them people, man. I'm telling you. Watch that Jackie Frazier fight again. And tell me what you see.
I just saw that fight not too long ago. And I'm gonna be honest, for Layla to have been the daughter of a legend, which she said that her dad wasn't really fond of her fighting, I would have thought that her skills, the way she punched and everything, would have been a lot crisper, a lot more uniform. She wasn't that technical when she fought, and Jackie was lighting her up a little bit within that fight, and Layla was doing some missing. They kind of at some point looked at in a situation like you used to say, they fight like a girl. They literally was.
Yeah, it's just two different levels, man.
So, with all being said in that, I'm gonna put my hat on Clarissa. If they make the fight, I'm riding with Clarissa. If the argument keeps coming up, I'm gonna still be riding with Clarissa, cause that's my girl. I love Layla Ali. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I think most of the love comes from the fact that she's Ali's daughter. Y'all be real. If she was somebody else's daughter, or she was just a girl that was fighting, would y'all really care about her that much? I'm just asking.
Then she looks at it as beautiful and shit. People got negative things to say about Clarissa, like as far as her appearance and all that. You know how it is, man. Dark skinned women and shit, they get the short end of the stick when it comes to that type of stuff. And I'm going off of what I see on social media. Right. Because people they go hard at Clarissa on social media, but everybody love Layla. So, you know, they on Layla's side when it comes to this shit. But most of them don't know nothing about boxing though. They just look at the
Clarissa.
Yeah, they just look at the tabloids and shit. But Clarissa get a bunch of hate online. For real. Especially since she dating Papoose and all that type of shit. So yeah. They tough on Clarissa.
That's all right. They can keep being tough and she gonna just keep on doing what she doing. Wait. There you go. The comment that started the Layla versus Clarissa beef, Layla said in an interview that she doesn't see anyone who would make her want to return to boxing. Clarissa took that as a dig to her. Well, my son just said it, as she should. She should take that as a dig. First of all, I'm out here whooping everybody. And second of all, I have beat anybody. The people that I have beat will beat the people that you've beat. And you talking about you don't see nobody that could make you want to come back and put those gloves on and go to work? Come on now. That's not being 100%. That's not being 100. That's not just being truthful at all. I feel her with that. Because, you know, out of all, you think about the women that's fighting, the diva, girl, the two girls from London, Shadeja, the talent, in my opinion, the only person that you would say I would think of that you would be like, ooh, they might be doing something. Christy Martin and what's the sister's name? Ann Wolf. There you have it. Now those two, I could see some action happen.
Yeah, Dan Wolf a totally different situation, but didn't Layla Ali avoid her? Why the fuck she didn't
really
fight
want to
Ann
say
Wolf?
that she didn't fight Ann Wolf, but you know, the world knows that she didn't fight Ann Wolf.
Well then, man, come on, man. Next topic, bro. We ain't got to talk about this shit all night. Layla don't have nothing for no Carissa Shields, period. Nothing.
Here, and I'm with you on that. Rod X did give me the information. He said Canelo fought Mosley before Floyd. Okay, that's what I thought. So, you know, just to recap on that, I don't want to hit nothing about, oh, he was young, and that's why he lost. Get out of here with that. Lala D said 55-45, Fedora over Mel Charlo. Yeah, because, you know, he might disarm him with that smile and everything like that. You know, Charlo might think he's soft. But I tell you one thing that I haven't heard anybody calling his name. I ain't heard nobody calling Fedora's name like that. I think Terrence Crawford for a hot moment, and I don't even know if I want to call Earl Spence's call out.
I'm about to say, man, I'm glad Earl didn't fight them. Coming off a layoff and shit, we go out there and get destroyed by Fedora, man. Southpaw, man, come on.
And we saw what happened when you fought the last Southpaw. Actually, the two Southpaws, because that little black, the very dark, what was he, African? That caught him and stunned him in the fight?
Call who?
Earl.
Oh,
Earl.
yeah. I can't think of his name right now, but early in his career.
Yeah, and then later in his career, he goes out there against the Southpaw within Terrence Crawford, got the brakes beat off of him. Now you want to go in there with Stretch Armstrong, or as Eric R. called him, DeHazen, a dude that could reach across the ring and punch you in the face a couple of times, willing to push you up against the ropes and get physical, fight on the inside with you. Earl, we all know he got his jab and he tried to go to the body. But it'll be very difficult because Earl's reach isn't that long. We talking 80 inch reach to a 72, 71, something like that. 74 at the most, but I don't think Earl arms is that
72.
long. 72. That's a lot of distance that you got to make up against the 80, and he's 6'5". Now, yeah, he do got a long body for you to work at, but how easy is it going to be for Earl to get in there? I have to concede to the situation that, you know, Earl is not a person to move his head off the line, which seems to be a problem for a lot of fighters that's coming up in this era. But Earl really don't have no wrinkles. Much as I always will say, Earl was my favorite fighter at 147, but he has no wrinkles to his game, just as D'Lo and DeCane would say, he just do what he do harder. And I don't think that'll work against Fedora at all.
Yeah, motherfucker just too big, man. He's an example. I always say the biggest jump in boxing is going from 47 to 54. Because at 47, you might fight somebody like Danny Garcia. At 54, you could possibly fight a Jared Hurd or Sebastian Fedora. Motherfucker go from 5'8", 5'9" to 6'1" and 6'5" and all this old crazy shit.
In a heartbeat. And
Earl don't take no tune-ups. So you gonna come off a long layoff and fight somebody like Fedora?
Be swole up like
Martin
Ruben was.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Martin against Hitman Hearn.
Shit, that's a perfect example too.
That's how Crawford had him looking. He might look worse.
I don't want no more. Lala D, you really team Layla? Okay, if they fight, I'm gonna be looking for you so I can say, "Quote, baby, quote all day."
She must be a glutton for punishment or something then, because that night is not gonna be a fun night. She gonna be here
Okay.
talking about you guys. I don't like this, you guys. Later,
Not
get the
that.
brakes beat off of her. Carissa done knocked the head between the washer and dryer.
Oh no, not the washer and dryer. This man said she gonna get. Hold up, big bro. You big bro say that she has the same chance that Manny had, and look what happened.
Oh hell no,
I don't think
OG.
it's the same, bro. Cause I think
Nah,
Carissa gonna try to hurt Layla.
nah, hell no, OG. Don't believe that. Pacquiao a different monster, man. I remember when I first saw Pacquiao, he fought the number 3 pound for pound dude. At the time, it was Marco Antonio Barrera. He was ranked either number 3 or number 4, but top 5 for sure. And he went out there and got destroyed by Pacquiao. One of the most dominant performances that I ever seen, especially against somebody that's high on the pound for pound list. Them fights normally be split decision type fights. Man, he went out there and beat the brakes off this man. Pacquiao is totally different, man. That motherfucker got into fighting out of necessity. He used to go down to the park and shit and fight so he can get enough money to buy some bread and all this old crazy shit. And then he come up in the game, man. I'm talking about going weight class to weight class, whooping ass and knocking motherfuckers out too. Pacquiao is a bad man. This is totally different. This is Carissa. This is Layla Ali that came up in the era when everybody was weak. Weak as well water. And I'm telling you, that fight against Jackie Frazier, that's an indictment on her. There's no way that you're supposed to be a great all-time fighter and you go out there and look like that versus Jackie Frazier. She arguably beat Layla. A lot of people feel like she beat Layla. And Jackie don't have nothing. I'm telling you, if Layla would have fought Carissa in her prime, she was going to get destroyed. She don't have nothing for her. No amateur background, no pedigree, no nothing. And you on mute if you talking.
I was just saying Bulbasac. He said hello guys, or she. Welcome to the channel. I don't really like that name. That don't sound right coming out of my mouth at all. Rod X said, oh, wait. Yes, Lala D, he is comfortable with 154. He said 154 has been a division where everyone can be everyone.
Yeah.
And it's growing up again. You know, it's been a bloom again.
Yeah.
D-Lo 404 Boxing, the voice of reason. The man who helps you think outside the box has finally joined into the conversation. Salute, fam. What's going on? Yeah, it used to be bad.
I thought he was on the microphone. What's up, bro? The way you said that shit sounded like he was about to jump on the mic.
You know, I got to give everybody an intro when I see him, regardless of where it said or how it is.
Yeah.
Maybe she beats Terry Harper.
Terry Harper. Yeah, she took too small probably though. She be fighting at 35 and she went to 154 and I think she went back down to 140 or something like that. Yeah, she too small for Layla.
D-Lo came straight in jumping on. He said they had no amateur program back then. And most of those opponents were housewives.
Exactly. Housewives out there. I was thinking cab drivers, but I like housewives better, for real. And some of them was tough, don't get me wrong. You know, they had some good chins and shit. They showed some toughness, but man, they was tomato cans. Yeah, compared to these fighters today for the women's.
Heck yeah.
Carissa is the best fighter in the golden age of women's boxing. That's what we in right now. We in the golden age of women's boxing. And she's the best of the best.
He said, I don't want to see Ali versus. He didn't say who. I'm guessing anybody. Here come Hyphy. He said, Alicia said, y'all lying. She said, Clarissa don't have power, but it's easy to look that way when you fight fighters less than 10 fights and over 40. First of all, the last thing Alicia need to be saying is anything about Clarissa, because her last fight, she almost looked like she got surprised by that Spaniard lady. Let's not forget that lady was an actress who started fighting very, very late. And the bomb didn't look like the same old Baumgartner that I'm used to seeing. Her body looked a little different since she ain't doing those or exercises that she used to do. So you should tread lightly when you bring me information about what Alicia said. Cause ain't nobody trying to hear nothing about Alicia right now.
Yeah, she look more Asian now, like with a build to me. And her stock dropped the last fight. A lot of people saying that she overrated now. And I already had her losing to old girl in the UK. What's her name? She ain't from the UK. That's where they fought.
The
She from
Spanish
the
lady?
no, Michaela Mayer. Michaela Mayer. I thought Michaela Mayer beat her. And then, like you said, she already got a split decision loss to a lower level opponent. So she need to show something. I know y'all don't know nothing about Dragon Ball Z, but she be out there looking like Frieza in his second form and shit. So she need to come
Dragon.
show something.
Well, you need to stop it, not Dragon Ball Z. He said, I don't want to see. Okay, he said, I don't want to see Ali versus Shields. MZ Lala is so cool. She has the charisma. So no, it's not because of her dad. Okay, I'm just saying. To me, back in the day, if you didn't know that Lala's daddy was Ali, would you really be riding with her the way she fought? Was she really that great of a fighter? And the only reason you that question can be asked because, like so many have agreed and said, the competition back then pretty much sucked balls. They didn't have the skills. Right now, today, the golden age is a great word for it, ladies boxing today, because you could throw a rock in the pool of these women and hit any of them, and they got talent, they got skills. They have been through the fire. They have amateur training now. They have people that have confidence in you, and they actually know how to fight. So that era, the beginning stage, the fledgling stage, however you want to put it, Layla is top dog of that era. But hers, it's not gonna be a good look. Clarissa Angel Reese, Shador Sanders get so much unwarranted hate online that it's shameful. First of all, you are so correct. I don't know why they hate on Angel Reese the way they do. I kind of got an idea why they hate on
you know
Shador.
why. Get off the gas with that bullshit. You know exactly why. You ain't got to verbalize it if you don't want to, but we know why.
We gonna get back to this. I do kind of know why they don't like Shador, because his daddy, here you come again. Now you reincarnated another brash you that's getting ready to come out here and thinking they're gonna just take over the NFL. If he does, well, that's what it's supposed to be. I would like to see a great come out and shine just as good as they predecessor, their father. You can't name too many athletes, very few, that you could say their dad was an athlete, Top Gun, and they were an athlete that was Top Gun.
Yeah, that don't happen. I guess you could say the Griffeys. That's probably the only one you can say. Like where you got a top level athlete and his son is top level too.
Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. too. Yeah, they both doing their thing.
Yeah, most of the time, if the dad is great, the son is trash. If the dad is okay, the son that got a chance to be great. That's the way it go.
Let me see. It was another pop that played basketball, and his sons played for the Spurs. They were pretty decent. This
I
man
don't know what you're
said,
talking about.
Unwarranted? You must be joking. Come on now. We not gonna go down that road. What has Angel Reese done that's warranted for her to receive as much hate? What has Shador Sanders done that make them have to receive much hate? What has Clarissa Shields done that make them want to make her have to receive much hate? I don't get that.
They want them to be humble. They got to be humble.
I expect champions to act like champions. When you say, I can whoop your ass, and you the champion, if that's what you go out there and do, then when you can do it, it's not bragging. It's fact. And you can't, why would you hate somebody for being able to produce fact? Now, Caitlin Clark, one of the reasons I'm sure Angel Reese received so much hate, and because I'm gonna say it like one of the TV basketball players said. Act like you've had a champion before. Act like you had an athlete that's good before. Act like you've been here before. The WNBA has Caitlin Clark, okay, and she's doing great, but her fans be overboard. Act like you've seen an athlete that can go out there and handle their business and ball. Y'all act like y'all ain't never seen that before. And then you pit her against a young lady that's doing her thing. It's not her fault that she was blessed to be able to get a lot of rebounds in the WNBA. Regardless if you say she can shoot or not, if she's not good, she misses this and that. Right now, the spotlight is on her, and she has to share with Caitlin Clark, or vice versa. However which way you want to put it. That's just the facts of it. That's just the way it's broke down. There is no reason for you to hate these people except for you fans of another person. That's the way I look at it.
And racism.
I don't want to throw that out there, but you know, if I get to talking racism, then I'll be going overboard.
Well, we ain't got to go overboard, but it's definitely a factor. Caitlin Clark can play, but what makes her more compelling is that she looked at as a hero, and every hero needs a villain. So that's where Angel Reese comes into play. She's the villain, and people like she gets positive attention, but she also gets that negative attention. And people act like she don't get views and shit like that. She do, because people watch her to clown her. They say that she don't get rebounds, she get me bounds. She get all the rebounds, offensive rebounds off her own misses. And all that type of shit. Yeah, I said the same thing, nigga. Shit, go get it.
You know who else used to do that? You know who used to do that and they loved him?
Who?
Moses Malone.
Yeah.
Moses Malone would miss up under the basket just so he could pad his stats on rebounds. I have never heard anybody complain about Moses Malone pulling down rebounds. Angel Reese.
Yeah, but you talking about people that actually love the sport and love the game that's critiquing him. The people that's critiquing Angel Reese, they don't love no fucking women's basketball. Half of them look like they ain't never even played a sport. They be fat and out of shape as a motherfucker talking about what she doing. They look like they ain't never even made the JV team or whatever the fuck they was doing. You know what I'm saying?
The freshman team.
Yeah, they out of there. Genetics trash. So yeah, they don't care nothing about no sport. Yeah, they just want to have
nobody but bench warmers.
Yeah, they just want to be part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I look at Shedeur Sanders as the anti-Caitlin Clark, because he is galvanizing as well. Like, she galvanizing on the other side, and Shedeur Sanders is galvanizing on our side. He bring the people together. Most people like Shedeur. I cut for him like a motherfucker because I watched his games. I saw how tough he was. He didn't have a great offensive line. They knock him down. He get up, get back in the huddle, nigga, run the next play. Accurate was I think he got like 77% of his passes or some shit this past season. I know he was like what he had. I can't even remember his stats and shit. I think he was 37-10 with like 4,100 yards. He was balling. You know what I'm saying? And people be lying, talking about he used to throw his teammates under the bus. I ain't never seen none of that shit. I listened to all the post-game interviews. He always went up there and took that shit on the chin. Even when they had the losing season, he took it on the chin and showed all kind of leadership, in my opinion. So I rock with him. I fuck with him tough. And if I was a GM, I would have scooped him up the first chance I got. For real. I'm disappointed in Mike Tomlin and motherfuckers like that. Man, you should have went out there and got that dude, man. Motherfucking play.
Yeah, well, you know, I think he landed in the right spot. You landed in a spot that you probably stand a chance where you could hurry up and take over the starting spot. That's where you want to be, where you can hurry up and show what you can do.
If they give him a first shake. I remember when they drafted him. You know how, like, in the draft room, when they draft a player, they stand up and everybody high five and hug and all that shit. Yeah. Some motherfucker, they gave his ass a golf clap when they drafted him. Didn't nobody get up and celebrate? They all just sat up there and gave him a little golf clap. And I hope they give him a first shake. For real.
I hope so too. But, you know, we'll see what comes down the line. Joseph Brown said she was going to make a diss track and whoop her in the ring. D-Lo talking about Lattery. That's that lady's name, started with an L. That I was saying.
Lartey
right now.
Yeah, Lartey.
I say Lattery. My bad, Latte. Earl, my boy. But Fundora putting him to sleep. That's from Moody Trayweather. I like Earl too, but I don't like Earl to fight Fundora. I can't think of too many people that I like to fight the Towering Inferno. Cause that's a fire you got to go through. Ask Tim Zoo. He found out the hard way twice. The first time, he might have stood a better chance to beat Fundora. But that cut was a blessing in disguise for Fundora and probably an indictment against Tim Zoo because he went out there and got mollywopped against that other dude. Yeah, like you said, he did beat Joey Spencer. But to me, that Joey Spencer that I saw was way not the Joey Spencer that I first got introduced to.
Yeah, he got a goatee and all that shit now. He don't even look like the same dude. Well, he was probably overrated the whole time anyway. To be a multi-time national champion and every time you lose, you get stopped, that's not a very good sign. A lot of the time, we can make bets just looking at the amateur background. We ain't even got to watch them fight. If I see I got two national champions, most of the time they're going to go the distance unless it's Southpaw versus Southpaw. That's the most volatile matchup in all of boxing. But if it ain't that, it's Southpaw versus Orthodox or Orthodox versus Orthodox, you shouldn't be going out there getting knocked out like that. He fought Jesus Ramos and got stopped by Southpaw. Then he go out there and fight this motherfucker Tim Zoo 40 amateur fights and go out there and get stopped by him. So he just ain't got it.
There it is. We can go ahead and cash the check on him. He's done as far as being a competitor of the highest level. What they call him? He's a journeyman?
He a pretender, not a contender.
A pretender. Okay, I'll go with that. Lala D said, Hyphy, you don't think Clarissa is good? She's amazing. I'm still Team Layla though. Just get out of here with that.
That's who she rooting for. I know she don't think Layla gonna win. That's who she rooting for, I would say. Because she can't think this woman gonna win. Hell no.
I don't know. Let me see. Hell, I don't think Bud would beat Fundora either. Moody Trayweather. That'd be a good fight. The three-headed monster would have to come up with a nice plan to get around those long arms, but that would be a good fight.
That's the worst matchup for Crawford in the division for sure. Like I didn't just see.
He's gonna fight left-handed.
Exactly, he gonna fight left-handed. I done just seen so many matchups where you got a guy that's taller and rangier in Southpaw versus Southpaw matchups, and they come out on top most of the time. Like when Gary Antoine Russell fought Alberto Puello, for example. You know, Puello was able to use that jab and shit because it's on the table when you got Southpaw versus Southpaw. Like you lined up for it. So them long arms of Fundora, they're gonna come more into play. So I think that's the toughest matchup for Crawford at 154 for sure.
Man. He said, get that bag versus Canelo, Moody Trayweather. My bad, Canelo fought Mosley after Floyd.
I was thinking that when I first heard you read that shit, I was like, damn, it seemed like Canelo was a little bit more mature when he fought Mosley, but I wasn't for sure, so I ain't say nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. He said Earl has a little head. Lala said Earl has a little head movement, if I remember correctly. Not really. He would put the high guard up. He would parry. He would move his head every once in a while, but mainly he would be there to get hit. He would lean back. You know what I'm saying? He would lean back and he would duck. But being on that line, he was mainly there.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't remember Earl with the bob and weave on the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Because he really didn't have to have it. You know, that's for the shorter guys for the most part. And he at welterweight, he 5'9.5". So, you know, he ain't in there with taller guys for the most part. So he ain't really got to learn them type of skills. It's kind of like Deontay Wilder. Every time he fight, he taller and bigger. But then he fought against Tyson Fury. And now you got to change it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't able to do that. So yeah, I didn't really see a lot of bob and weave from Earl back in the day. Step in behind the jab is what he did.
Very, very regularly.
Yeah.
Let me see. MF's online today talking about how weak 154 is. I just laid my phone down. I refuse to engage.
That's a good idea.
Mr.
You can't even
Sensei,
have simple conversations with the motherfucker. I'm still mad them folks looked at me and laughed at my comment because I said that Adrian Broner was tough. I thought that was obvious. The man done
yeah,
lost 5 times, ain't never been stopped. He done been dropped. He done been in there with power punches like Madonna. They hurt him, but they couldn't get him out of there.
and
That's
old
a
boy,
that's a statement of toughness.
and they gonna have the nerve to say you proving my point. I'm like, what point is that? Because y'all trying to say he got stopped.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, do y'all even watch boxing? Well, I'm just appreciative that I can chop it up about boxing with some people that really know this shit. Because we all know that Adrian Broner tough.
Did bricks.
You know what I'm saying? You might drop him or something. You can knock his tooth out, but he gonna get up and fight. I don't give a damn if he ain't fought in 2 years, 3 years. You ain't gonna stop him.
He gonna do a video drunk on some Jack Daniels, and then he gonna
Yeah.
come and fight. And you might beat him, but you ain't gonna stop him. And the GOAT is Katie Taylor by far. Now nobody will take away Katie Taylor's accomplishments, but you can't take away Clarissa's nickname. Nobody was even thinking about calling Katie Taylor or any other woman for that matter GOAT until it came out of Clarissa's mouth. Now, giving Katie shine like Clarissa, because Katie is a bad woman. She decorated amateur, Olympian, and she been whooping
Not
ass.
Olympian. I got that wrong last time.
She was she Commonwealth, something like
No,
that.
no. AIBA World Championship. She was killing that shit. She was around doing her thing before the Olympics came through.
Take the
So she,
girls to took the girls.
yeah, so she was on the AIBA World Championships.
So
She
pre-Olympic.
definitely, yeah, she a bona 5'5". I think she the second greatest fighter of all times. You know what I'm saying? If you want to put her in front of Carissa, I can't be too mad about it. I mean, we talking about Katie Taylor. You know what I'm saying? Whooping ass in the amateurs, whooping ass in the pros. Shit. That's Katie Taylor.
Right. And she just shut down Amanda Serrano 3 times.
Yeah,
Nobody will argue with you on the Katie Taylor thing, but I'm not going to allow anyone to take away Clarissa's nickname to give it to somebody else. Where they do that at?
Yeah, but Carissa don't have that one fighter that Katie Taylor does, and that's Chantel Cameron. She went out there and beat the woman the first time. I think she beat her in her own home country. And then they had a rematch, and that was controversial. A lot of people thought Chantel Cameron won both fights. You know what I'm saying? Carissa don't have that opponent where folks think she lost to her and all that type of shit. She done been head and shoulders above everybody that she done fought. And then we put that in conjunction with the amateur background, AIBA World Championships, Olympics, all this shit. Yeah, that's the GOAT right there all day long.
There you go. Lala D said only one GOAT, and that is T-Rex Shields. If we drop the T-Rex and we just call her GOAT now. So
but we give Katie Taylor number 2. Yeah, we give Katie Taylor number 2 though. She's the second greatest of all time.
Yeah, I'll share that sentiment because Kaylee doing her thing with those strong neck self.
Yeah.
D-Lo 404 Boxing says Lala in her prime loses to Clarissa. Lala today has been out of the ring since 2007. We've been saying that already. I think Lala.
Why you keep calling the woman Lala? Fucking name is Layla, brother.
I don't know why I got Lala. Because Lala been sticking at me all night about damn Layla.
You can clearly see it's an I in that name.
Like I said, you heard me just say this woman been sticking in me all night about Clarissa. And now I've got her name stuck in my mouth. Layla, that's right. Clarissa is definitely the best. But I'm Team Layla. See, there she go again.
Well, she just said what it was. She said Carissa the best, but she Team Layla Ali. So, you know, she just riding with her because she want to support her. But she know who the best fighter is, though.
He said Maya beat her. Maya beat her. I agree there when she fought
Baumgardner.
Baumgardner.
Yeah.
Bum going only won because people like, oh, she hot. She was on that juice. At least that's what they said. I ain't gonna say she was on the juice. I'm just saying that that's what people were saying. She was exercising a little too hard, and that's what did it.
Yeah, allegedly. And the outfit that she wore in the fight was tough too.
Yeah, that was
that might have got her extra round or two on the scope card. Motherfucker wasn't even watching the fight. They sitting up there looking at her in that damn whatever that was she was wearing, the little skirt thing.
Yeah,
the Xena,
that little warrior.
The Xena, the warrior princess,
that
little
was nice. That was nice. Every time you throw a hook. I was like, throw another hook. Need some uppercut in there.
Yeah.
Stop. Marshall versus Shields was a draw to me. Really? No.
Nah, I didn't think so.
That was not a draw.
I'll give Marshall some credit. She did her thing in the fight. I give Marshall about 3-4 rounds. I think Carissa clearly won that fight.
Yeah,
he seemed like a troll though. Yeah, he seemed like a controlled troll. Like he got that troll in him, but he's trying to keep it under control right now. You know what I'm saying? Look at his name. Look at his fucking name.
That's why I didn't want to say his name.
If we was on the corner, we make them niggas change their names if they want to come talk boxing with us. We ain't gonna have nobody in the chat with a name like that. That's how we used to handle that shit, nigga. You want to talk boxing with us? Change your motherfucking name, because I'm not about to be looking at that shit on the screen.
You know what? We should take that up. As a matter of fact, we will. Ha! Marshall wasn't say that nigga Trey X say anything.
I don't even know what I said that was bad. What I say?
You didn't say nothing bad. He just said you say anything. You just keep it real. We speak the truth as truthfully as you can on this channel. We don't try to keep you from saying that. But that is a messed up name, man. Nobody want to be saying Big Sack or none of that shit. I got another hard time speaking clearly English right now. No way Clarissa beat Marshall Fair. Yeah, we know she beat Marshall fair and square, just like she beat the other girl, Christina Hammer, fair and square. And she beat everybody else that she done fought fair and square. Draw. Come on out here with that. Let's get to Usyk versus Dubois. I think that's the fight. That fight had a surprise ending. Not really a surprise ending, just where the ending came so quick. Usyk is whooping all of the UK. Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. What's the other dude name that was in the movie?
Derek Chisora?
No, not Chisora. Yeah, he beat him too. The dude that was in the Rocky movie. I mean, not the Rocky movie. Yeah, it was right. The son of
Oh, you talking about the former cruiserweight? I can't even think of his fucking name right now.
He be doing he be talking, but y'all know who I'm talking about. So he whooping all those boys. He whooping all those. But I don't know what the heck Dubois was doing. That he went out there and just didn't look prepared or ready at all. I gave him much more credit in my Champ Ross picks, thinking that he was gonna go out there and at least, I'm thinking that you learned from the first fight. You've been out here running through everybody else. But then I started thinking about it. Anthony Joshua wasn't really a big run through. He was ready to be ran through. That left hook. Oh my gosh, just the way he dropped Daniel Dubois, man.
That's a looping left.
Another one of those freeze your knees, you lean over forward and then fall back like somebody just demolition the building.
Yeah, that was a looping left. That man, the southpaw. Southpaw got the looping left and the right hook. But yeah, I mean, I'm mad because I took the motherfucker Usyk by decision because I done bought into the new and improved chin that Dubois been showing. So I'm like, okay, he got this good chin now. Maybe he can go the distance. I felt dumb as hell. Cost me 5 points on the Champ Ross. I could have been in 4th place, tied up with Gil Coles with his mark ass. And instead, I'm down there at like number 9 or something because I done took this motherfucker by decision. But Usyk is a fucking conqueror, man. He's a bona fide 5 legend motherfucker. I can't put him up there with the greats because he ain't got the volume. But if you put him in there with any fighter, I think he got action. I can't put him off in there with too many fighters and say, oh yeah, he'll definitely beat Usyk like some people do. Nah, I don't know. Because that motherfucker there is the type to rise to the occasion. You know what I'm saying? Like he just a cold motherfucker, man. But I thought the fight was kind of unnecessary. I didn't need to see it again. He went out there and stopped the Dubois the first time. We got to have a rematch because of a fucking body shot controversy. Like, fuck out of here. He ain't got nothing for no damn Usyk. This is a goddamn conqueror, man. And now they talking about some more rematches with Tyson Fury again. And
man, don't nobody want to see Tyson Fury no more.
I don't need to see that shit. And it was another rematch that they was talking about. I can't remember that one right now. I don't need to see none of that shit. I want to see him against Ijit Kabayel. That's the fight that I want as a boxing fan. Say what?
I say Kabayel?
Yeah, hell yeah. A long time ago, Yasa said that the best matchup to go against Usyk is Kabayel because he the body snatcher. And Usyk seems to not like it to the body very much. So we got a guy he at least the best body puncher that I've seen in the last 10, 15 years. Besides Errol Spence. Errol Spence was a bad body punching motherfucker. But outside of Errol Spence, Kabayel is the best body puncher that I've seen in a long time. He keep on stopping everybody the same way. And I ain't talking about low-level guys. He's stopping some good fighters. You know what I'm saying? And he going to that body. That's one thing that you can count on. This man is going to the body. And he's stopping motherfuckers. Showed a good chin against Zhili Zhang. He also showed some resiliency because I think he got dropped in the fight. He got up and still stopped the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So I think that'll be tough on somebody like Usyk. I can't put it past Usyk to beat him. I would actually have to favor Usyk in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he a bona fide fighter. Kabayel ain't like that. But as far as styles, the style matchup, I think that's the best matchup that we can have at heavyweight right now.
Now, for the rematch for Dubois, because he had a belt, and it was a chance for Usyk to become undisputed again.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit.
So that's what put Daniel.
He shouldn't have lost his belt in the first place. Hell,
they stripped that. You know how they do. It's now it seems like, oh, you get undisputed, we strip you, get a belt, or try to set the belt up where the guy we want to fight you could show up, and we got it all going again. You can either be undisputed or they can't. They really wanted Daniel to. You could tell that they was really riding with old Daniel, man. They was riding with Daniel. We had spoke on the fact last week that he might need to go get a re-up on that voodoo that his dad did on his chin. Apparently, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
We did fall for the fact. I was saying Daniel is the most improved fighter that we've been seeing lately. He's shown that he's changed a whole bit. Then you said he's starting to be a lot more goofy than he was at first. I took the goofiness as confidence. He went out there and got Goofy knocked clean up out of him. He had nothing in that fight. Nothing. He didn't get on track from 1 to 5. And the crazy thing about it is, karma, you can call it, life's a itch, and then y'all get married type thing, because he gets put out of the fight in the same round that he put out AJ.
Yeah, they say he was out. They had a party before the fight, like a celebration before the fight and shit too. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I'm seeing.
That would be crazy insane to celebrate.
The only thing I can think of is maybe trying to get a psychological edge, like you gonna speak it into existence type shit. Like I'm gonna believe it and receive it. That's the only thing that I can think, man. You know, I already lost to the guy, so they might be trying to psych him into thinking like he gonna win. Like when I go to like the poker games with my partner, I'd be like, yeah, man, I hope we go over here and snatch a patch out these motherfuckers. He'd be like, nah, we are going to snatch a patch out these motherfuckers and all that type of shit. Like trying to get that psychological edge, psych yourself out and shit. I was thinking maybe that could be what it was, but it's not something that I would do. And he went out there and got his ass whooped, even faster than the first fight. And that's the way it be in the rematches a lot of time.
Man, Daniel just didn't do jack. That was he disappointed the brothers across the pond. He could at least bruise Usyk. You know what I'm saying? He could at least gave him a bruise. This man didn't give him nothing.
He didn't even go to the body. That's what I'm tripping on. If you feel like you know his weakness, go to the body.
I thought he would at least go to the body. I just didn't want him to overextend trying to go to the body. But shoot, Usyk didn't give him a chance to even get that far.
Lost anyway, man. Might as well sold out trying to do what you feel like work. You sitting up here trying to out chess a chess master. You out here with Bobby Fischer and you surprised at what happened to you. Like, man, come on. But yeah, going his last fights, he been kind of bullied in his build up. To me, he flipped the script and tried to bully Usyk in the build up, yelling all in his face and all this other type of shit. Nigga, that ain't even your personality. He the one that's been getting punked by Big Baby Miller. He got punked by Ergovich, and he got punked by Joshua. Perceived to be punked, because that's the way they was talking to him. Now, this time, he the one that's yelling and screaming all in the man's face and talking about what he gonna do and all this type of shit. Like, nigga, do you know who you talking to? You talking to a fucking conqueror. That's what this man is. Real life killer in that ring, man. Telling you, man.
He was able to hurt Usyk to the body in the first fight, and so many people complained and said that Usyk should have lost that fight. I think he thought it was in the bag, and that probably is what they played. Hey, you hurt him, remember? You could do this, Daniel. You hurt him to the body. Usyk has nothing for you. And went out there and got the brakes whooped off of it. He reminded me of my master cylinder. They opened it up, it just disintegrated. Everything fell apart.
Yeah. And we put the free bet on Dubois because he has been hot in boxing. Like, he been one of the hottest guys out there. So we were like, let's see what's gonna happen if you got some youth and some a motherfucker riding high going against the aging bad motherfucker, and he's still bad. Motherfucker Usyk cold, man. I'm telling you.
The boy say he just getting started. 38 is the new young.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
He got a lot of wear and tear on his body though. 350 amateur fights. Only thing is he did not start at that young age. He started when he was 15. That's how he lost to Sean Porter, which kind of doesn't make sense to me, to be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck they had going on, because he started boxing at 15 and he fought Sean Porter at 15. Sean Porter started when he was real young, like 7, 8, maybe even 6 or some shit like that. So Sean Porter should have already been open class. And if Usyk just started at 15, he should have been a novice at the time. So I don't even know how they fought each other. But Porter beat him because Usyk got such a late start in boxing. So and that's the age Errol Spence started. So we got a guy that started at 15 and really went to the top of the motherfucking sport. He is a legend in the game. That's what we're looking at, a living legend right now.
Dang, bro, did you have to remind me that Errol Spence started at that age too? I was trying not to,
He did good. He did good to start at that age, though.
Yeah, he did good to start at that age until he ran into Crawford.
Yeah, he became a unified champion starting at 15. That's very difficult to do. But this guy, he didn't stop at unified. He took it to undisputed, and shit, he on top of the world.
I bet his daddy didn't have to pay him to take a trainer either.
Oh yeah.
You got to remember that part. You got to pay somebody to say, man, this dude training you. You won't even talk to him.
Only thing I ain't like is how he gave the belt to the Zelensky or whatever the fuck that dude name is over there in Ukraine, and then they took the belt and gave it to Donald Trump. I ain't like that shit.
Oh,
yeah, maybe they just showed it to him or something. I don't know, but what I looked at, it looked like they gave the belt to Donald Trump.
Why they even talking to him?
Because you know they need help from the motherfucker with the war against Russia. He was over here trying to get some support for that shit. I think that's the time where they ganged up on him a little bit and tried to handle him off in the Oval Office. Trump and Vance, JD Vance. But yeah, I didn't like. I had actually posted the shit off in Discord. Everybody was like hitting like a negative reaction to it and shit. We ain't like that look.
I'm glad I didn't see it. I probably would have been driving and ended up hitting the curb or something. Man, why the hell you put that in the Discord?
No, I got them two mixed up. I posted about the sword that he had lifted after the fight against Fury. My bad. That's what I posted in Discord. But he also gave that belt to Zelensky, and then Zelensky had brought it in and at least showed the motherfucker to Donald Trump. But I don't know why he would do that. It looked like he gave him the fucking belt. I don't know which belt particularly it was, but I ain't like to look at that shit though. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he was telling Trump, "Hey, you see, we got a champ over here. Don't play. Seeing that one of the little weapons we need, for I had to send him over here to the Oval Office and talk to you."
Yeah.
Trump will deport him.
Yeah, Usyk a real hitman out there, man, for real. So let's talk about some of the other fights that took place this weekend. We won the belt that we should have lost with that young Daniel Lapin that fought against Lewis Edmondson. Lewis Edmondson is a fighter that we need to pay attention to in fights in the future because he can really fight, and I think he deserved to beat Lapin. He went out there and outworked him. The only reason that Lapin won is because he had Usyk as his promoter, and he got some politics in his favor. Solomon Dakers is another one. You got to give him some props because he went out there and got stopped in one round against David Adelaide. Then he went out there and just got the upset over Vladislav Sarenko. He was undefeated, 22-0 with 19 knockouts, and he followed Dakers around the ring all night and got boxed up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So salute to Dakers. He coming off that first round knockout loss, got back on the horse and got back in the win column in this motherfucker against a 4. Against a 4. So that was a solid opponent. You know what I'm saying? One fight that kind of pissed me off though was the Joet Gonzalez versus Figueroa fight. We had a hedge on the fight. We had the motherfucker Joet Gonzalez by decision at plus 450, hedge with Brandon Figueroa by decision at minus 110. I thought Joet Gonzalez deserved to win that fight. He started the fight off strong. I gave the motherfucker like the first 7-8 rounds. He went out there and was doing his thing, fighting on the inside. Sometimes he'll take a step back and put a jab and a looping right hand on the motherfucker. I thought he was beating him at his own game. And plus, Figueroa, this was his first fight with a new trainer. I thought he didn't look sure of himself. And I thought Joet deserved to win that fight, and we deserved to win that bet. Well, you know, they gave it to Figueroa. I think it was by unanimous decision, too.
Yeah, they gave him a UD, Figueroa. I didn't see the UD. I could kind of lean for, I guess why they figured he won. He never stopped throwing punches. You know, the same old Figueroa that I'm used to seeing. I just saw him doing the same old thing, the same old Figueroa, just throw a whole bunch of punches. At certain points, he put a little more steam on them. But for the most part, you know, he just wouldn't stop throwing punches. He was eating a lot of punches, but he just didn't stop throwing. And I think that's what really helped him. That's what pushed him to get the win. But UD, I wasn't expecting the UD. I was looking for more of a split decision. If it had to be a decision, I was looking for a split.
Yeah, Joet still proved he one of the toughest fighters in all the boxing. He done been a distance with this motherfucker Figueroa. He done been a distance with Navarrete and a few of the motherfuckers. He is tough, man. He ain't going nowhere. I fuck with Joet tough because he a gold mine. Anytime he fights, you know he not gonna get knocked out. That's why you can take a chance on the hedge like we had. Because we basically had the hedge that either we gonna take him to win by decision, because we know Figueroa tough too. It's hard to knock him out. So we gonna take him by decision. And at the same time, we can count on Joet. If he loses, he gonna lose by decision. So it was a situation where either we win money if Joette win, or we break even if Figueroa win. So it was cool. So then we also had Gary Allen Russell, I think that motherfucker name is. He came back against Hugo Castaneda. He had a good little showing. Still got fast hands. Finally moved from 126 to 135. He looked strong. Had power in his hands and shit. The timing didn't look bad, but he a veteran of being out the ring for a long time, so I couldn't be too surprised about that. But he looked good in the fight, man. He got some rounds in too. He went 10 rounds, even though he got him out of there in the 10th. So he got some necessary rounds. I just thought he could have got him out of there earlier for Machamp Ross. I had KO 5, and it looked like I might get that shit, but he kind of stepped back on him and let him survive, or let him live a little longer. You know what I'm saying?
I picked him for a split decision because I was thinking that the layoff would play a little role in it. I picked him at a split, but I listened to him after the fight, and he was talking about he wanted to get some rounds in because he was testing his shoulder to see, he wanted to see if his shoulder was going to do what he needed to do, because the last time we saw him, he was fighting one-armed.
Yeah.
So he came back. He made a good showing of himself, and the move, I was trying to figure out if he had moved to 130, 135. I actually said he had moved to 140. I made a mistake. But the weight do look, he looked like he like he growing up, is what I said, because he always looked like a little dude to me, but he look like he growing up now.
Yeah, he 37, so
it's about time to put on some weight.
If you're gonna do something, now's the time. So then we had David Picasso versus his car, Nusika Kameda or something like that. Picasso was supposed to be impressing us so we can think he got something against anyway, and I didn't see it. So he say he still think he ready though. Anyway, to whoop his motherfucking ass. So then my favorite fighter, Jesse Bam Rodriguez. Went out there and fought this motherfucker Fumalila Kafu or something like that. I'm mad that we didn't take the over in that fight. I was talking to Yasa. He said, man, I think this motherfucker gonna get knocked out early. I say, shit, I think it's some shit in place for him to go deep in the fight. And he went deep in the fight. He was coming back with the looping right hand to the body and all that kind of shit. But Bam is just a different animal in that ring. He broke the dude down throughout the course of the fight. Got him out of there in 10 rounds. I missed the knockout by 1. I had KO 9. It was KO 10. But, just another display of outstanding boxing skills from Bam Rodriguez. I don't expect to see anything less.
I picked him to win round 7.
Yeah.
Rodriguez. I was like, come on, man. We got this 7-round knockout. But no, he took 10, which messed me over with Machamp Ross. But it's all right. He still got the win. So I ain't going to complain too much.
Yeah, Kafu had a little amateur background. I didn't know it going into the fight. I heard them mention it during the fight. He was 110-7. I don't know where he had on the scale or nothing because I didn't hear about none of his accomplishments. But, he done been in the ring, though. And he was coming off an upset loss. I think he went to Japan and knocked somebody off. I can't remember who it was. But he was coming in off a solid win and feeling good about himself. And plus it was Southpaw versus Orthodox. I was expecting the fight to go deep. So we could have hit on the over 7.5 rounds, but we didn't get out there on it. So then another fight was Diego Pacheco versus Trevor McCombie. I'm a little disappointed in Pacheco because I thought he should go out there and stop this motherfucker. McCombie got stopped in 9 against Caleb Plant, but he went out there with the distance.
Mr. Mustache.
Yeah, he went the distance against Pacheco. So I didn't think I saw the killer instinct that I would like to see from Pacheco.
I thought he was going to win in 7-2.
Yeah, I had it. I think I had KO 10 or 9 or some shit like that. I had it late, but I thought he should have got him out of there. I think them only ones that was that just really stood out to me. I didn't see the Ammo Williams fight.
How did you? Did he win?
Yeah, I think he did.
See that fight either.
I think I saw him in an interview. Well, on Boxing Scene, the writer was like talking about an interview that they did with him, and I think he said he had to knock out one of his friends or something. So I think he won by knockout. But I just kind of lost interest when his original opponent, Etanosa Olija, out of Italy, he had to pull out the fight for whatever reason, and That took my spirit because I wanted to see that fight. Lehigh, pretty decent fighter, So I didn't see the Ammo fight, but I think he won by knockout.
Okay. Uh, did you see the Cruz fight?
No, I did not get a chance to see the Cruz fight. I saw he had a short notice opponent. I kind of assumed that he was just gonna go in there and knock him out, even though the guy was an Iron Man. I just didn't know what he was gonna do coming in on short notice. I kind of lost a little interest when I found out he wasn't gonna fight for Fierro. But they went from one tough opponent to another tough opponent. That Salcido dude, he can punch. How did the fight go?
Yeah,
Right.
same old Cruz. He was trying to get at him, swinging for the fences, trying to get him to engage. Once he finally caught up to him, he started lining the punches, swinging hard like he always does. It was the typical pit bull showing.
Okay.
Old boy, he tried to fight back, move, get a little space, but Pete tried to stay on him, make sure he couldn't get away. Pete kept bringing the pressure.
Yeah. You know what you're gonna get from Pitbull. He gonna get on the inside and try to light your motherfucking ass up. So I guess if you seen one Pitbull fight, you done seen them all.
Pretty much.
We got to give some credit to Lawrence Okoli too. He went out there and boxed Kevin Lorena. I did watch that fight. I expected Okoli to knock him out, but like I said, it's hard when it's Southpaw versus Orthodox. It's hard to knock out them Southpaws and vice versa. So Kevin Lorena is a Southpaw. He went the distance against Okoli, but I thought Okoli did some good work. He working off a jab. He was able to land it against the Southpaw, throw the straight right hand, especially to the body. When it got in close, he smothered the motherfucking, leaned on him, put his weight on him and shit. Lorena ain't the biggest heavyweight. He a former cruiserweight. That's the one that was dropping Daniel Dubois early in the fight. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't got a lot of knockouts, but he might have some deceptive type of power. Because like I said, he was dropping Daniel Dubois. And he showed a little toughness, you know what I'm saying? And that was a pretty decent fight. And Okoli came out on top. That's an Olympic gold medalist, so he a 5 on the scale. So I like to keep up with him a little bit. You ain't posted fights for this week though.
Oh, okay. I'll get him. Oh shit, it's too late to get him out there now. We doing the show now, huh? My bad. I got a lot going on. I kind of forgot. Here come Hyphy. Right on cue. Abdullah said he ready to whoop GTD for his belts. He got a squab coming up now for a belt, don't he? Against a pretty hard opponent.
Yeah, he going against Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes is about a 3.5, so we got a 3.5 versus 3.5, and he gonna come fight hard, the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He very tough. He got an amateur background, like I said, about 3.5. I want to say he a 2-time ABA champion, and that's a prestigious tournament over there in the UK. You know what I'm saying? So that's gonna be interesting, man. I don't think it's no walk in the park for Abdullah Mason at all. I won't be surprised if we go out there and get upset. To be cool. I mean, to be real. You know what I'm saying? But that's interesting one. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, if you go step up to become a champion, this is a good step up for him. We get a chance now to see what is it? Oh, we get a chance now to see where you're gonna roll at and how things gonna tumble down. Getting on the situation when people were talking about children being as good as their dads. Big E had put in there the Mannings, Peyton and what's that brother? Peyton and
Eli.
Yeah, they was good under Archie. When they did in Archie.
Yeah, but Archie wasn't no great player. He was great in college, but he wasn't great in the NFL.
His sons came and did they thing.
Yeah, they was wearing bags on their heads at his games. The Aints.
Yeah.
They couldn't give him no protection. He was running for his life out there.
Rod X said the greatest skips a generation. Yeah. Marvin the Killer Harrison. Son may be on his way. That's from D-Lo 404 boxing.
That's a good one right there. I forgot about that. We might see that for real, because that motherfucker can play at Ohio State. And we already know Marvin Harrison with the Colts, him and Manning, they was doing their thing. And his son has a decent quarterback with that Murray kid that come out of Oklahoma. he got action for sure.
D-Lo wrong for putting that nickname like that though. The Killer.
What you mean?
Did Marvin Harrison get end up with some kind of court stuff about some murder?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
something about that. Yeah.
Grady Jarrett is Jesse Tuggle's son. It's rare.
I don't know who now one of them motherfuckers are.
La la D. There's a lot to talk about. Oh, the controversy right after the fight. There was a controversy right after the fight about more. Wait. We talking about what controversy was there after the fight with Daniel and Ugas?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Me either. Lala, because Lala said it wasn't a lot to talk about with that fight because, he went out there and got the brakes beat off of. But JB said that it was some kind of controversial thing after the fight. I would like to know what that's about. D-Lo going back to Angel Reese said Angel has more defensive rebounds than the next highest total rebounder in the WNBA.
Oh yeah.
That's a hell of a stat to have. I got more rebounds defensively than you got totally.
Yeah.
And this is from the second best rebounder?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I love Angel for her dog in there and her willingness to do the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? And her offense is getting better. I see her shooting improving. I see her passing improving. Her dribbling improving. She on a pretty high run right now. She averaging like 19 and 13 or 22 and 13 or some shit like that. But she on a pretty nice run right now. Haters is sweating bullets watching that shit. Caitlin Clark been struggling shooting and turning the ball over and all this shit. So they been sick here lately. Keep going, goddamn.
That's why I ain't been hearing nothing. That boy
Hey.
Rod X said, yeah.
Hey, have you ever heard of this little girl, this black girl named, they call her Firefly?
She be wrestling?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yes. Yes, oh my goodness. You see she be suplexing those girls.
Man, suplexing them, man. I was like, God damn, man. If y'all ain't checked out little Firefly, go give her some support, man, for real. Firefly,
Yes.
I ain't even into no wrestling. But this little girl
This
is
girl
bad,
is a
man.
beast.
She a beast.
is
She
a
look like she
beast.
about 16, 17. She might be older, I don't know. But compared to us, she a youngster. She like a baby to us. But she out there handling the shit out them folks. She be wrestling boys too. She be dragging them. They be trying to crawl off the mat. She be dragging the motherfucker back on the
Drag ass back and put him in a some kind of lock.
Yeah, nigga, you
Bring
ain't
your
going
ass
nowhere.
here. When I saw her do that suplex, I mean, it looked like she just straight did a back bend with that girl in her arms. And oh my gosh, it was just brutal. If y'all get a chance to see her, check her out for real. This girl is a beast.
Yeah,
A
I
beast.
suffer a little Firefly, man. She mean as a motherfucker.
They should call her a dragonfly. Firefly. Y'all get a chance, go check her out, man. For real. Go check out this young lady videos. Give her some thumbs up because she out there hurting folks.
Yeah.
I'm looking for her to be in
UFC one of these.
yeah, that's what I'm looking for her to be in the UFC. The way she acting right now, if she keep that tenacity up the way she doing people, and she end up collegiate and then UFC, oh, I'm excited. I'll watch her.
Yeah, she mean as hell. In a good way for contact combat sports type shit. She just mean as a motherfucker. Well, yeah, I follow her on Facebook, man. I wasn't trying to derail the conversation too much. That's why it was on my mind.
Shoot, that's a good derail though. That's a good one. Cause she deserves to get spoke on because she doing her thing. I'm trying to think of the young lady. It's a dad. He does boxing, but he got two little girls. I've been watching the the jiu-jitsu girls.
Yeah, he got a fight coming up on the undercard of, it might be this weekend. He gonna be on the undercard of one of these upcoming fights though. I can't think of his name, but his daughter do the BJJ.
Yeah.
Her name is Nala or something like that.
Nyla. The baby girl doing it now too. She
Oh
done won the
yeah, yeah,
champion. She done won the tournament.
yeah. He needs to open a school because he definitely got a gift for teaching the little kids that BJJ.
Yep.
Cause his kids on point, winning every goddamn thing. Yeah, they don't seem to ever lose.
Every
But he
time
got
I
a
see them
boxing match coming
post.
up.
Okay. I'm gonna have to check him. Well, hopefully we can check him out. They might show us the undercard or not. It's no telling.
It'll
But his
probably be
little
on the
girls,
prelims.
every time they show, every time they have a video pop up, I make it my business to go check them out.
Yeah, I'm a
I
big
like
fan.
Nyla.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I like Nyla. Nyla be going hard. I remember when I saw her and she took a loss and she was crying. Oh, the cool, bro. I'm sitting here feeling her. I'm feeling it, but her dad, he handled it right. Let her know we gonna cry about this, or we gonna do something different. That remind me of something I say to my baby girl. You gonna sit there and cry about it, or we gonna fix this feeling? Nyla went out there. And she got that arm bar down so good.
Oh yeah.
It's just nasty.
I don't even call it the arm bar. I call it the Nala because that's a little special move to me, nigga. For real.
Man. So yeah, that's a good city because we giving them all some props. Y'all get a chance, check them out if you haven't already. He said these folks aren't sports fans at all. They just hating to be hate. These words coming from D-Lo 404 Boxing. We know they hate. When you can't do nothing else, you turn to what you can do, and that's hate. You hate the ones that can do what they can do. I'm sorry that you hating on the Clarissa or Angel or Shador. Or any of these people that you hating on just for the fact to be doing it. Yeah, they be lying like an MF. Shador was buying them boys Rolexes and stuff. Them coaches was scared that their GM and owner may want Dion to come for their jobs. Now that's a thought, D-Lo. I got the boy. I might as well bring his dad over here and turn it loose. You see, the daddy is a money magnet, and he seemed to have a good grasp on coaching. Will it transfer into the pros though? It's one thing to be able to coach the kids in college, Dion that is, but do you think it would transfer into the pros? Now, maybe give him a job as a defensive back coach, probably, and see what he can do there.
Nah, hell no. You can't have a man that's no defensive back coach, and he got more clout than a head coach.
Well,
it's gonna be head coach and nothing for him. But I think it's a combination of a bunch of factors why that man fell in the draft. And what D-Lo said is definitely part of it. For sure. I just didn't like them lying on the man. Talking about he came to the interview with his headphones on and all this shit. And I'm looking at the way Dion coach, he run a pretty tight ship. I know they can listen to rap music. I know celebrities come fuck with him and all that. But he an old school disciplinarian coach though. He a coach that put his foot in your ass. And if the meeting start at 6, he wants you in your motherfucking seat at 5:45 or some shit. After that, you're late and all that crazy shit. And his own son came in like well before the meeting was supposed to start, but it was outside of that 15 minutes early shit. And he got punished for that. So I know he ain't showing no special favoritism to his own kids. Everybody can get a foot in the ass. And that's what make a good coach.
That's
right.
So no favoritism.
No favoritism. So I'm seeing how you run his ship. So you mean to tell me that kid that's been going through that type of program is gonna go to the most important interview of his life wearing headphones? And then you spread this shit to all the people and they take it and run with it automatically. Don't question nothing. The Giants, the New York Giants GM said this, and the head coach said this, Dayball or whatever the fuck his name is or was, and everybody just run with it, and that's what pissed me off. You know what I'm saying? But since then, now he in the league, everybody got a nice thing to say about him. The coaches and shit with the Browns talking about either first one in, last one to leave. Motherfucker be doing all this extra film study and working hard, making everybody in the building laugh, and everybody love to be around him. I saw one interview, the head coach told the motherfucker, man, you'll see, you'll like him, and all this bullshit. But we seen that going in. Like, he's just a good guy, man. Motherfucker out in the community, fucking with the kids. They have They had some kind of disaster down there, some fucked up weather or something. He out there helping out with that shit and all that. You know what I'm saying? He already don't go to clubs and all that type of shit. Like
Pre-ready for the game.
Man grew up to be in this shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, get a man a chance, man. Just get a man the first shake. And they cost the man millions of dollars. That ain't my problem. That's him. But at the same time, I don't like to see an injustice to another person. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like that shit.
Yeah.
Like that quarterback the Saints drafted, that motherfucker my age down there. And they gonna draft him ahead of Shador. Like, come on, man. And then they posted was it the Saints? Yeah, the Saints was with that one. And then Brady and them over there with the Raiders, they passed up on him, and he supposed to be his mentor and all this whole shit. So I just felt like they colluded against the young brother. You know what I'm saying? They don't want that repeat. You know, Dion, when he got drafted, he was like drafting a rapper down there. That nigga draped up in gold and shit. Got the curl shining on the motherfucker, big smile on his face. Family, they fly. You know what I'm saying? Everything just player. They don't want that repeat of that shit. But it's coming anyway, though. Yeah, it's coming. He get a first shake, he gonna shine.
That's what he's supposed to do. And then they're gonna be able to say, I told you so.
And he winning over the players, too. That's another thing. Like the tight end and Joku, whatever his name is.
Right.
Jerry Judy and all the motherfuckers, they saying good things about him. Talking about how fast his mind process. Like they talk about, well, he ain't special with his physical gifts. Like he ain't real fast and all that. He ain't Lamar Jackson and all these type motherfuckers. But they say his mind is fast though. Fuck how fast his feet is. His mind is fast. This is quarterback, man. It don't take no motherfucker playing like Randall Cunningham to win no Super Bowl. Tom Brady couldn't run. That motherfucker probably ran a 5.5 in the 40 and won 7 Super Bowls.
That boy ran a 6.7.
That motherfucker was trash out there. I think he officially ran a 5.2 at the combine. I might be wrong, but I think it was a 5.2. That don't determine how good a quarterback gonna be, man. Give me a quarterback that can process the information, man, that can go out there and read the motherfucking defense and find the open man. That's what I need you to do. I don't need you to run no 4.40. It's cool if you can, don't get me wrong, but that's not a prerequisite for being a good quarterback. So then, like, the guy that went first, Cam Ward, he come from Miami. You got everything lined up for you. You got a good line. You got these big old, powerful, physical receivers. You got running backs. You got a defense. You got everything. That's why the USC quarterbacks be trash. Matt Leinart and all them motherfuckers. They got everything going their way. Great line, great defense, great running backs, great receivers. Everything is just perfect. And then I got this kid, Shador. He ain't got no line. Running game is inconsistent. Receivers are talented, but very small. He ain't got them big 6'5" motherfuckers going up and coming down with. I think he had one receiver that was like 6'4". I can't remember his name, light-skinned guy. He could play. He was pretty good. But he ain't had the type of talent around him like the other guys be having. So like they'll look at one player and he on his superstar studded team and think he just so much better than his other guy that's basically on an expansion team. Because that's how Colorado was. They were like an expansion team when they got there. So I just think they don't know how to grade quarterbacks. And I done seen that shit time and time again in the NFL. They do not be getting that shit right. Square business.
I just peeped this. Devo just dropped this in the Discord. It say WBO has ordered Caleb Smith versus David Morrell from the boxing scene.
Say that again.
WBO has just ordered Caleb Smith versus David Morrell.
Oh, Callum Smith versus David Morrell. Okay. Yeah, that's a good fight. Might have to favor Callum Smith. Ain't gonna bullshit. Yeah, the way Callum Smith looked in his last fight against Joshua Buatsi, went out there and pieced that boy up on our money.
You almost said Caleb.
Callum Smith, he went out there and fought Joshua Buatsi, and he looked great in that fight. Pieced his ass up. he gave Better B the toughest fight before Better B fought Bivol. So he gonna come
he gonna
fight,
fight.
man. He gonna fight like a motherfucker. David Morrell, he looked vulnerable in his last fight. A lot of people think he lost his last fight against Iman Katayev or some shit like that. I watched majority of the fight. I fell asleep towards the end. I think I watched like the first 8 rounds. Hell, I wasn't giving many rounds to Morrell. Hell, I just thought Katayev was just beating the motherfucker. He a short, stocky guy, but he a bona fide 4.5. He ain't playing. But they gave the fight to Morrell, I thought, for politics. But I think the real person that deserves a fight is Katayev. But Yasser showed me an article that Katayev is supposed to be suspended for taking PEDs. Like he wasn't even supposed to be fighting against Morrell. So maybe that's the reason they gave the fight to Morrell with the politics. Because Katayev wasn't even supposed to be fighting according to that article that Yasser showed.
That's crazy. Who he fight up under? Eddie Hearn?
I don't even know, but he looks strong as a motherfucker though. He like a tank in that motherfucker.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this together real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those who like to be educated by the words of wisdom, the voice of reason, D-Lo, 404 Boxing is truly in the building. What's up, D-Lo?
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I just looked down and I see what Trey was talking about last week. That stuff look totally different. I couldn't figure out how to come on mute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, God dang, I was still trying to figure it out. I said, man, I'm about to have to just jump back on.
Now, they had changed it up a little bit. They call themselves trying to move with the times, I guess.
Yeah, I know it asked me more questions when I was coming in than it usually do, so I figured something had changed, but I didn't think I was going to see nothing like that, like the controls look different. But yeah, man, I know you probably ain't going to stay on much long. I want to hop on and shed light on this guy that was in the chat. Trey was right. You know, that dude was he was a troll with some constraint. You know what I'm saying? And he was doing all he can to say just enough to get off what he got to get off, but not too much to where it was just obvious that he needed to, you know, he needed to extra stage left. And then but I did notice a pattern to everything he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like if certain fighters, you know, he was for them. Certain other fighters, they ain't did nothing. They ain't fought nobody. They ain't no good. This, that, other. And the final straw was when Trey X was basically just talking about Coley's pedigree. He hadn't had all he could take. Then he went ahead and he made some comment and went ahead and jumped off. But yeah, that joke. I had been keeping an eye on him. I knew it wouldn't be long.
Damn, what problem he have with the motherfucker pedigree? He did, in fact, win an Olympic gold medal, right?
If you could see, I know you might not be able to see the comment. You can see the comment, you'll notice like
I was
all
just getting
third
ready to...
fighters all trash or they ain't fought nobody. You know what I'm saying? Clarissa ain't fought nobody. But why? See, he asked. You know, this person, but everybody
trash.
Yeah, all of them had something in common. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, they dark skin.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to start lighting in on him, but you came in and you already did that. Because I was just getting ready to ask the question. You talking about Clarissa ain't fought nobody. Savannah Marshall ain't nobody. Christina Hammer ain't nobody. Because I know where you're trying to go because you start screaming Katie Taylor, first of all.
Right.
So let's go ahead and get it.
Yeah, because I had made the comment that Katie Taylor had, like I said, you know, 5 arguable wins. I guess I could have said arguable losses. You know what I'm saying? But she got about 5 wins that's like up for debate whether or not she really won those fights. And I said Clarissa don't have none of those fights, and that when he said Clarissa ain't really fought nobody.
Exactly.
But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I didn't know if y'all could see the comments. I kind of wanted to explain to you why you know what I'm saying, the dude got timed out, because I don't really like doing that, you know, for no reason. But you know,
I was wondering what was taking somebody so long.
He basically called everybody a clown for when Trey was. He said, "Oh my God, they love O'Coley." y'all some clowns. And then she, you know, I was like, okay, that's about it.
Yeah, I ain't saying nobody. I just gave the man credit.
Right. You just rated him how what way it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it was crazy. But I'm gonna go back to the chat, man. Like I said, I know you ain't gonna stay on long anyway.
Why you say that? I'm chilling.
Well, I know it's late. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to
Oh
influence.
well.
Look,
I ain't.
hey, I don't want Mama Duck to come in there and you know, all of a sudden everything just go quiet on us. I
Oh,
don't know
come
what
on now.
the
You know better than that. Pimpin', I don't know what you think this is.
heck. Okay. I hope she listening.
I hope they is too.
Yeah,
Turn up the TV so y'all can hear
hey,
me say it twice.
don't get too biggity now. That big.
Biggity.
Hey, but hey, it
Yeah.
was a good weekend of fights though, man. I'll tell you, it was challenging on the Champ Ross. You know what I'm saying? A couple of those, you know, it was a few tough ones on there to pick, and some of them, you know, some of them were, you know, a little easier than others. Some of them were just some, you know, we had so many voids, man. That was crazy. You know, I think we had about 5 or 6 voids, and I think it's about the first time it done been that many of them that I can recall in a long time. So that was you know, that was a little something that kind of made it tighten up a little bit, really, because you didn't have that much margin for error for everybody to get real separation, because it wouldn't be like really boil down to we were picking about 9 fights or something when it
Yeah,
really came down to it.
it came down to like 12.
About 12.
Yeah,
Okay.
we started out with 17 fights.
Okay. I was thinking some reason I was thinking we had 15. But yeah, so yeah, I mean with 12 it's kind of light, and I don't know what we got this week. I know when I was talking to Champ Ross, he was saying that he might can scrape together 8 to 10 fights this week. I still ain't looked at it to see what it all was.
Yeah, this week we got 15.
Oh, he was able to get 15. Okay.
Hey, MZ, post the schedule for this week, brother.
Okay, let me go grab it real quick.
Yeah, post the schedule for this week, man. We actually got a pretty good week, especially for betting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got several good betting opportunities.
Hey, I saw. Go ahead. All right.
No, I was about to go into on a couple of fights and shit that I saw. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to comment on that Morrell fight. I know. And toward the end of that fight, Morrell got dropped. I think it was the last round, and then he got up and he rocked old boy pretty bad, and then you know the bell rang a few moments later. So and like I said, I wasn't watching the fight. I would take that. Let me preface that I was looking at a little highlights, but I don't think that was pieced together. I think that's how it actually happened. I think it was like he got up and then he rocked old boy, and then the fight ended. But it could have been that it was that he got rocked and then they pieced it together, made it look like it happened right then. So I don't know. But I know a lot of people that I seen comment was saying that they thought Morrell lost. Most of the people who I heard talking about it, they felt like it was a even fight as far as the rounds, but they felt like the knockdown should have won it for the other dude. But I did also see what you were saying also about the failed drug test and all that.
Yeah,
I saw a lot of stuff online about that too, like a lot of write-ups on it. I have no idea how in the world this dude ended up being in this fight. If
That's
that,
why
you
I
know what I'm
asked
saying,
if he fought
with
for
that
Eddie
hanging over his
Hearn.
head like that. Huh?
That's why I asked if he fought for Eddie Hearn.
I don't remember that part. But I know it was some. Yeah, I don't know how in the world that came by. I don't know if he's suspended by another organization, kind of like how Conor Ben was suspended, but he could fight. You know, and he was able to fight in the U.S. but couldn't fight in the U.K. I don't know exactly what the you know how they were able to swing that, but I saw a lot of reports that said this guy was supposed to be on a drug suspension.
yeah. He
Okay.
looked like it too on the scale.
Yeah.
That motherfucker looked like that dude that whooped that boy back in the day, that Russian hitman motherfucker. I'm Mike Tyson. What's his name? He beat the brakes off Antoine Douglas and had that motherfucker changed for the rest of his life.
Oh yeah, that dude.
Kalitse,
Yeah.
yeah, just a cock strong motherfucker. But we took the fight to go the distance and hit on that though. So shit, I'm glad for that.
Oh
And
yeah, this dude.
Antoine Douglas, I might be thinking about Antoine. I think his name might be Antoine Smith. I remember it was a hot prospect that was coming up, and I think he got stopped on one of them Friday night cars or something like that, or maybe like a showbox card, and that joke was never the same. Like
That's what we talking about.
that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, Antoine Douglas. He
It
fought that
Douglas,
Russian
okay.
motherfucker.
Not
The
Smith.
dude that I think he went to prison for something about chocolate, man. It was like a big ass 18-wheeler full of chocolate or some shit.
Willie Walker.
What?
Oh man, he supposed to have been involved with the mafia, man, and they had a little racket with some chocolate or some shit, and he got
Oh, okay.
in some kind of way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he beat the brakes off Antoine Douglas. I'm talking about a terrible ass whooping. They probably should have stopped that fight. Oh man, they shouldn't have let it go as long as it went, man. I can't remember exactly the the term, not the terms, but the details about the fight. But man, he beat the hell out that dude. And he
Yeah,
was
this is
never
the
the
fight
same.
I'm thinking about, man. I can see it. I see like the dude, Douglas had on some blue and red, white, red, and blue trunks, or blue and white trunks, something like that. Say if it's what I'm thinking about. I remember that fight, man. I was like, I was thinking like, he had so much hype around him that it was gonna, so this dude was gonna be, one of them ones. And
Yeah,
he got like you said, Trey, he got peak polished and demolished.
yeah, he got beat up real bad. So let's look at some of the fights this weekend. We got Elijah Pierce. He coming back against this guy Michael Das Marinas. I done seen the name before on the channel Ross, but I don't know no details about him. But Elijah Pierce is one of those underrated fighters in the game. Um, like he one of them fighters that can fight like a motherfucker, but most people ain't heard of him. But he'd have been sparring with all the type guys and all that kind of shit. He do got 2 losses, but he can still fight. He kind of like reminds you of Shockey Foster type motherfucker. Like he got a couple of losses, but he can fight like a motherfucker. Amateur pedigree. All of his contemporaries respect him. You know what I'm saying? So he coming back on Friday. O'Shea Jones, she fighting on Friday, Olympic gold medalist. She can fight like a motherfucker. Haven Brady Jr., he gonna be fighting 150 and 15 type motherfucker. 6-time national champion. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got a lot of power, like a lot of knockouts, but he a very quality fighter though. He coming back against the Michael Harris guy. So we got Andy Dominguez. He getting back up in there. He fighting this guy Byron Rojas. I don't think Rojas got much of a chin. I might be thinking about somebody else though. So then we got Ryan Garner versus Reese Bellotti over there in the UK. That should be a good fight right there. Ryan Garner, he one of them dudes, got a good amateur background and all that stuff. He putting together some pretty good wins. But this is probably a step up against Reese Bellotti, though. He can punch and he tough as a motherfucker. He done been around the block a few times. And he been putting together a nice little winning streak his damn self. You know what I'm saying? So then we got Alois Yumbi. He fighting this guy, Elizoro. Yumbi probably knock his ass out. Yumbi, he did lose his debut, but since then he put together 10 straight wins. He can punch. He actually beat a 4 not that long ago. We had bet on the fight and lost. We took the 4 because he fought at the AIBA World Championships. I can't remember this dude's name, man. Fuck. But he was a solid fighter though. He went the distance against Yumbi. Then we got Carissa versus Lonnie Daniels. We done talked about that. We got the return of super bad Tony Harrison going against Edward Diaz. That is most definitely a showcase fight. So don't get no crazy thoughts in your head about taking Edward Diaz because Harrison coming off a layoff. That don't even matter. This man is there to be knocked out. So then we got Xander Zayas versus Jorge Garcia. That's gonna be a good fight. Jorge Garcia is a dude that beat my man at 154, the Olympian, Charles Conwell. He upset Charles Conwell in his last fight and fucked the money off because we took Charles Conwell by decision because Garcia is very tough. He an Iron Man type guy. But he went out there and got the goddamn victory over the man. So now he coming back against Xander Zayas. So let's see if the dream run is going to continue. You know what I'm saying? But Garcia is definitely very tough, man. He ain't going nowhere. He there to fight. Then Bruce Shushu Carrington, he coming back against Matthias something like that. He undefeated guy. He got 4 stars on BoxRec. He been fighting people with winning records and shit. I couldn't find no amateur background though. But Shushu is favored to knock him out. I'm kind of interested to see how that's gonna go. I think Shushu probably should stop him, maybe late. You know what I'm saying? But the guy got 4 stars on BoxRec, so apparently he ain't no slouch. So then we got Rohan Polanco versus Quentin Randall. That's an interesting one. Randall ain't got a lot of offense, but he real smart. Defense is on point. National championship with the amateur background. He done been in the ring with people like Brian Norman Jr. and all these type motherfuckers. So he ain't no stranger to the danger. You know what I'm saying? So Polanco versus Randall, that's gonna be interesting. Randall definitely got some staying power because he's tough and plus he got an amateur background. That's a very good combination when it comes to going the distance. So then Jan Santana versus Aaron Alameda. That's an interesting one. Santana, it looked like they trying to get the fighters some work on ESPN. That's that. When I look at this schedule, I see a schedule to work. This is not a showcase schedule for the top rank card. You know what I'm saying? So Santana probably gonna go get some work with this guy. The Aaron Alameda guy, that's the guy I'm thinking about. He ain't the type of guy that just gonna take 2-3 punches and lay down. You gonna have to fight that motherfucker, and he gonna fight back. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to have Bakadou Jalalov coming back, but I think that fight got canceled or some shit because I ain't even see him on the list of fights on BoxRec. Now, this fight right here is very interesting to me. This is one of the most interesting fights of the weekend. That is Steven Navarro versus Christopher Rios. Now, Steven Navarro, he is a 13-time national champion. They've been moving him a little fast. And I think they might be moving him too fast. Now, as far as the betting go, they got Navarro as a 20-1 favorite. But this Christopher, what's his name? Christopher, I don't accidentally hit the screen and knocked the shit up. Rios. Christopher Rios. This dude right here can really fight. He fucked us out on money in our last fight. I mean, his last fight. I can't remember the name of the dude that he fought, but he was a national champion, and they put him in there with Rios, and Rios jumped right on that motherfucker with all kind of pressure. He got 2 losses. He 11-2 with 2 losses, right? But his losses are by majority decision and split decision. So he is in all of his fights. One of the people to beat him was like this undefeated Cuban, you know what I'm saying, real deep amateur background and shit. But even that was like split decision, if I'm not mistaken. But he is in all of his fights. I think this is a tough step up fight for a young Steven Navarro. I love the 13-time national championships. I love this shit. But Christopher Rios is bringing that smoke. I'm telling you right now, this might be one of his toughest fights that he have in his career for a very long time. Christopher Rios is coming to fight. I'm thinking about dropping a little bet on that boy too, because I just think this might be too early for Navarro. You know what I'm saying? He only got 6 fights. Let the man develop. Why you gonna throw him in there with Christopher Rios?
They fast tracking him.
Man, that's ancestry.com. He will tell you who you are. That is what this man is. I'm trying to tell you. So I can't wait for that shit.
This ain't no short notice for Rios or nothing like that, is it?
Well, I didn't see all that. I didn't know nothing about the fight.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that either. I'm asking because I know sometimes when they slip them in there like that, they try to catch one of these vets on short notice, give them a better chance to let the up and coming dude, have the advantage.
Yeah, that's a good point. This guy, he's still young and shit. It's only an 8-round fight too. So if they do slip him in, he might still have enough. But the thing about him though, he's not really like a real technical guy. He ain't working off the jab and all that shit. That's why I thought we could get him last time.
And that's on the top rank card too.
Yeah, that's top rank.
Well, see, Paul, it may not be nothing like that, man. Because this is actually supposed to be the last card, top rank on ESPN. They, you know what I'm saying? So they probably just getting everybody as many guys fights as they can on the way out, before they figure out who they're gonna be, what they're gonna do for another network deal. So they might just be, you know what I'm saying, just straight up, on the level fights. So everything might be even killed, you know what I'm saying, on level playing field for bets and everything.
Well, that's what I think. If I look at the card in its entirety, it looks like a card where they're trying to get work. Like I got Xander Zayas versus Jorge Garcia. That's work. That's not no showcase. I got Shushu Carrington versus Matias Hita or Hita, whatever however you say his name. On the surface, they look like they could be work. I don't have enough evidence to know if it's work or not because he undefeated. I don't know about his toughness or none of that type of shit. But on the surface, it looked like it could be some work. The dude looked pretty tough. He 4 stars on BoxRec, so it don't look like no straight showcase, but we'll see about that one. But Rohan Polanco versus Quentin Randall, that's work. Jan Santana versus Aaron Alameda, that's work. So it looked like they're trying to get work. So I got Steven Navarro versus Christopher Rhea, that's work. So I don't know for sure, but I would guess that they scheduled this on purpose. Like they trying to get some work for this young man. They want to get him some rounds because he's 6-0 with 5 knockouts. So he's knocking everybody out. So they're like, man, let's get him some rounds. And Top Rank is real good at building fighters, man. They get you them rounds. They get you in there with them Iron Men and those war machines. And I think this is another situation for that. But I just think it might be coming too early. It kind of reminds me of the Trayvon Marshall fight when he had fought against Gabriel Maestre. You know what I'm saying? We were looking at the fight. Napoleon was like, man, hey, I think they putting him off in there too early with Maestre. You know, I know the kid Trayvon Marshall, he can fight. He got a nice jab, a nice right hand. But I just think this is a little bit too early to put him off in there with Maestre. The only difference is Maestre got a 4.5 bona fide pedigree and Christopher Rios don't. He don't have the type of pedigree. But as far as just straight up bite down on your gum shield, get up in there, throw these hands upstairs and downstairs, put hurt on the motherfucker, put pressure on the motherfucker. This is tough. This is tough. But they got him as a big underdog, though. Plus 850. If you take Stevens Navarro, minus 2,000. So then the last fight, we got Emiliano Vargas. He going against this guy, Alexander Espinosa. This might be the one fight that'll be like a showcase. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Espinosa got that type of toughness. And Vargas, it looked like they're trying to build him up and shit. He ain't got the deepest amateur background. Like all them fighters that we just looked at, from Xander Zayas, Shushu Carrington, Rohan Polanco, Jan Santana, even Bakhtir Jalaloff and Steven Navarro, Vargas has the least pedigree out of all them guys. So it looked like they putting him on a different course, a different trajectory than they are they blue chip guys. So it looked like he got a different type of matchup this week. So I expect him to probably get him out of there mid rounds or something, you know what I'm saying? But that's what we got going on for this week, man. It's a pretty good week of boxing. I'm looking forward to it, and we definitely got a few bets and shit to put down.
For sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Xander, that fight is for the vacant title. Which is when you know, he was supposed to be fighting Fundora, and Fundora opted to go with Zoo and drop the belt. So they'll fight for the vacant title. That's why he in a, you know, part of the reason why he in a tougher fight as well. But I like that Quentin Randall fight, man. I think that's you got a guy that's known for stopping stuff against a guy that's known for going the distance. So yeah, that's gonna be intriguing to watch for sure.
Yeah, Iron Man with a pedigree. The only thing is he ain't fought 9 months. That's the only thing, you know. But I'm taking the shot anyway. We ain't getting the best odds on it. They got it at minus 150. But I still think it's worth putting some money on, though. It's got tough.
AI me some music to slid into the chat. He said, work time, work time, work time. I'm not quite sure what that means, but what I do know is I've just noticed something new that StreamYard is seeing have added to the stream. If you can see the screen right now, you see 1, 2, 3, and so forth. It goes down to 10, 11. And now they're saying, you know, I guess they lining you up as you join the stream. Number 1 fan, number 2 fan, number 3 fan, first 3 people, as you see, they got crowns by their names, 1, 2, and 3, and they're getting points for it. So yeah, they've made some changes to the way things are streaming right now, and I just thought I'd share that with everybody.
Yeah, you can see them crowns in the chat too.
Yeah.
I just happened to look at it and see it. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I don't know what they mean because they change. They change. I don't know if it's about engagement or what it's about, but they do change throughout the course of the chat.
Yeah, it says it goes with engagement, sending super chats and stuff like that. I think it's who showed up first and stuff like that. It's a couple of different things to play into it, but I just noticed it, so I wanted to share it just to make sure
Hey
everybody else
man,
got a chance to see
what was
it.
that? What was that on the screen just now? Look like a samurai.
Look like a samurai.
Something was just on the screen. It went away.
Yeah, it switched to it real quick, then it switched back.
It looked like it was MZ as a samurai.
Oh, you talking about? Ain't no damn samurai. Hold on, homeboy. I know what you're talking about. You being funny though.
What
Yeah.
that look like, Trey?
Well, I
It
can't
don't
say a
look like.
samurai. He look like Doctor
A,
Strange.
a knight or something? Yeah.
Yeah, that shit wild.
Yeah, he
My
talking
boy,
about what you talking about? Like I done made something up.
samurai. I'm like, samurai? What the damn samurai? Don't talk
Hey,
about
it
my
was all
wizard,
up there for it was all up there for about a half a second. So
Yeah.
My boy, AI Meets the Music said he noticed that last week or the week before. I didn't even know. He said MZ is Doctor Doom.
Yeah, Doctor Doom type shit. Hey, I think when he said work, I think he was talking about this top rank card. Like them niggas, they
Oh,
in
they
some
putting
work
in that work.
I
Yeah.
thought
work
you talking
fights.
about. I thought you told that Bomac work time.
Okay, well, we were just talking about ESPN with the top rank card this week, and they gonna be working. So I think that's probably what he was talking about.
Yeah.
This ain't no showcase week. Nigga, this is a get your lunch pail and
And your
let's go to
hard hat.
work week. This is a blue collar week. You know what I'm saying?
Your lunch pail and your hard hat because it's going down.
Yeah, it's going down. And whoever
Oh,
get knockouts, I'll be impressed because the type of guys that they going against shouldn't be knocked out very easily, except for Shushu Carrington's opponent. He kind of remind me of the guy. Looking at the numbers, just purely off numbers, he reminds me of the guy that Xander Zayas fought 2 fights ago, maybe. The guy that was undefeated. He was pretty tough, but he got stopped in 9 rounds. I can't remember his name. But yeah, looking at the numbers, that's who he remind me of. So I think Shushu probably stop him late. Round 7 through 9 KO. But everybody else, I'm thinking that those fights got a great chance to go the distance.
the man say this is the reason why they slaughter PBC every time. Because they put those boys to work. And they trying to make champions that could be long standing, not superstars for pay-per-view. Which brings me to this last question. But not last question, but what do you think about Turkey announcing that his Riyadh cards, no matter who it is that's fighting, won't be pay-per-view
Nigga,
anymore?
that's what the zone was supposed to be doing in the first place. Nigga, they announced the end of pay-per-view. How many years ago was that?
When
Six,
they
7
first
years?
started, about that long.
So Turkey basically said, nigga,
We gonna
take
do it.
another we're gonna take another crack at doing what they were supposed to be doing in the first place. Yeah, this shouldn't even be no groundbreaking announcement because they were supposed to bend them win away from pay-per-view.
Well, it's only the Turkey stuff though. They still gonna be doing their little pay per views anyway on the zone. But
Oh,
the league, well, with the as big a price increase they had over the last couple times, like man, they should be able to they should just cut pay per view out because initially the zone I can't remember what it was, but I want to say it was somewhere around 110 a year or something like that.
no, it was
Right?
100.
Huh?
I think it was 100, wasn't it?
Yeah, whatever it was, because I paid for it. I was like, man, I'm gonna go ahead and just because a couple fights were coming on that I wanted to see. I just went ahead and got the membership for the whole year, just paid it up
And then
with
they
a
double
rent.
dipped on your ass.
Yeah, then the next year, man, it went up so much. Now, and luckily, I found out before my renewal, but I backed out that thing, man. I was hoping that when I backed out, they were gonna come back in with an offer. You know how that happened. You know, so,
Shit, not the
hey,
zone.
man, them jokers were like, all right, see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't read. The only reason I got the zone now because I wanted to see that first Fury and Usyk fight, and like somehow it was some kind of deal if I went ahead and subscribed. It was something that made sense, and then I've been subscribed back ever since. But they've been consistently put on stuff I want to see. But I ain't gonna lie, they done got so pay per view happy. I'm about to unsubscribe again. Like, what's the point? The fights
Exactly.
I want to see, they putting them on pay-per-view now.
Yeah, yeah.
Turkey done about changed my mind though.
When I first started with the zone, I had a membership, and then they raised the price, and I sent them motherfuckers a mean email and told them y'all some bitch ass niggas, and I'm telling all my partners and all my subscribers not to fuck with y'all no more, cause y'all raising the price. And then I ain't watched for a while, but I was struggling because it's boxing. We need that boxing. So the Kane, he had let me watch on his account, and then they rose the price on him, and he was like, "Man, fuck y'all." So he unsubscribed. So now I just fuck with that shit that Yasa sent me.
He
Yasa
didn't
had
send him a
a link,
strong email too.
huh?
Yeah, that's what I was. He sent him a mean email too.
I don't know if he sent them a mean email. I damn sure did.
Decane in the building with us right now. He said he wondering just how much the price of the zone will go up when they do that. And then he said, very true, D-Lo. They currently at like $32 a month.
Yeah, it's like $29.99. As a matter of fact, for this last pay-per-view with Usyk and Dubois, they said if you buy this pay-per-view, we'll give you 2 months of the zone to go with it.
Yeah, I did something like that. I only pay like $17 for some reason. I think it's like $17.99 or something. But it's because of some kind of special they ran on that Fury Usyk fight.
Yeah.
So if that shit changed, I gotta bow out. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess if they do all the re-up cards and all that stuff, depending on the price point, I might hang with it. But as it is right now, I ain't paying no more than what it is because it ain't worth it. I mean, right now it really ain't worth it. I'm paying now because, like I said, all the good fights done went to pay-per-view. Like I didn't like to me, Shakur fight, that card didn't belong on pay-per-view. Berlanga headliner against Shiraz, that ain't no pay-per-view worthy card. You know what I'm saying? There's been a couple others. Yeah, it just done been a few of them, man. It just to me is like, dang, man, y'all about to get mad at PPC with all this pay-per-view, and y'all charging all the money for the app too. Like, come on.
The only thing is the pay-per-views do be cheaper. They don't be trying to hit you over the head for the $100. But I definitely get where you're coming from, though.
Yeah, but see, they got different prices though. It's if you got the app, you got one price, but then if you don't have the app, it's a different price. And but still, for you paying for that app and you paying it every month, and some months it ain't really hitting on nothing, and then you get hit on the head for another $40 for a pay-per-view or $50 or whatever it is. Like that's a bit much.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is coming from a guy that ain't been paying for shit. I done got into that habit of not paying for nothing and watching everything on the goddamn link. I'll be getting from Yasa and Hyphy and all the motherfuckers. So yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. That shit is annoying.
Yeah, man. Boxing already, we done talked about this before, man. Boxing already the most expensive sport to follow. As is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you don't need no extra on top of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get me a DAZN membership though, because I do want to support the game, and if anybody deserve one, I think it's them. Besides the pay-per-views, they be having some good cards, like over there in the UK and all that kind of shit. You can count on DAZN to have some boxing on every weekend.
Yeah, even like when they had that like last weekend they had that pay-per-view card, but they also had that other card that wasn't pay-per-view. That was on, you know what I'm saying? I think was the BAM card on. Yeah, I think BAM card was non-pay-per-view. It was on DAZN. It wasn't a pay-per-view card.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that was because that came on later after the Usyk card had already ended.
Yep.
So you know what I'm saying? That to me, being able to watch that little old card was worth, you know what I'm saying, my subscription.
Yeah. Yes, I fuck with them, man. They giving us some good fights and shit though. They might not all be pay-per-view worthy, but we've been getting a lot of action. I remember a few years ago, people used to say, "Man, all I want is undisputed." I don't even hear people say that no more because we get it so often
on a regular.
On a regular, people
Every
be
time
saying,
you look up, it's an undisputed fight popping off.
Yeah, so we got to give boxing some credit for the strides that they are making. People be still making it seem like boxing 5 years ago, and that's not true. Boxing has improved dramatically. We getting a lot of fights that we want to see. And when we hear about a big fight, I remember at a time we used to be like, man, we ain't gonna get that shit. Like we'll hear about it and just automatically assume that we ain't gonna get it. Now we in a time where when we hear about a big fight, we think it's a good chance we might see the motherfucker now.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, man. Boxing is starting to like expose these guys who don't really be wanting these fights too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know people act like Turkey petty and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? I like that, you know, a lot of this stuff starting to be transparent. You know, we find out like these guys ain't really trying to get their work like they be talking. So it's like, okay, if they ain't trying to do it, then it's like you look forward, okay, well, who gonna step up? Because somebody will. And you got like,
that void.
yeah, because if we look at like even with Brian Norman and Devin Haney fighting, they basically both of them been in a situation where they had guys who they could have got fights with and it didn't work out for one reason or another. And I like most notably, like Teofimo Lopez, that's how he ended up on the shelf. Because Top Rank kept trying to get him different fights, he kept turning them down. And then even, you know what I'm saying, Brian Norman, one of the fights they were trying to give him. And then, you know, T.O. ended up, you know, could have got the Devin fight. Didn't want that. And it's just a lot of nonsense that done went on, you know what I'm saying? And I like that. And you know, I like that Turkey done had his feel with Teofimo Lopez and basically just said that he ain't fooling with it no more. Because you know, yeah, that's one person I ain't gonna feel sorry for in boxing just if he just get lost in the sauce. You know what I'm saying? Because I think he done did himself a lot of harm, you know what I'm saying, in the sport. And I feel like he done already, I think boxing done gave him enough. You know what I'm saying? We done seen this man go out here and lose fights, or, you know, in my opinion, should have lost some fights and got some unjust decisions just because he got a little bit of a name.
Yeah, well, I'm glad Turkey said that he wasn't gonna mess with him, and because they was interviewing him on Boxing Voice, which some of the questions was kind of dumb. Why would you ask Turkey if he fumbled a bag when you know that man don't talk like that?
Right.
But when they asked him about T.O., yeah, they asked him, did he fumble the bag? T.O., did he fumble the bag? And Turkey was like, what do you mean? You know, and then when they called themselves cleaning it up, it wasn't any better. I was sitting there saying, I could have did better than asking the question, what you just did. But I appreciate the fact that Turkey said that even whatever fight that T.O. got coming up, if Eddie Hearn is working on it, then that'll be who working on it. But he ain't gonna touch it. He not touching T.O. And I hope he stick to his guns. T.O. say he don't do no apologizing. He ain't gonna apologize. So let's see what kind of road he gets to go down when the money man. And I guess we could all agree that Turkey and Riyadh sees is where they get the best. From what we understand, is where they get the best pay. Has just closed the door on you. So I really want to see who one is going to fight with T.O. or give him a fight, and who's going to waste the time with him. Because like you said, he turned down plenty fights that Top Rank tried to set him up with. And he talked crazy about Turkey with that old gay stuff, talking about, oh, me love you long time, all that, trying to be funny. It's a time for everything. And the time to point and pick at this man that took it as you don't like, that you disrespect his country and his religion. So you are out of there. Totally. And yeah. I'm like, kick rocks.
Only thing about Turkey, though, you do got to watch him with the young guys. Because he will get your ass out there on a path that you didn't plan on being on. That's the only thing about Turkey. Like they talking about Usyk and the young kid that's knocking everybody out the southpaw. They say like Tyson almost.
Yeah, Tama, that's a huge step up.
Tama, yeah. Come on now. Let the man come into his own. He finally about to have a step up fight against the heavyweight Dillian White. Let's let the man develop, man. Why we got to put him off in there with Usyk? You know what I'm saying? Like that's too much, too fast, man. Let the man develop. But like I said, you gotta have cross your T's and dot your I's before you go to Turkey, because it really ain't his job to develop you. You ain't even signed with him. You got your own promoter. So you need to be ready before you go. Because once you get there, He might put you somewhere you ain't planning on being. But I ain't go ahead, bro. What you about to say?
Nah, I was gonna say you kind of took the words out of my mouth. Like that Eddie's his promoter, and that's Eddie's fault, right? Because these guys end up in these high rankings and stuff because of how the promoter be maneuvering behind the scenes. So Eddie done ran out there and got this boy. I think it's the IBF. I think it's the IBF. I might be wrong, but I got him like right there, number 1 or 2 in one of these sanctioning bodies where he like one fight away from being a mandatory. And I thought that was a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, you gotta look. That makes sense at certain times, but you got to look at who got the belts. And right now, one man, yeah. The only way it'll make sense is the belts get fragmented because it is hard for somebody to stay undisputed. Because as we seen, Usyk already got stripped one time. You know what I'm saying? So that might be beneficial if Usyk start dropping belts, but you got to look at who got the belts when you start putting these guys in contention. Talking about, you want to rush them up to a title shot. They're just like they did with AJ. AJ was able to go get a title shot because of who had the belt at that time. You had Charles Martin who won the belt because the dude injured his knee in the fight. So that made sense. But I guarantee had Vitaly Klitschko and Vladimir Klitschko and Wilder been the champions, they wouldn't have ran AJ up there to no title shot that fast. So I think, they're gonna have to pull back on the reins because Turkey looking at it like, hey, he got a high ranking, he knocking out people. Hey, yeah, put him there with Usyk. And Eddie a fool for some money. He will put his guys in bad situations sometimes. He did it with Kell Brook. Because what I'm saying, it's hey, I get him this amount of money. So you just never know what might happen with Eddie. But I do think with these heavyweight, with this guy, he's looking at him as being the heir apparent to AJ. So I think Eddie probably got sense enough to know that ain't a good decision. He probably gonna try to pull back and get him a vacant belt if he can, or get him a second tier belt, interim title, or something like that, to where he could automatically be the champion if the belt get vacated or something like that, kind of like Boots did.
Well, like what happened to Boots.
Right, yeah, but I ain't gonna say that's what happened to Boots. That's what Boots were trying to do. They were trying to get that interim IBF because they knew what was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I talked about that when it was going on. I was like, they doing what they doing because they want their interim belt because they can campaign him as a champion. With that belt, and then eventually whoever went undisputed gonna move up, and or get stripped. He gonna get that title anyway. So they strategically did that.
Okay, I'm feeling that. I heard you. Since we brought up Devin and Brian Norman. T.O. skipping out on them. With they fight coming up, I just want to ask, with this campaigning that Bill is doing, doesn't it seem like he's trying to make it seem like Brian Norman Jr. is dirty?
Yeah.
It seems like that.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
and
I seen the interview.
Which one?
He was going back, not the interview, maybe it was just a sit around talk, but he was going back and forth with Brian Norman Sr. about the VADA and shit.
Right.
Like he want the motherfucker to be in VADA already and all that.
Right. And making it seem like it's some big deal. And the way cause him and Brian Norman Jr. was talking. I think it's the same live. And Junior told him, look, man, I'm finna go on vacation. I'm not gonna move because you want me to move and all this stuff. You trying to make this campaign like you pretty much done said the man is dirty. You might as well just go ahead and say that. But then Bill threatened like, oh well, if you go on vacation, the opportunity gonna be going off the table. Like you threatening to pull out the fight. I'm like, if he pulls Devin out of this fight, Devin's done.
Yeah, Turkey gonna get him the Floyd Schofield treatment. Cause he said he ain't fooling with Floyd Schofield no more because of what happened with the Shakur fight. You ain't finna have this man already invested in venues and this, that, and the other, put a card together, and then you pulling out because you want to change the rules. They got a contract. Like if he wanted them to enroll in VADA at the day they signed the contract, they should have had it in the contract. You know what I'm saying? The man I think he's supposed to start August 1st because he going on vacation and he's supposed to be back. And he was like, August 1st is like ain't but a couple weeks away, so I might as well just start on August 1st. And I think I don't know how much time it is from the fight. I think the fight in November, right? Is it November when they're supposed to fight?
So. I think they saying it's gonna be like 8 weeks.
Yes, but I mean, if it's November, that's what that is. That's 3 months. Yeah, if it's August 1st, he's gonna been involved for 3 whole months. So I mean, that's plenty of time out from the fight. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it's Bill nitpicking, trying to get in their head. But I also think that he is trying to go ahead and pay the road for that excuse if Devin go out there and get beat. Or right. Yeah, or potentially if there is some kind of, you know, on the off chance that there's some kind of adverse finding or elevate anything, he can say, yeah, I told y'all already to do, you know, so who knows? But yeah, I think that's kind of look weak for him to be doing that, man. Like because people already saying from the jump that they didn't really want that fight. And Bill himself even admitted on an interview that they wanted to fight Brian Norman later. That wasn't a fight they wanted right now. But hey, they mess around and let Turkey hit. So you know, that's what happened when you sit here and put out some kind of hit list and you put somebody's name on it that really won't smoke. And you know what I'm saying? And then the person who got the pocketbook say, I'll make it happen. So hey, you know what I'm saying? They kind of talk their way into something I don't think they really want.
Well, we gonna find out in a couple of months.
And I think Devin talking out his ass with this levels nonsense. I think he should have done already learned talking like that before he fought Ryan. I know about the Osterine and all that, but I'm just saying that ain't a good look for him to be in his, you know, in his first face-to-face with Norman Jr. talking about levels and what class of fighter he is and this, that, and the other and all that. Like, man, knock it off.
Square business. You better not let Huge Deal McIntyre hear it, because he gonna put you out there.
AIV Some Music said Brian went ahead and signed up though, so he took that excuse away from them.
Yeah, and I think he was already enrolled. He was just enrolled for the testing to start on that particular day. And then the thing is, man, like when these guys go like on vacation or something like that, they just gotta notify Vada that they're on vacation. They're not gonna follow them when they went on vacation. The dog gonna try to test, because you know the Charlos. If y'all remember the Charlos when they were on that card together, I think they got in trouble with Vada because they had went somewhere and they didn't report to Vada that they were going. If they had reported to them, they were good. But because they went wherever they went and they didn't tell them ahead of time, it was almost like it could have been like an adverse finding because you weren't available for testing when they came to test you.
Right.
And so, you know, so they was able to get out of that situation. But so it's not like, you know, it really hurts Norman to do it. So it's like, you know, it's kind of the same situation. You know, it's not going to, he probably still ain't going to start his testing until he come back unless they test him right before he go.
Man, I'm telling you, Bill was just posturing.
Yeah,
making noise. I
saw what Norman Jr. said that you know, people even making the comments that he going out of town so he can get whatever out of his system before he come back and test. And he was like, man, I just got tested. I just fought, you know, a couple weeks ago and got tested. And he was like, you know, he just trying to enjoy himself before he go back into camp. I'm like, man, these people crazy. That's a young man. Of course, he done made some money. He wanna go out and see the world and come back and, you know, get back to it. You know, it can't just work all the time.
True.
And the thing about Brian Norman, you can see where he get his shit from. Look at his pops. They got the exact same body frame, like body type, muscular and all that type of shit. You can see where it come from. You can tell it's not artificially manufactured. You know what I'm saying? He just got genes for being strong and for knocking motherfuckers out. But I do kind of think maybe Bill Haney is a little cautious about what happened with the Ryan Garcia fight, so he's trying to get out in front of it. Maybe I'll leave a little room on the table for that. And also with the topic that we had before, I will leave a little room for Itama being a real prodigy. Like he might just be a prodigy, like a special motherfucker, Ja Obatiah, just a prodigy type motherfucker. So I'll leave some room for that.
All I know is when it's time for Devin to step in the ring, like D-Lo said, he should have enough of saying, one, somebody is too small, which he told Brian Norman Jr. that, oh, you small. And two, it's levels to this. Bro, your level is at the basement right now. So stop telling the other fighters it's levels to this and just go out there and handle your business. But I hope people don't fall for the scheme or for the narrative that Bill is trying to paint that this dude is dirty. Unless he gets popped dirty, let that be it. But don't try to blanket the situation and make people believe or have people thinking that this man is dirty. Because, you know, Devin do have some fans that's foolish. And I don't know if they paid for or what. But when Bill speak, they listen. And I was listening to them call in and say all this kind of stuff about how Devin wants this and Bill wants that. And it just makes sense. I'm like, this dude just had a fight. He didn't pop dirty then. And y'all gonna try, you gonna tell me you gonna force him to sign up for something? Let the man go on vacation. If you really want this fight like you say you do, you'll be waiting for him when he get back.
But I'm gonna have to jump off, man. My phone about to go dead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's about 12:02 in the morning, which makes this Wednesday. We had a hell of a conversation on some good fights. We got a chance to talk about Pac, which D-Lo, I saw that you felt like it was a draw, but he really Mario lost.
No, I feel like Mario lost. But...
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. I thought you said I thought it was a draw. Okay.
No, you thought you said it was a draw, but you thought Mario lost. I have spent the night defending my brother from San Antonio, just like I would defend Bam because he's from Texas too.
You ain't got to defend him for that though. You shit, Bam got skills to pay the bills. Totally different situation.
Bam wrecking the old guard. He definitely finna let one on come back after being out the game for years and think they're gonna get some traction.
Hell no.
Well, Trey, I'm gonna let you go ahead and close out.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you letting me get on the panel and shit, man. Salute to my nigga D-Lo. Salute to everybody off in the chat and shit, man. I ain't gonna talk y'all to death tonight. Y'all check the fights out this weekend because we got some pretty good fights. And shit, I'll catch y'all on the next one, man. Good luck in the Champ Ross.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to get out, bro. So put me out, man, so I can.
All right. I think it's the one all the way to the right, the pink looking one.
Okay.
Okay, the arrow is pointing to the right. I just click on your name. He said Bill Haney just feels he's protecting his son. The problem is he didn't do it at the negotiating table. Hey, you're right, the King. I feel Bill is trying to protect his son, and I've always said he did a great job at promoting his son and everything like this. But right now, he's not promoting his son. In my opinion, he's more degrading another man's name by just putting the air. Oh, he won't sign up for VADA. He won't sign up for VADA. But when he said that the opportunity would be gone when Brian Norman came back, I was like, Bill, you full of shit right now. You ain't gonna pull out this fight. But like I said, if he pulls out of this fight, he's messing up for his son big time. Big time.
He might be messed up for him anyway by talking him into this fight, getting him in the fight. But yeah, I mean it's an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure Devin really do believe in his skills. I ain't saying he ain't got a shot. I mean, I fully think Brian Norman got action at stopping him. You know what I'm saying? But I know Devin tough and Brazilian, and he gonna fight. But I think Brian Norman can disconnect him from his senses to where his will to continue might not be a factor. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. I mean, because we can't. Honestly, looking at that Ryan Garcia fight, then looking at the next fight against Jose Ramirez, you really don't have a lot to gauge on how much Devin has improved on his defense or any of that stuff because he was fighting a guy who basically looked like he can't pull the trigger. So it's hard to gauge. Like basically to me, the only thing we really got to go on where he was actually in a fight, where somebody was actually trying to fight back, was the Ryan Garcia fight. It was the last fight to this one, because that Ramirez fight was like a glorified sparring session. I wouldn't even say glorified, just a sparring session.
Where
like
Haney did a lot of running.
Yeah, I mean he was there not to get knocked out. Put it point. Basically, run up the points on Ramirez. Ramirez was just following around the ring and throwing a couple punches here and there, but basically, like it looked like by round 3, he was resigned to just collecting his check. So you really just don't have a good sample size to judge Devin Haney off of post Ryan Garcia. So this is, to me, we get to see how he gonna bounce back from the Ryan Garcia fight. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, that just wasn't nothing to judge nothing off of, man. I mean, I get it. He boxed well for those 12 rounds. I think it was a 12-round fight for those 12 rounds. And he didn't seem to have any initiative or any desire to try to really just string punches together to see if he could really do some damage to Ramirez. But I mean, I felt like if there was ever an opportunity for Devin to get a stoppage, or even just accumulation of punches, stoppage, or a stoppage where the ref just felt like he had to jump in because the guy wasn't defending himself, I felt like there was a great opportunity in that fight. But for whatever reason, Devin himself even seemed gun shy to that point, to where it was like, well, if I throw too many of these together, I might open myself up for a counter.
Let Bill tell it. That was his game plan.
Yeah, I seen that, man.
Yeah, so there you go on that.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll see what kind of game plan they got for what Brian Norman got for him. So we'll see. I do think if you believe what they're saying, that they may be underestimating what Brian Norman brings to the table.
Yeah, but you would hope that they learn a lesson from that. DeCane said Sean Porter seemed very sure the Haney's would pull out of the fight as soon as he heard the announcement was made.
Yeah, he did.
That's bad. You got a pro fighter or ex-pro fighter talking about they think he's gonna pull out of the fight.
Hey, the thing is, man, I just think they done did a deal with the wrong persons to pull out of a fight that people already suspect that they're gonna try to pull out of. I think, man, even if it was the best of reasons, I don't think it's gonna work out for them. Even if it's legit, I think if they had a legit reason to pull out of this fight, they better go through with it. Unless they really ready to crank up Devin Haney promotion full time.
If they only way that Devin can pull out of this fight if he breaks something or go to jail.
If he go to jail, he definitely does.
Yeah, so it ain't no pulling out. You might well go ahead and get this fight pregnant.
I'm telling you, man, if anything happened on their end and they had to pull out of the fight, even if it's acceptable by Turkey and all, in the court of public opinion, they're gonna have a lot to overcome. You know what I'm saying?
Fans gonna eat them alive.
Yeah, I mean they got their fans, they die hard, they're gonna ride with them no matter what. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like the people who look at it, you know what I'm saying, objectively, they're not gonna be going along with whatever the excuse is.
No, because it's one of those situations where your mouth can wrote a check that your ass can't cash.
Yep.
You either damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Devin actually has to go into this fight and show improvement. It can't be a Ramirez fight where he's moving around trying to show that he cannot be touched. Can't be another Ryan repeat because it just can't have that. He's going to have to actually show us this great Devin Haney. All this bragging about being the youngest to ever become undisputed and all these different things that his daddy said that they done built up over the years. It's about time for it to show. The Roosters are ready to come home.
Yeah, and this is one of them fights, to be honest, if he hadn't fought Ramirez the way he did, you would almost excuse him for fighting Brian Norman in that fashion. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, well, you done already showed that against Ramirez. Nobody want to see that again. The judges probably don't want to see it. And then at the same time, you done already showed it to Brian Norman. So he is prepared for you to come out there and try to fight that way. So it's almost like he ain't got a choice but to do something different. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it. This is a situation where you got a title on the line, you got a dangerous fighter in front of you. The objective should be to just win. And however ugly you got to make it to win is what you got to do to win, and it makes sense. But I feel like showing their hand in that last fight and it looking like it did, and then the fact that you probably done showed Brian Norman that you only gonna go so far offensively for fear of what's gonna come back. So, I mean, even Jose Ramirez, if he'd have been willing, he could have put some punches on Devin because Devin was too concerned, you know what I'm saying, with just getting through the fight. So I think it's just a bad situation all the way around for Haney.
It most definitely is, because we forget one of the factors that should be mentioned. Shakur had a good showing. He got rid of the Tom and Jerry stigma that was stuck over him about running in a fight. Devin is the other. I hate to say it, but he falls up under that category too.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey.
That was Turkey. What was it? Times Square card. Sure was. So yeah, he embarrassed Turkey.
Yeah, so Devin gonna have to, this gonna be a fight that Devin gonna have to show and prove something. Y'all begged to be, well, I won't say begged. Y'all went over, y'all made a deal where y'all could finally be a part of the Riyadh season cards. Y'all got to show something. Because, let's be honest, the Riyadh cards have been showing something.
Yeah, it was a good fight, man. Like I said, the only card, and I don't know if it was a Riyadh card or ring card or whatever it was, that card they put on with T.O. and all them on it. But I mean, I'll be honest, man, that whole card was pretty subpar. Even the T.O. Barbosa fight wasn't exciting, wasn't a good fight. It wasn't what I thought it would be. I'll say really the Ryan and Rolly fight was probably the most intriguing, but it wasn't really good either, because Ryan really, Ryan didn't want to engage after he got hurt.
Ryan went out there and turned into Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Only he didn't get knocked down as much.
Without his good feet. So that's what I'm saying, man. When you look at it like that, and like they really, the whole card really sucked in terms of the matchups, the way they played out. But and what was crazy was, on paper, you had people talking about that was the best card ever in the history of boxing. And I'm like, man, I done seen some flyers for some of them old Don King cards. And I'm like, no, that ain't what this is. And then I look back, those fights actually were some fights.
Yeah, those old school cards were some good fights.
Yeah.
But none of them is Don King. All I can say is Devin and Bill, y'all got a nice deal sitting in front of you. And I would think, instead of concentrating on trying to embarrass the Normans or put their name out there in a bad light, I would be in the lab getting my game plan together. Because y'all poking the bear. And I got a feeling that Brian Norman, they're coming for blood.
Yeah.
I would hate to see Devin get knocked out, especially in that man walk over him to go to his corner after he dropped him and knocked him out.
Yeah, because you got, like, in this situation, like, Brian Norman is the champion, but in its own way, Devin Haney's scalp is the prize. You know what I'm saying? Because he does have the bigger name and the following, but you are starting to see a lot of people starting to talk about Brian Norman. And a lot of times you start to have that when you have people who kind of know that, yeah, my guy might get beat. Let me go ahead and start acknowledging this other guy. That way it won't look like I just jumped out the bandwagon and jumped onto another one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think people thought Brian was going to be a flash in the pan, because, when he won the belt, they started talking about him a little bit, then things started falling apart because certain fights weren't getting made.
Yeah.
Well, he's back. He's bounced back. He went and had a hell of a knockout and he back in people's conversations, and it just so happens that Devin is the talking point.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how it's gonna roll out. But
Yeah. I think we in for a good night of boxing. You know, when they go down, because I think the card coming together pretty nicely with what they gonna have on there and stuff. I think we're gonna have a pretty good solid card too. Not just that fight, but just gonna be a good card to watch.
well, it should all break down good. But
Yeah.
my eyes will be heavily on Devin.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of them cards that even if it's a good card, man, because of that fight, like that's one that I'm excited about. That it like even if the other fights are great, it's like I can't wait for him to get through because I really want to see how this thing gonna play out.
Yeah, what's gonna happen? Who gonna get their dome shoot?
Yeah, this one of them fights, man, where you know there's a lot at stake for both guys.
Well, I guess you could say that it's a lot at stake for Brian Norman because you don't want to let Devin, a guy who got handled like he did against Ryan, did his comeback fight. Like you said, it looked like he was scared to engage.
Yeah,
But
and Devin is coming up. Devin is coming up too. Even though, yeah, we know he's a bigger fighter, bigger person. You know what I'm saying? He is coming up in weight, so that you don't want to lose. Even though a guy's accomplished, you don't want to be champion. You ain't on but like a couple defenses or whatever, and then you done lost your belt already to a guy coming up who makes a career with 35-pounder. And then plus he coming off of what he came off for. That you know what I'm saying? That won't look good. You don't want to be the guy to go out there and you on your way up and you lose to Devin Haney after he got hulled out by Ryan Garcia.
And here's the thing. I would like to see a great fight from both of them. But something is telling me that the Normans are going to bring the Haneys a bunch of drama. High drama.
Oh, you saying the Haney's going to bring the Normans a bunch of drama?
No, I think the Normans
are
going to bring the Haneys
you talking about in
that square circle.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, and I think it's going to be the other way around as we get close to the fight with the build-up. Yeah, I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be more shenanigans from the Haney side. As we get closer to the fight.
Yeah, that part.
It's already started. I mean, we, what I'm saying? Like, they ain't even went to camp yet. They ain't started no pressers or nothing, really. And Bill already on some nonsense.
Well, he kept saying something that stuck in my mind. We done started doing the promotions already. You might as well go and take the test. I'm like, all this is promotion to Bill, I think. But I'm going to stick to my guns and say he better get his son in that gym and get this game plan together. Or he going to stand a chance of getting his ass knocked out.
Better take him over there to see what Daniel Duval daddy.
Oh, get some of those roots put on his chin.
Yeah, get a
I don't know if Daniel still got it.
It ought to be good for one fight. He gonna put a fresh one on there.
I don't know. I thought Daniel had went and re-upped it. You see what Usyk did?
I think it wore off at the party.
Oh, okay. Here we go. We're blamed on the pre-party.
Yeah, they had the pre-fight celebration. They messed around and skipped the chin ritual. And the last one wore off. They're like Cinderella slipper.
Man, poor Daniel. Usyk, I want my revenge.
Yeah.
He went out there. He got his revenge, y'all. He went out there and kissed that man right on his hand.
Hey, he went out there and lost in a fashion where nobody gonna talk about the first fight no more.
So, there you go. That's a good one.
You know what I'm saying? Basically, that got cleaned up.
Cleaned up real good.
Yeah. I mean, and you think about, I ain't gonna bring it up. I don't even want to do that to you.
What you say?
Nah, I was just gonna say when guys had these controversial fights, whether it be a draw, whether it be a close decision, one way or the other, and then the second fight ended up being a dominant performance by one guy. It's like nobody even remembered that the first fight was close.
I remember that the first fight was close. I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
Yeah,
He
I'm just
knocked that
saying.
man down for over 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just saying though you know what I'm saying, like the consensus ends up becoming the second fight is the real fight. You know what I'm saying, when you know, and then of course if they have a third fight like them guys did, and then you know, but I think the third fight was, I think to me, in my opinion, you know, I think the first and third fight is the real. It basically told the real story of how those guys matched up, because I felt like the third fight was followed even terms as well. Talking about Wild and Fury, just in case somebody wondering. But I
Yeah.
think the third fight will follow even terms. It's just that, you know, one guy just outlasted the other guy. When it really, you know, really came down to it. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, so both guys got hurt bad in the fight at times, and you know, one guy pulled it out, you know, down the stretch. The other guy didn't have the staying power.
Yeah. Didn't Wilder break his hand in the third fight?
Yeah, I think he did have some kind
That,
of
that come
surgery
from
or something.
changing his gloves. He should have stuck with his gloves.
Yeah, he should have stuck with the glove. Yeah, sure did. Yeah, he should have. Yeah, he should have kept wearing what he wears.
Went with the
Yeah,
old
I think he
anti.
put on
Them
him.
gloves that Fury gonna wear.
Yeah. When I think he ended up putting on those MTX power locks. I don't think you know what I'm saying. He didn't get Fury's glove, but he ended up putting. He an Everlast man, and he put on those. I think he put on the power lock gloves. I think he had the gloves that Floyd made Madonna wear.
Well, whatever the case being, when they had the first fight, I was thinking that Wilder had paid attention. I said Fury did teach you something. He taught you that you have to learn how to get gritty. You got to learn how to have tricks. You went out there green. You got your ass. You know, he showed you some stuff. I figured in the second fight he would be ready. Well, he was ready and he laid down fast.
That second fight almost make you think about what Trey be talking about sometimes. About how a lot of times these guys who take that bully position in the build up and in the presser, end up going out. Yeah, end up going out there and then not going well for him in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like Dubois this past weekend. But you know what I'm saying? It's almost like that's what happened. If you remember, Wilder was going off on him he brought him back to big time boxing.
Yeah,
you was big as a house, blah 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 blah. Don't you ever forget? And I'm doing it for the second. You know, all that. And then you know, and then it went out there and went the way it went. So you know, it's almost like, you know, that stuff plays a part into it. You know, in the psyche of the matchup.
It played a lot of parts in a lot of situations. Had people complaining, talking about how he was bleeding in his ear. All kind of situations was going on.
Mm-hmm.
What he should have did was stay home and just handle his business.
Yeah, and I remember when after that fight first happened, me and Marlo was talking about the second fight, and Marlo, you know, brought to my attention. He was like, "Man, Wilder was turning his head." He said that first punch that really messed Wilder up. He said Wilder turned his head to where Fury caught him, you know, almost on the back of the head, but it was Wilder's fault.
Right behind the ear.
Yeah. And he said, you know, he said, but really, that's when all the damage started. He said, really, Wilder got a habit of doing that. Now, I've never really paid attention, but since then, I've seen that a lot. That, you know, his defense is lacking in that regard, and like that's part of his defense mechanism to try to avoid punches, is to turn his head a certain way, and basically, if they connect, he get hit in an equilibrium spot.
You think maybe he be trying to like roll with the punch? He just be rolling too fast?
Rolling the other way, the opposite direction. Yeah, like it's almost like he's doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? But or he ain't pulling back with it. Or, you know what I'm saying? He missing a step in there. But but you got all that. You know, like I said, and then that fight played out the way it did, and it did look like the guy that tried to be the bully went out there and got bullied in the ring. And you know what I'm saying? And the second time, you know, the third fight, we saw how it went. But like I said, I took my hat off to both guys, and I know, you know, a lot of people, you know, basically try to act like, you know, it was just a one-sided deal, you know what I'm saying, between those two guys. But I mean, that ain't really how it went down. And I mean,
they hit the ground the same amount of times, didn't they?
It might have been one more for Fury, but I will say that you know, those two knockdowns in that third fight that Fury had, man, he got he got some justice on them counts. You know, so I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the history books are sealed on what happened, but I'm just saying, you know,
It's over and dead with
yeah,
because I feel like when Wilder got knocked down off the rope, they instantly called that fight over with. He was trying to get up.
yeah. I think of one of them situations where he was languishing the last couple rounds. Like, I think it was really like, man, he just didn't have no gas, and and then of course when he got dropped, I think he ended up face down, and you know, a
Yeah, he
lot of
went
times the
down
ref,
face first.
yeah, a lot of times ref will call a fight off when a guy land on his face. Well, it ain't really land on his face, but you get what I'm saying, land face down.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, he was trying to attempt to get up, but they didn't give him that chance.
Yeah,
It is what it is. You know,
yeah,
people he gained some fans, but people say he was a warrior and all that.
yeah.
So
It made for it really made the trilogy. You know, all that. You know, like the opposite of Serrano and Katie Taylor, where
Katie
they had
Taylor's
their
last fight,
third fight was they fought with a lot of
total
strategy
separation.
and very tactical and careful, and it almost took away from how good the first two fights were.
Yeah, cause Serrano was a lot of her punches were just hitting the air.
Yeah, I think you might have brought it up on your live stream after that fight that she seemed like she was really concerned about head clash, making sure that she didn't run into, she didn't get another cut.
Well, to me, Kaylee has separated herself. I give Katie her props on that. You just have to say she got Amanda's number.
Yeah, and when I first watched the fight live, I had Serrano winning. I had Serrano winning the fight. But I think I was giving her too much credit for just coming forward and throwing punches. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily landing punches, but just being the aggressor. And you know what I'm saying? So I can easily see how it could have went around in Katie Taylor favor instead of a draw, or instead of being, one Katie Taylor. I mean Serrano winning, 6 rounds to 4.
Yeah, if you go by the antage of people saying, "Oh, the person throwing a lot of punches and being aggressive, they should be winning the fight." Well, this was a perfect chance because Katie was putting a step enough back in between them that yeah, she kept throwing punches, but they was in the air.
Yeah. And a lot of time, man, people that scoring criteria depends on who you want to win the fight. You know what I'm saying? If the guy you want to win the fight is doing that, you give them, guy, girl, you give them the credit for it. But if it's the other fighter that you ain't really, you know what I'm saying, they got to do more. Yeah, they was coming forward, but they was getting countered all night. Or they was coming forward aggressive, but it wasn't effective. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of them things. And I can say, I can admit that I wanted Serrano to win. I had picked her to win. So yeah, I was, saying I probably was a little preferential toward her because, but I did feel like she was doing something that I typically score in favor of the fighter that does, and that's coming forward and being an aggressor. But
Okay.
but I also will say that there are fights that, I'll score the other way. If the guy who coming forward or girl coming forward, I don't feel like they're being very effective. Like when Paul Williams fought Laura. Now Laura, my favorite fighter in boxing, but back then he wasn't. Paul Williams was. And Paul Williams was until he retired. You know what I'm saying? But I scored that fight for Laura because I felt like Paul Williams, although he was throwing all them punches and being aggressive, he was doing a lot of missing, and he just wasn't effective. I mean, I felt like he controlled the tempo of the fight, but I did feel like he was really, he was, to me, I felt like he was doing all that but still getting outboxed. And so I gave it to Laura. And I kind of, what I'm saying, and really when it came to this Serrano Taylor fight, I kind of went the other way. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, and for all intents and purposes, Serrano was throwing a bunch of punches, but she wasn't landing a bunch. And even though they landed close to the same amount, it looked like Katie was landing more power shots, in my opinion, and Serrano, her was a mixture of jabs and power shot, but she threw like way more jabs than she landed. So I can understand why people would have gave it to Katie. I don't have no issue whatsoever with it going the other way.
Yeah. Well, I'm feeling pretty good tonight because the fights that you picked, I rolled with, and I did pretty good. Katie is a devout Christian who actually conducts herself like a Christian. You picking against the God of Israel, bro.
Who said that?
That's what the Kane said.
Yeah, that's Zach Taylor. That's Zach Taylor and a female.
Oh, he said also Katie showed separation in the third fight. Serrano tried to box, and her only chance was her power and pressure.
Yep. Yeah, it was. She landed some good shots, but she definitely couldn't put them together. You could tell her power still bothered Katie. I mean, which Katie said it after the fight. She was like, she ain't fighting her again. She hit too hard. But I think all in all, man, especially stepping away from the moment and then looking at it, a second time, I'm sure I probably would find more rounds to give to Katie.
Huh. Well, Katie just got it.
I mean, I'd say she got it. I don't know. It's hard to say that when I don't feel like Katie won the first two fights, but
I
yeah.
understand, but
I mean, officially she got a number, because I mean, they 3 times she beat all 3 times. That what historically that what it's gonna look like. The further we get away from it,
the more it's gonna look like a wash.
Right, the less people gonna remember. I mean, it's gonna be questioned because people gonna be like, why did they fight 3 times in a row? You know what I'm saying? Because it was the one person won all 3 fights, and you usually don't see that. So so that will make people look into it and read and find out. Oh, okay, there was controversy, so they had a rematch. Then it was controversy again, so they had a third fight.
Well, they won't have more.
Yep. Well, all right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get on off. I got to get up in a few hours and make this trip drive to the job.
Okay. I thought we were gonna ride to the sun.
Hey, if I did that, I'd probably be able to call them with an excuse. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, I thought we was gonna pull some kind of special 24 hours or something, 12 hours or something like that. I don't know.
Hey.
So go ahead and say what you gotta say so we can close them out.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you having me on, man. I'm gonna go back and catch this. I'm gonna catch the replay in the morning at work and catch what I missed before I came on, which I'd have got on earlier. I was in the middle of something. But yeah, man, I appreciate you getting on, man. It's always cool chopping up with y'all. Salute to you, the chat, Trey X, who's also on here with us, man. And I look forward to catching you on the next one, man. Hope you have a good rest of your week and everything, man.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on it. Right. I just gotta remember, Hyphy was supposed to come on here and do some push-ups.
What was that about? What was that about?
I don't know, just because he said, I bet you ain't gonna hit the live button tonight. So
okay. I thought y'all had bet on a fight, bet that on a fight or something.
No, Yasser put that out there. He was like, MZ, he was like, if MZ come on, Hyphy, you gonna have to do some push-ups. And if MZ with all those capital letters and exclamation marks, if you don't come on,
I did see that. Yeah, what time you came? You came on at 9? Well, 8 your time.
About 7:30.
7:30. You came a little early. Cause you usually start at 8. You start at 8 your time, right?
No, I usually start. I try to start about 7:30, but I had started coming on a little early, thinking that he was helping Yasser, so he could catch.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna catch him. I think I missed probably about 2 hours, so I'm gonna go back and catch that at work. I'll get me through my morning, the early part of the morning. Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get going. I have something good to listen to. And hey, what's that? Hey, when you get ready to go out, if you can, man, play that song. Like Get Like Me or whatever it is.
Oh, okay, I got you.
What's it called?
You can't.
You can't get like me?
No, it's just called You Can't.
Oh, You Can't. That's the name. Okay, yeah. I like that.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. I like that there.
I got you lined up already.
Yeah. All right, man. I get over with you though.
All right, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming through and kicking it with me.
All right, appreciate having me.
All right. Well, y'all heard we had a nice show tonight. Good flow, good conversation. My brothers came through and helped me hold it down. You guys in the chat helped hold it down. I'm kind of liking this new look. But with all that said, my brother came through at the last minute, shot a couple of 3-pointers and sank them for us. I appreciate you coming through. And once again, you could have been anywhere else, but you chose to spend this time with me, and I appreciate it. And with that being said, I'm going to hit you with You Can't, and I'm out.
I tell them you can't get like me, yo man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D.I.E. Bang, bang, don't try me, that fire always be by me. You can't get like me, yo man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D.I.E. I'm gassed up, ignite me, my cash up, too lit, I be up. I'm a type of nigga that says shit straight. I never did hate, that's a bitch nigga trait. By any means, baby, I'ma get to the cake. I been a real nigga, so it ain't for debate. Beefing with me, get you hit with a stake. She left you for me, saying you the mistake. I can't be replaced. No. Saving what hoes? Do you see me with a cape? I hustle from sun up to sundown. If a hater run up, he get walked down. We be up in that stick on who talk down. Reaching for my shit, 5-5. I be putting in work, I don't clock out. Talking dirty, you niggas get mouthed out. Shout it like how I kick it like Kung Lao. Cause these niggas be chicken, compound. I ain't wanna do it, but have to. I'm the shit like I live in the bathroom. Pull up, eat it, and dip, she fast food. Girl, let me show you what this cash do. I'm going nuts like the cashews. My name in they mouth with a bad mood. Not a brokey, I go with a cash move. I'ma set this shit off if I have to. Hey. Niggas ain't built like me, bionicles, but you self-made. It's ironic though, you original but you be copying. I'm by my coins, I got that sonic flow. Bruce Lee, Roy, bitch, I got the glow. Probably run a ticket up at Papa Do's. Call me Young Atomic cause I'm about to blow, nigga. Pause, no homo. You can't get like me, yo man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, you broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D.I.E. Bang, bang, don't try me, that fire always be by me. You can't get like me, yo man, ain't shit like me. Pack strong, hit like me, you broke, can't sit by me. Gang, gang, beside me, we ride till we D.I.E. I'm gassed up, ignite me, my cash up, too lit, I be up. You can't get like me. Pack strong, hit like me. We ride till we D.I.E. My cash up too lit, I be up.
He turned his back on love. He fell from grace and God.